Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Let's go, Chad. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Welcome to Friday. Chadadonia. I hope you're feeling it. I hope you're feeling good, baby. We are kind of dumping pre-market. Not going to lie to you there, huh? It wasn't that bad, but that little, 0.5 right there kind of added to it. It was 0.3. Yeah, because it was looking like 0.1, I think. So we'll see how it plays out again. Actually, before we do anything, how much time? I got 140. So I'm going to be watching the weed stocks. Iova, again, that was one of the biotechs. I think there was a sympathy. I'm blanking on it. I'm totally blanking on it. And then TSM, again, they had bad news there. It affected 5 other ones. And then Ford and GM. Otherwise, I still got to roll over the yen. I thought I was going to do that earlier, but I did not. And then we're going to deal with that today and then move on forward, that's it. But we got about 1 minute. But now, like I said from yesterday, we should look at Europe. So here's the thing. Europe's already up 0.5% right now. So I don't know how it's going to affect us. Maybe we'll wait by Euro close. Again, it's a big expiration. The ECB was big. The currency moves are important. But like I'm showing you right here, again, I'm taking this picture at 6 a.m. right now, 6:30. But just remember, when our markets close, we might watch them kind of reflect. So we'll see, though. We got a lot to get into. We have less than 1 minute till the bell, Chadadonia. So drop that thumbs up on the video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Call out any plays. You need help with anything, you let me know, and let's have fun. Let's make it a good game. Keep it clean. Play fair, and then that's it. You let me know you need anything, man. You let me know you need anything. Yeah, no, the wheat stocks are kind of on fire right now. Low-key, I do think that could be a very interesting opportunity with the banking and all the hype. But the only problem is they're up now. The yen future, I don't know. So I'm thinking more towards the end of the day, but depending on, maybe by Euro close, we'll see. As long as there's no currency moves, I would wait till end of the day. But if, again, right after the consumer sentiment, we might get some moves. So we'll see. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right, let's see what we're working with, Chad. Let's see what we're working with. Again, ARM is going up. Netflix is up. Everything else is red. Are my E-Trade charts going to work today? I hope they do, man. I hope they do. ARM is at 68. Damn. So, again, it's already met criteria. We just got to wait if it comes down in price, but that is still working very well. Very interesting headlines on that one, too, if you think about it. All right, I might have to pull up the TD. We might have to use the Ghetto TD. There it is. Oh, yeah, Disney from yesterday, too. Don't forget about that. All right, we'll keep all of these on there. Let me turn off after hours. Sorry, this is my daily morning thing until E-Trade fixes. Bonds, too. Bonds are down by a quarter. Again, watch the dollar from yesterday. See how that plays up. Banks are dying. Regionals are down 1.2 to start off. Yeah, we're down 0.3. So, again, the rest of the world is up right now. I don't know about China. But just in general, it looks like we're down here. A couple of industries may be gapping down. Some stuff's a little stronger, but still Disney option chain frozen. I got 2 arms. Come on. Yeah, E-Trade is still whack, unfortunately. Quick recap. No, just the last couple of days, E-Trade. I don't know. I need to clear my cache. I've restarted it a couple times, but it just doesn't load up my charts unless I keep it up there. Very weird. Oh, yeah. Remember Schwab, too. That's why I think. I forgot with the banks. Remember, Schwab gave that update in the morning. They're down 3.7 right now. Google Pop, Celsius, new all-time high. Yeah, Celsius 1.89. My goodness. Disney's going up. Disney's up too. And then SPY right now, 44.88. So we gave up the 4,500, but that very well may be a level we come back to today. And then GM is down only 0.62. Damn. So honestly, Ford's down 1. GM isn't even down that much. Apple's on the low right now. Again, Disney is still holding up. PayPal pop. And then bonds are still near the low. And then SPY, 44.86. We're going a little lower. So this is your chart now. 3-4 candles straight down. Again, welcome to big expiration day. PayPal. Yeah, PayPal's up 1.1. Yeah, let me check some of those biotechs. I only have I don't have anything up more than 10-20% except weed right now. And then anything on the downside, like Iova, that's down 30%. But again, it's to the downside. MA on the high. Don't forget about the news with Visa yesterday. Carvana's on the low. Again, Dow Jones up or down by 0.43. Same thing with the S&P right now. Raul heading for the top rope, 44.85. So this is literally from where we closed to right now. You pretty much just gapped down into yesterday's open. Why are banks getting dumped on? There was a Charles Schwab update. That's the only thing I could think of if it's not related to interest rates. I mean, it's not like China data scared us overnight. ARM is on the low now. But Charles Schwab gave an update on like net interest and something about like 40% of deposits. Lowe's is flushing 2.5%. What the hell is that? HD's not even down. Check Lowe's. I don't know. Maybe they're at a conference or something. You check news on that. I'm going to check if they're at the event. But Lowe's is down 2.5 already. That's pretty big. ARM versus AMD. That could be it. Disney's up, bro. Disney is acting very immune to everything yesterday. But again, maybe Wall Street likes some of the soberness out of them. What's up with Amazon? Amazon led. Remember that one day we did nothing this week, and like 2 days ago, and Amazon went up like 30%? That's the crazy part. Applied Intelligence Live. No, Lowe's has something on the 21st, but there's nothing there. Again, Lowe's is already moving 2.5 right there. Would I still buy Aurora? And I would buy ARM if it comes down to like the low 50s. I'd be down to flip it. Otherwise, we're still riding those shares. Where are the weed stocks? Did they come due? They're still up 8%. So they haven't came down. Where's the other? Where's Tilray? They're up 5. CGC is up 12. What about Cron? They're up 4. Again, AMD is still on the low. AMD's down 0.8. I haven't even looked at NVIDIA. NVIDIA down 0.4 as well. AAL's on the high, and then JP Morgan. And then Ford starting to move up. Again, Ford is probably the biggest news of the day here. Ford's running. Again, UAW headlines, they were down 1.1. Now they're still down 0.79, but trying to make a move here. SPY bouncing right above the 44.82 level. Yeah, data in 25 minutes. It will be key. I mean, for now, there's still like a European overhang that's keeping us up. But, I mean, definitely, people are already talking about Empire Manufacturing and reacting. That came up from negative to positive. So, depending on how hot or if it comes in hot, Michigan consumer sentiment, we can move. If anything, I would watch the 5-year expectations. That's going to be the thing that gets everybody tweaking. But these are just the preliminary estimates. It's not final demand. Power Pop. Tesla 276. Disney new high. And then bonds 93. Let's see Iova. Oh, Iova ended up going up? No shit. Interesting. They were clapped earlier. Energy carrying. I haven't even looked at energy, actually. So XLE's down. I mean, oil's even down right now, too. See where the SPY goes from here. Let's see some of the names, though. Yeah, Oxy's even down. XOM. Oh, what about XLV? They're actually, XLV's in the green. That was struggling a lot this week. I call it the Friday 9 o'clock melt. Some say Michigan consumer, just from prior experiences. We'll see. We'll find out in 30 minutes. Qualcomm. Oh, I forgot about them. Qualcomm's running, again, for all the chip makers. That Apple deal, bro. They just went 112 to 115 in 5 minutes. That's insane. So they're moving a lot. Yeah, we have data in 23 minutes. Michigan consumer sentiment. Oh, SMTC. What is it? I thought it was SMIC, SMCI. Broadcom, those are actually moving pretty big. Again, they're all over the place. GM's on the high now. GM's in the green. So UAW strike, again, they all reacted initially. I think Stellantis went red, then they went green. Now it's Ford trying to fight back, and then GM is starting to pick up here. The Ford play that I grabbed for the Robinhood, as it compared to long term, I don't know. I think I bought it at like $12. So a couple years ago, I think it might be break even. And then you just got the dividend. So, I mean, in a weird way, Ford kind of just traded like, yeah, I'm up on it. I'm up on it 3 or 4%. We got in at 12.14. So we just got a dividend back from it. It's kind of like, kind of reminds me of Altria. Are we rolling over MPW? I don't have anything to roll over. I have one call that we got from after the earnings, and then I just went to the shares. So if anything, I'm still holding from even after pretty much receiving dividend because I'm waiting for bonds. But at the same time, I don't know if I'd play an option there. I thought you were up higher. No, I grabbed it one time at like $12, so it just stayed there. All it did was just stay around there. We got a dividend on it, so it's not bad. But it just, like I said, it kind of reminds me of Altria, where it's been like you'll be down on it, then you'll be up on it a little bit, then down. It pays a 5% dividend, and that's it. But it does have the, what's it called? You know, it has everything else. Palantir. I have, if I didn't already have it, I would like it, but something I've been saying to everybody is just over the last couple days, you just got to keep in mind some industries are, you know, they're out of favor right now, or they're going to have other risks. So, you know, I like O a lot, and I think it's at a very good low price, but at the same time, it's related to a lot of commercial real estate. So that's where you're going to have your problems essentially. Because that means anything that happens with bonds, interest rates, you know, even if the company's doing good, it's going to be hard not to respond to that type of stuff. XOM. Again, Tesla's going, dude, Ford and GM are going up and then Tesla down. Very interesting. So the ones that sold off related to the auto stuff, again, they were all down pre-market. They are going up right now. And then the ones who benefited, I don't know, what's Stellantis' ticker? What is it? STLD? No, it's Steel Dynamics. STLA. Thank you. Yeah, they're holding up good. They were down initially, then they went up. But then like GM and Ford and then Tesla had a little bit of a gain. Or actually, where's Nikolai? As funny as it sounds, Nikolai went up on the UAW stuff. GSK flying again. My ARM is good. I had good stretches as well as ARM IPO was good too. So we chilling. The quad witching, yeah, it's tonight. Pretty much after the end of today, you got to roll over a lot of stuff. Otherwise, it's going to expire from futures to equities to options. There's a lot happening. Individual names as well too. So it's going to be a wild one, but realistically, you get a lot of movement sometimes, and that's about it. And then it just ends somewhere. It's an opportunity for arbitrage, but I don't think it's crazy. NVIDIA on the low. You know, NVIDIA just sold off like $2 in a candle right there. And then AMD starting to go down even more. And then Netflix is just holding up while everything's selling off. Amazon, GD's on the high. Someone said General Dynamics. HD is on the high too, or they're dropping. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Remember Lowe's. Lowe's dropped 3% out of nowhere. So it seems like all of these like manufacturing companies, we were talking about them yesterday, they kind of just got taken one by one. Yeah, all the REITs are getting clapped right now too. I'm looking at MPW. I don't know. I think after consumer sentiment, we don't get a bond move. We could go from there. But even then, VNQ is actually struggling now more. That's actually crazy. And then banks still are down too. I don't know if I should refresh. Bonds are dropping now even more right now. You're getting a decent candle. So again, data doesn't come out for another 17 minutes. Am I also interested in CART? Yeah, I mean, I think yesterday was a good crash course in IPOs. You know, if you could get them at the right price, if you could get CART at a good price and they don't price it too crazy, we could go from there. But I would watch it again if it prices too high. I don't know if I'd play it. Even then, waiting for ARM, it met criteria, but the pricing of it, it's still holding that premium. 2-year bond yields 5.0. City looking strong. It's banking. So again, they're part of the industry. And then what they announced yesterday or 2 days ago, they announced all of those big changes. Amazon. Again, Amazon's giving up. Remember, they had a 3% day or something. Now they're down 2% off of nothing. But remember, this is kind of part of that expiration day. You're going to get a lot of movement, but maybe we just end up doing nothing. But a lot of names are moving around here to start out. Visa, remember, they had news yesterday. They're actually holding up. Disney's on the high, $86. So Disney's actually killing it. I'm guessing you ain't get Aurora and Tilray. No, I'd be down to trade them, but they're just up a lot. So like I'm saying, the weed plays, they were up 10%. Now they're up 7 on the day. But that banking news, again, by the time the weed traders wake up, I think it's going to get pumped. I don't doubt it, but the only problem is, again, just how it's moved here on expiration day 2. It's up a lot. It's up a lot even intraday. So I like the idea. Like I've been telling you, the back and forth with weed plays, I think it's going to exist. So it's up to you. So yeah, I don't know. I'd watch it though. Let me know if you want to get into it. Let me know when you get in. But at the same time, just watch the weed plays. If they start to drop, call them out. Because if it does drop enough, maybe we could consider it. But for the most part, I think it's a play. I don't know about the price. That's it. Tesla's on the low now, down 0.8. Again, Ford went 2% off of all of this. Same thing with GM. This is wild, actually, to think about. They flipped. Am I adding REITs? Not yet, but I mean, we were talking about it yesterday. You either have to add it before the shift or we have to wait till the shift and then get it at a higher price. But as of now, I don't have any cash for the long term up until another 2 weeks. Well, I chose not to roll my MES. Will my margin return tomorrow? Yeah, but then just close it out. Because if you don't close it out, it might get stuck at a shittier price. That's the only problem. And then if it moves, you'll get it's just like a weird thing. But either way, it will, give or take, you should get everything back. I don't like the new charts on E-Trade. I only like the clap. Maybe, oh wait, is that why it's lagging? That could be it. Yeah, see, the charts work. It just takes the last 5 minutes and then messes it all up. It's wild. GM popping. Dude, that one's actually tripping me out. I spent the cash in my long term. That's what happened. I bought Pfizer. What else did we buy? I think I bought Disney before, and then even a little bit of Walgreens. But I said, it's time. It's time, my friend. EPR, good REIT. I think REITs, you could play them slow. And I think if you really want to REIT, you should look into it. Go little by little with it. Really take your time, get to know the company. But quite frankly, you still are going to have to deal with the broader risk. But if you're okay with that, shop around and find one and just go from there. But all REITs are going to fall under. I don't even think there's one. Maybe IRM would be the only REIT that's been bulletproof. If it's kind of more related to a broader sector and not really pinned as much to interest rates. Gee, dude, Tesla sold off. So anybody who benefited off the UAW, they gapped up and now they sold off. And then the ones who got clapped, they gapped down and then they got bought up. Literally, GM and Ford. GM is now up 1.7. So again, I don't know if it's still background European effect, but we'll see by Euro close. Where's MSOS? Disney's still holding 2 against SPY. 44.81. We are now just into the gulag of yesterday. So that kind of sucks. My goodness. Very unfortunate. China's security regulators gives green light for JT Global Express Hong Kong share offering. Apple off the low. Netflix on the high. Yeah, they're moving. Again, I just think Netflix dropped before everybody. Remember, Netflix was down the day Amazon was up 3, so it looks like they're just switching. Baba, Baidu, yep, they're dying too. And then banks aren't down that much. JP Morgan's up. Regional still 0.7. I don't know. Wait till Euro close. We might get a lot more. I think we're just going to go back and forth. I don't think it'll be one way down. But then again, I think the last Fridays, didn't we have a weird Friday phenomena? I need the big chart. My goodness. 4480, Ukraine intelligence says Russia's small missile ship was damaged in sea drone attack on Thursday near Sevastopol. And MO, Armin Vega, baby. Good morning. Happy Friday. Chad, you need a horn. Wake up. It's a good day. It's Friday. It is Friday, Chad Adonia. Tesla is still on the low. Disney's still holding up too. Yeah, bonds are dying right now. 0.3. Honestly, the only thing now, the dollar's still at that level from yesterday. So the dollar's just not moving at all. So in a weird way, think about it. The dollar was up yesterday. Bonds keep selling off. This is the SPY's opportunity. They may catch up with each other and then move from there. Did I lift yesterday? I did. I did lift yesterday. I had a good workout. I had a messed up story, bro. I got so mad. Bro. You have no idea. Because I had a lot of stuff. Yeah, yesterday was it was very exciting. I even got to see the Twitch chats a little. I'm sorry if you missed the watch list, but again, even up until 3 a.m. this morning. But at the gym, I'm I needed to make sure that I got a good workout at the gym, right? And I get to the gym, and I told you I don't like going to the gym smelling. I get I'll leave if I smell too bad. It fucks with me, and I have to go home. And I sit there for my first workout, and there's a group of kids working out, and then I'm lifting, and I'm dude, I smell bad, and I think I smell the worst BO in my life. You know what I'm saying? I smell the worst BO in my life, and I'm fuck. It's one of those days. I'm great. Another thing, I'm all right, man. And I finish up my set real quick, bro. And I leave. And I go into the bathroom, and I start smelling my armpits, bro. I smell perfect. I do wear deodorant. That's why I was tripping. It was those little ass kids, bro. I've never had, I didn't say anything to them, but I've never been around somebody so smelly that I thought I smelled. I was so mad. I was ready to leave. I was like, damn, bro. I was like, damn. I was so mad. But then I was like, damn, that's crazy. So yeah, I went to the gym yesterday. That's my story for you. I was tripping, bro. Yeah. This was crazy. So yeah, we're here. MGM is effed up. You know that MGM is messed up. Right? I'm telling you, we should get the filing today. I don't know what they're doing, but bro, you realize you can't even book anything through MGM. I don't know if y'all feel me on that. Literally, I tried the last couple of days. I'm trying to find, and I don't know, Vegas guys, I don't know if I can make it, but I could find you guys something. I'm trying to get something for the co-real estate guys. And bro, I straight up, you can't book anything in advance, in the short term. You can't even like their help service, their reward center, the room keys, nothing works. Yeah. Bro, even the room keys aren't straight up. So it's why, but like I think Caesars paid it.
Order canceled.
But I'm pretty sure MGM did, but like their shit is still messed up. Yeah,
Order
it's crazy.
Canceled.
It's 34 mil. You know why? It's part, like, this is the word, but part of the reason, like, Caesars paid it, but MGM doesn't want to because, again, this is like, it's negotiating with terrorists. They're worried. They don't want to, dude, it's just, if you set that precedent, now that people have found out how to shut down Vegas slot machines and hotels, holy shit. You do not, the last thing you want to do is just tell them, yeah, I think they're trying to play some hardball or try to figure it out, but it's a material event. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You know, if you don't care about anything, if you don't know, it's not money laundering. I mean, I think they're getting squashed. You have to realize they're losing on gaming revenue. They're losing on lodging revenue. You do that for 3 days in a row in Vegas, bro. 4 days in a row, that's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. Yeah, Caesars paid, but Caesars and MGM, they have a link. I know their real estate is different, but a lot of their stuff should be the same. But Caesars, they were down. That's the weird part. Caesars paid it right off the bat. I think you could calculate it. They're offering free rescheduling of rooms from September 14th through 17th. Yeah. I hope, but I've never seen it like that. You got to realize I have with my hotel hack and everything I've known about just like, over the years, and I've been to Vegas a lot, I've never seen MGM down for like 4 days in a row. I don't think I've ever seen that in my life. And then now you have the UAW auto workers stuff too. That's not a hack, but that's on a different scale. And SPY's hitting another low right now. So MGM's holding up here. I'll put FM. And then GM's holding. Again, bonds keep selling off right now. Dollar is not moving. If anything, this is, again, it looks like the market is just catching up with the dollar pop from yesterday, if that makes sense. So let me show you. There's the dollar. And then the SPY. So again, remember, we were looking for this yesterday when the dollar started running, but the market just went up with it. So now the market's going down as the dollar's staying up. So we just have to wait till they open pretty much. All day you got nothing. At least markets made up their mind. We're finally going down. Just be careful. It's a big expiration. I'm expecting a lot of volatility. In the sense, it's called arbitrage, but I just think you're going to get a lot of motion. I feel like everybody's going to have a chance to to drop off whatever they need to at a certain price, and then it's going to end. But we'll see. I think Fridays have been a mix of like nothing and then bullish. So we'll see where we're at. SGD, baby, got me where I am today. Philo's helped me sleep at night. Thank you, Josh and Chance, for Karen and Sharon. Mr. Todd Reed, baby. God bless you. Aloha, my brother. And thank you. Yeah, you get another horn. No warning. I'm sorry. It's Friday. I thought we'd turn up on Friday. God bless you, Todd. My man. Oh, yeah, 1 minute. So get ready. Your only data is going to happen now. Watch the bonds. Watch the dollar as well. I think I'm going to keep up these automakers. I mean, I want to put up like Apple, and I think that would be more telling. But, dude, low-key, I think GM and Ford and Tesla are all fascinating. When we're watching, you're going to break it down in understandable words. I could do that. I could definitely. Just let me know if I say something you don't understand. Just, note it down and let me know, and I could break it down. I speak many languages. Yeah, and I can speak like Biden. Yeah, exactly. You don't yield back your time. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I'll explain to consumer. You have 30 seconds now. So watch out. 5-year inflation expectations are expected to be 3%. Pretty much if that number comes in hot, I don't think people are going to like it. Then the 1 year is 3.5. 1 year, 3.5. 5-year expectations, 3.0. 69.5 is expected. You got 5 seconds. Let's see. And then watch the bonds too. Bonds or dollar could be more telling. Again, yesterday you're seeing it. Just took a very, very big delay. And 67.7, estimate was 70. So overall index came in lower than expected. Expectations came in 66.3, slightly higher. I don't have 1 year numbers yet. It's not loading. The 1 year, 5-year number isn't loading. 1 year 3.1. 1 year expectations came in lower. It's supposed to be 3.5, came in 3.1. Let me see where and 2 point, it's good. That one's good. Expectations dropped and the sentiment index came in lower. So consumer sentiment wasn't as strong, but the inflation expectations are 3.1 versus 3.5 and then 2.7 versus 3. Yeah, that's why the bonds are going up and then the dollar's coming down. The market likes that. If you want the breakdown, pretty much it was bad data in the sense that consumer sentiment isn't strong, meaning you don't have people, buy inflation, but that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is the 1 year consumer expectation. People thought it would have been 3.5. It came in at 3.1. So even with oil going up and all of this stuff, the consumer's not freaking out in a 12-month scale, even though those numbers should have came up a lot. And then that's why I'm saying the market may take this good. And then 5-year expectations were supposed to be 3.0. It came in at 2.7. So that's the thing. Not revision, but yes, revision. This is the preliminary number. So in a couple weeks, you're going to get the same data and it's going to be the final number. This is all preliminary. But for the most part, the inflation stuff is good. The data is not hot. I mean, I think now the market will deal with everything else with dollar and bonds. But for the most part, that data is, again, soft inflation data, I think is a positive, especially in a week of really hot data, though. So that's what you have to ask yourself, if it balances it out or not. I want to say thank you, Josh and Chad. You lost your mom on Labor Day, and having the positivity here has helped you more than you'll ever know. I'm so sorry to hear. A lot of Chads could relate to many, many losses and certain things, myself included. So I understand, man. The Chad and being around some good people goes a long way, too. So, amen. And I hope everything's good. I'm going to keep praying for you, and I love to see you in here. So, amen. God bless you, Candy. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, man. No, and pray for all your Chads, man. Pray for all your Chads, bro. That's what I'm saying. Show love. You never know what anybody goes through. And I'm glad. I would have not known if you didn't tell me too. So way to keep your head up. Way to keep your head up. Always. Prayer warriors rise up. Oh, do these numbers matter? If they're going to revise it, no. It does not matter in terms of, so here's the deal. If you want to take this number to come up with a theory, I wouldn't do that. If you want to take this number to get an idea of how the market will trade for the next 6 hours, I would do that. So like I'm saying, I think we have a couple things to deal with the expiration, but now, even though a lot of data was hotter earlier, this data is coming in soft. So I do think that is an opportunity. Again, the bonds are moving, but if it's going to be revised, don't come up with an economic theory and think that this data today is going to be the same, because when it changes, if you make, you're trying to go for a macro play, it may not be there once it gets revised. But as of now, if that number came in hotter, we could have sold off very violently. But now, if anything, it's either going to lead us to up, or it's giving us something bullish to chew on, because even if the pressure is negative, it might be able to hold up. No, it's not going to trade like that. Today's Friday. This is a very big expiration. Over $3.5 trillion notionally is expiring. So today is going to do its own thing, but next week is Jerome Powell. So that's it. But then again, you see Lagarde, you see the ECB. There's a very good chance that I'm starting to think now, even after ECB Lagarde, I think Powell, he's going to try his best to keep that in neutral. You know what I'm saying? I don't think, but either way, that is the event. And then after expiration, $3.5 trillion expiring, and then us getting into Jerome Powell, and then that will be the end of the year pretty much, the final stretch. I think that, then we see if the market moves. But so far for a seasonally, active and, weak September, we haven't gotten much, but it's been filled with a lot of data, as weird as it sounds. It's just the market, and then now overseas too. It's creating this weird dynamic, and I don't know. Maybe the main event is Powell, but I also suspect Powell may want to he doesn't want the spotlight, more or less. So we'll see who holds till expiration. A very specific group of people. I'm thinking of one person when you said that, or one group of people, and it's people who are in the money. You say me, but but it's in the money sometimes. So if you're in the money, it makes a lot of sense. Where, especially for margin and certain things too, why would you not? Especially if you wanted to roll over and keep it, you might just wait till the very last moment to do your rollover again. And then SPX, that's metals and cash, but that's one group of people always will be down to wait, till the end. So, but in general, a lot of people should be moving before, and then there's the group of people who just have the graveyard, and then the graveyard comes back to life, and then you have the people who are really hedging, and then you have the people just selling credit. And then you have the dividend chasers too. Disney rejected 50. Disney always does that, but I thought Disney was going to sell off heavier yesterday. He actually held up good. And bonds are still climbing, you guys. Dollar is still down. I'm surprised the market's not up more, but maybe we have to go through more of the day, but let's see. When's the last time you visited Egypt? I've never been to Egypt. My mom is really disappointed in me. We were supposed to go. I want to go this summer or this winter, but I think I'm going to go somewhere else. MGM, again, they haven't put out the filing. I'm still surprised. Again, GM and Ford, I would keep an eye on that one. That one is a trip. Biggest index components are dragging everything down. Let's see. We got Dow Jones, 14 names red, 16 names green. The biggest drag on the Dow is Microsoft and Intel. And then the biggest lift is Disney and United Health. And then NASDAQ 100. 79 names red. Sirius and Adobe are the worst. And then 22 up, AstraZeneca and Warner Bros. So NASDAQ, there's more red than green. And then S&P, we're moving up. Again, I like the data, I think, is solid. That's all. If the only thing that'll get in the way is if the market is if this triple witching is going to lead to a sell-off or there's bad news. But for the most part, I think data's good. The UAW hasn't killed anybody, and that's it. The S&P is almost 50-50. 243 names red, 257 green. Yeah, Microsoft and Amazon too. But SPY's still getting a red. So like I'm saying, data's good, but you're not getting the one-way up road. Not yet, or at least it's hesitating. You think we rising this next hearing for? I don't know. If Powell raises rates, I don't think that'll be a good outcome. But I think if Powell just keeps it paused, that's a good way to try to keep everybody on autopilot. Nvidia's dropping now too. Again, even Netflix, they can't even get out of the gulag. Apple's clap, Disney, Amazon, or Disney's still up, excuse me. There's just multiple asset classes expiring. So futures, options, stocks, their contracts are all expiring here on this day. So they all have to roll over. But it's a big deal. But at the same time, it's not. Everybody gets excited for it. But usually after the event, that's usually the bigger deal, is what I've noticed. Good is bad, bad is good. Well, in this case, inflation's a different one. You know, because again, if that was the case yesterday, you would have loved the hot PPI. You know what I'm saying? But it's still, it has its own thing. Disney about to drop big. They've been holding. Even the SPY's coming down now, so that is not working. Again, any of the inflation expectations, that is your biggest driver as of now. AMD 100. Yeah, 103. They're selling off. MO. ARM is on the low now. I keep forgetting about ARM. Even this morning, I forgot about it. Meow. Hello, Brian. He meowed at me. Good morning. I'm still in the Netflix flip. It sucks because I don't want to close it, but now I'm thinking for my rollovers, if I really want to roll over, as I was going to go bigger on something, I either have to hold Netflix or I have to walk away from Netflix, depending on if I want to increase any rollover size. So kind of sad, but I'm still in it for now. Your canopy was up 145. You didn't cash out. Should I have? Feel like it's more growth. That's why I'm confident. Well, Nash, I remember you asked me the weed stocks. I said the same thing. I remember even during the moment. But like I said, I think weed stocks are going to be a play for the next year. So like holding them or not, like in and out, that is going to depend on what strategy you want. So I think it's going to do that a couple of times over the next year. I think you're going to have another opportunity. It's going to run up a lot. It's going to sell off a lot. Then it's going to do its thing. But overall, like I said, with some of these plays with weed, if you feel like you have too much exposure or you're like, oh, if you're going to get that FOMO after not selling, what I would be doing is anytime I'd want to flip it, I would be buying in. And when I have profits, I would sell out and make the shares free, and then I would hold that. And then I would rinse and repeat. So then you never have to worry about this. I did this during the first weed bubble in 2014, and I made a good amount of money. And I also wound up with a bunch of like random names that are there. But essentially, all you have to do is like, does that make sense? So it's like you want to put $1,000 in the weed stock, it goes up 50%. Now sell out half and keep $500 in shares. 2 months later, 3 months later, the weed stock goes down again. You know what I'm saying? And you want to play it, buy back into it with another $1,000, $2,000. It pops up again, and then you go and sell out half of that again, and then just keep rinsing, repeating until you're ready to take it all. But in general, that's how I'd go about it, because the point is the weed stocks, they're going to run up and down, up and down, up, and you're never going to know. It's going to be a mind-boggling game. And just if you believe and want the exposure, you just got to either take it or not. But it's like eventually you got to walk away from the casino there. So that's going to be the hardest part. But that's how I would approach it. Free shares, flip it over the next year. Microsoft's down 1.7. ARM is still selling off. Again, the wheat stocks, 6.3. We're about to go down from the data. We just hit a new low off of that. My goodness. So again, bonds are still red. Dollar dropped. I think equities have their own. They got their own plan probably until Euro close. Again, good data so far. Did not have that. That's baby positive effect. 10 minutes and then new low. 10 minutes of bouncing, then new low. Firm is wild. Firm is up 2.3. That's an interesting one. Roku's down. Netflix and Disney, they're kind of holding up. Did PayPal hold? Yeah. The ones UUP, it's creeping up a little. It's good to see it drop, though. That means that whole little rise at the second half of the day, you got rid of it off of the data. That's what I'm saying. The data moved the bonds, not as much, but it had the ability to move the dollar. But I'm telling you, the market is just, it's literally doing its own thing right now. Maybe till Euro close. Let's see. But I think that expiration, there's definitely downward force now. It's, again, bonds are back coming down. Dollar's the only thing reacting good. I don't know. Can you short ARM today, or do you still have to wait one more day? I think 55 to 51. That would be what it is. Julicus, your email. I got your. I forwarded your email, so I'll try to get back to you this weekend. I didn't want to get back to you without an answer, but I forwarded it to Lending Tips because he knows a couple of people who could help you with that. So as long as again, if anything, I can help you walk you through the steps too. You'll be good. I mean, it's not longer than what's it called? I know it's like 4 months, but have they like sent anything? But usually there's stuff you could do with it, especially if it's a decent amount where, again, if your property's there. And thank you for serving our country too. So don't, I got it though. But I'll let you know over the weekend when he emails me back, or even by today I might. IBKR says ARM is shortable, but fee is 54% annually. It's not bad. Not bad. For me, but for the heads up. Yeah, you'll get something from me either today or through by Monday. But like I'm saying, if you haven't got anything, you're good.
Order submitted.
That's why I'm like, literally, if the bank ain't send you anything and it's been that long, honestly, it's good that you reached out now. You should have reached out earlier.
Order
to
submitted.
Anybody in general, but like most people in any situation, they usually hit me up when it's like way, way too late. So honestly, you have a lot of time, which is good. But like, I definitely do not be timid with it. What's the over-under of you going to Vegas? Listen, Midwest, if you're trying to play an over-under, you should just go to Vegas. I don't know. I have no idea. Because, again, if I can't even book any places, again, I'm trying to get some of the Chads who want to go if they need spots. Because, like, dude, I have a bunch of free rooms. They're playing me. That's why I'm like, damn it. But I don't know. I personally, again, like I said, I have a lot of stuff here, even today. So, oh, yeah, I didn't even tell you guys I have good news, bad news for you guys. Good news, bad news. Everything just keeps getting crazier. But 9 a.m. today, so in like, what? So in like 2 hours and 15 minutes, we're going to have Bible study. Get out of here. No, I am, what's it called? I have to go at 9 today for like 10 minutes. So I have to put everybody on the call. and then I'm gonna come back. So I'm gonna be gone for 10 minutes at around 9 o'clock. Okay, can you guys handle it? Can you handle it without me? It'll be 10 minutes. I don't know. I don't know if you want to watch a movie or something. We could. 600 seconds, uncle. That's good. It's good. The UAW thing is crazy. I'm like, the reaction is, wow, oh, business, baby. Oh, let's go. Let's go, baby. Hola. Let's go, baby. Amen. Amen. We got the call. It's something I talked about it a little bit, but if in general, I'll just say, if this is a good call, I'm gonna buy somebody a house. And then honestly, if this call works out, a chat is gonna get a fat commission too. So knock on wood, but finger to the sky, baby. That's it. My job is done after 9 a.m. and then I go back to the chat. That's all. I go back to after 9 a.m. Give me 10 minutes. I'm gonna be back, dog. And then we go home. And then we play 2K. And then we'll see what the market does. MGM stock. Just wait for the filing, but other than that, I mean, that's the only thing they got going on. Adobe messed me up. You were right. Why? What happened? Was it just the premium? Because again, I thought that play was gonna move. It was too expensive. I didn't like the price of it, unfortunately, but I just didn't move. But 4% though, are you sure? It depends how you played it. What happened? Did they miss earnings? Their earning, is what we said yesterday. Their earnings, honestly, they leaned to the good side. It wasn't a bad earnings, but the problem was it was just like very, like in the middle. Fragile market. I get out of ARM? No, I'm still in that. Wait. What's going on? We just had consumer sentiment. It actually came in good, but other than that, the market was reacting to a mix of the auto strike, and then there's one more thing. Again, just I think all of the data from yesterday, but there's one more bad thing. Again, China came in with some good news, but the UAW thing, that even though the stocks are moving up, there is some big implications, but it's still very, very early. Is Tesla going up? That's what I want to see. Honestly, if Tesla runs, that could be a very good bounce play here if it could hold, but it also could destroy you, kind of like the Netflix one. You know what I'm saying? Where there's still a lot of downside. But if they come up, like I'm saying, related to the UAW, you want to watch them hold what they did in the morning. Because I don't think Ford and GM should be up like this. Are there being updates? Yeah, that's it. Last night they chose to strike, and they're doing it very, like, I think it's very smart. Honestly, they're doing it in a very I actually have a lot of I have respect for it, because they're not trying to like make disruptions. They're just trying to hurt the company's profitability. I could get behind that. You know what I'm telling you? I'm actually, again, I'm not the biggest champion of unions. You know why? Because I'm not Joe Biden. I'm the biggest champion of unions. But it's like, in general, like the way they're going about it is, they're targeting the profitable factories rather than trying to like just disrupt business to disrupt business. But at the same time, down the line, if this does progress beyond a couple of weeks, it gets pretty wild. Because it's not, that's the thing. Right now, it's very targeted and very like strategic. But if it goes any other direction from here and that extends, that's a big portion of labor in the United States, is the simple way to put it. Mm. Okay, 10:25. They have, I think it's 72 hours to file data breach. That's why I'm like, they got to do it. The UAW leader sucks, though. He didn't even counter the offer. He wanted a big strike on his record. Pretty selfish. Well, that is something to bring up, that it is the first time it's ever happened. This has never happened where the UAW or like all three automakers at the same time had a walkout. That has never happened in history. So I don't know if somebody wanted that, like, maybe that's like a record to hold. But at the end of the day, the logic for not countering is they were pretty much insinuating that, or they said it flat out, that GM and Ford were just being disrespectful. They said that all of these offers these aren't real offers, so they're not going to really counter it, essentially. Again, they got really mad. Just, think about it. That's like we talked about earlier. UPS is coming home with a bag, and now, a lot of these guys haven't had a wage raise for a long, long time, and you're watching other people get it. I mean, and then they come up with an offer, then you're like, wait a minute, I want UPS money, So I think they want UPS money, or something similar. Otherwise, they consider it disrespect. Mm-mm-mm. 300K annually for a 4-day work week. That was the offer. Was it really? I thought it was I guess I didn't. I only looked at the pay percent increase. But if it takes you up to 300K, damn. I'm the same union as the UPS. Our guy's not happy. Oh, really? No way. Why? Yeah, because I was looking at like 20-30% raise, but I didn't think they were at like 250 already. Mm-mm. Teachers should strike, honestly. Okay. 5 days later, your kid's going to come home educated by Andrew Tate, smoking a nicotine pen, and that's all I'm saying. You're going to be like, how did that happen? You're like, I don't even know if Andrew Tate promotes nicotine pen. Exactly, the teachers are very important. That's why, too, we got to support them. And I'm just saying, you never know how it could end up. You never can know how it could end up. Mm-hmm. Do you think they consider how their strike for money will affect future car prices, or they don't care? I mean, everybody thinks about other things, but they also think about themselves. So that's just, at the end of the day, yeah, this could be very disruptive. ARM is on the low, and it could hurt a lot of things. But at the same time, these people, they work there. And they've worked there for a long time. If they haven't had price increases, they feel a certain way. They want something. And I don't know. I have to respect that for, no matter at any level. I don't care what it is, but that's where I think it boils down to. So they're not thinking about, like, obviously there's a greater good risk, but at the same time, if it is for the greater good, it's like hopefully everybody works together. But again, everybody It's just everybody wants a lot of money, and there's a lot of money going around, and a lot of things have happened that says why shouldn't why shouldn't I get this, essentially. Yeah, I can't blame them for trying to get the most for their families at the end of the day. Exactly. That's why it's like they're not all happy doing it, but it definitely has a purpose. All right. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Okay, follow me on Instagram, and I'll see you soon. Oh wait, is a commercial? Maybe you get to see NBCs. Very good, very good.
Aftermarket.
Okay, I'll be right back.
I don't know how much of that was retail per se, but that was one of the key questions they had in kind of deciding what price they wanted to do. Instacart, on the other hand, is a very well-known name. It's something that a lot of people use. It's a consumer-facing company, and so retail will have likely at least some kind of a dynamic at play. We'll see where they price it and how retail participates, but it's another factor to consider as we kind of watch this one.
Oh, can't wait for next week. Leslie, talk soon. Leslie Picker this morning. Speaking of ARM, a number of chip names down today on this report that Taiwan Semi is getting nervous about customer demand, telling suppliers to delay delivery of some high-end equipment. You see AMAT, KLA, Lam, Intel is the worst performing Dow name, all in the red today, and not a great tape. We're back in a minute.
Dang, bro, it just gets quiet. It gets awkward when it's quiet, right? It's just crickets, not even crickets. I would prefer crickets. Yeah, just straight silence, bro. What the hell? Oh, there it is. First time chatter giving you the paper tray. Let's go, man. Good work, Smiley. Good work. Dead air is the worst. I didn't realize that. Your rooms would probably be very quiet if you didn't have. My room was very quiet without me talking. I was like, wow, that was crazy. Left alone. It wasn't too long. I was almost done. I just didn't, bad timing. Bad timing. Oh, the news ticker's not even up? Man, we're struggling today. But it's Friday. Oh, man, we're actually getting movement again. We're, still down, unfortunately. The only way today starts to suck if this is your morning move, and then we make some, stupid pop, and then it just, levels out. That's the only way this gets, bad. But if this keeps going, even if it's just one way down, I mean, you are getting a little bit more freedom of movement than we have seen at any other time. And you're at another level and potentially hitting the new low. Bonds are still holding up. When TD, do you lose the cost basis? I don't know. You might, but I doubt it because it's all within their same platform, It should be, but I don't know yet. That's what we're still, the drama of TD we're figuring out this week. We've had a 9% pay increase since 2007 at GM. The 40% demand is for the plants that make 40% less than the traditional employees. Oh, wow. Very good info. Thank you. U.S. judge says she will not order senior Justice Department officials to stay out of Google antitrust case, but thinks department should think about it. Uranium plays are all on the high. And then ARM is still 63. Wasn't this the high of yesterday? ARM in at 60, worth it to hold. I'm in at 50, and I said I wouldn't really buy until the low 50s again, but it just depends. I mean, right now it's day 2, so this is all just part of the IPO hype. It depends. Again, you had the opportunity to move around. I think it might go down below 60, pop up maybe above it, and do its thing, but really until we get through like actually trading. It's hard to say. This is IPO. Everyone's trying to figure out the price. I'm using the opening and I'm using, where a lot of the demand was, but a lot of demand wasn't at $60. So, I mean, you could feel comfortable about that, but at the same time, it's an IPO. Anything could change with it, and I'm sure there's still a lot of activity to come. Small base. Appreciate the input. I hope it helps. I'm still watching ARM. I think it's good. Like a lot of people were talking about how my man made it cheap and didn't try to like raise it up. And it, like I said yesterday, it's trading very, very, very orderly, which I could get behind. Okay. So you bounced right off the level. You did not hit a new low. Bonds are still up. The dollar came back a little bit, but it's like 5 cents off of what's it called? Consumer sentiment. But very interesting. It's a euro close in an hour. My goodness. Volume on SPY, damn, 22 million, pretty active. So I guess that's option expiration day for you. The market makers did a great job controlling the action on ARM, calm price action. I agree, because a lot of people don't realize that's why they get paid. That's their job. When Facebook IPO'd, a lot of people don't know this. Facebook was a very sloppy IPO. So Facebook IPO got crushed because how they like released it, and then their pricing, and then the day before, and then how they did everything. It just, if you don't price it and get it running off the jump good, it could be very bad. But if you ever want any insight, go read into Facebook's IPO story. That's definitely a fun, entertaining one that you could learn from. We were flushing prior, but then even after the consumer sentiment, we got a baby bounce, but that wasn't enough. I think it's just more bonds, currencies, the big rollover, and then a lot of the pressure from yesterday, and then even overseas now, and then leading us into a big week of Powell with the dollar very strong. Do we get the all-star team for 2K? I think we found a point guard. What was his name? I think his name was like Hooter Daddy 36 or something. We got a good point guard. We got Mikey in the game. I did awful yesterday. That's it, because I took one day off or something, and then now I'm a rookie now again. I'm awful. I did awful yesterday. Again, it's a lot. There's a lot of work yesterday. I took my 1 hour 50th birthday gift to me. Explain the correlation between bonds going up like stocks versus inflation. Dude, you've had 50 years to hear me explain that. And now you want me to give you that on your birthday gift? Let's just go to Vegas, bro. Come on. I'm not trying to. I can find the video. Somebody find him the video for his birthday. Nah, for the Chad? No. The Chad I gave the birthday gift was the ECB this week. That was the birthday gift, for real. But happy birthday, yeah. It was a couple days ago, man. My man hit the 50, baby. That's a mean response. Well, I think this is why I think Sarush would probably have a better relationship with me. I think Sarush understands my heart with that answer. I think Sarush knows I'm very excited for his birthday. But for me to, again, I think Sarush is the man, the myth, the legend. He knows, bro. He knows. Meet me in Vegas the 22nd. Man, why you want to go when they're all like messed up? Maybe. Like, is it a weekend? No, man. Why you want me to go to Vegas Sunday and Monday? Oh, no. Friday to Sunday. Okay, maybe. Oh, that's next weekend. All right, maybe. I'll let you know. But the co-real estate guys are going to get mad at me because if I go there and then I don't go to Vegas, but I don't think I can make the co-real estate. And then now I'm like, oh, man, we're going to see. I'm down. I'm down for Vegas other than the bonds. But no, because, again, we've explained the correlation a lot. Usually there's an inverse relationship between bonds and stocks. So like I'm saying, I can answer this question very easy up until 2020. Very simply, stock market goes up, bonds go down. Stock market goes up, bond yields go higher. Stock market comes down, bond yields go lower. All right, they usually go inverse of each other. Very, very simple. Bonds get bought up when the stock is selling off. When stocks are getting bought up, people sell off bonds. That's how it used to be. But after the pandemic, since we've done a lot of monetary policy stuff, there's a lot of differences. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just now sometimes there's the correlation, sometimes there's not. Pretty much there has been a 100-year or 50-year bull market breaking in the bonds. So that's why I'm not explaining past 2020. It'll take us 20 minutes and we have to talk about a lot of things. But in general, the correlation should be inverse. But some days in our recent times, it's not. And that is the difficulty and challenge of dealing with it. So I hope that's a good halfway answer for you. Because like I'm saying, I love to explain it, but it's going to take an hour. I know it, and I know myself, and I don't shut up, and I can't explain it without leaving some of it out. And then Chads are going to add great comments to it as well. And then we're going to go down the rabbit hole of why it's been different. But like I'm saying, I hope you understand the past, then familiarize yourself with what's going on now. But there is an element of, there's some things we can't explain now, but you have to combine both past and current knowledge to try to feel it out and see what's happening. I know, that's why I said Vegas, it is a bad time for Vegas. Unfortunately. See the Fed warning on bonds, high leverage, speculative trading? No. I heard something, but I don't know. Maybe it was worded different. And then is that the 10-year coming back up now? So 10-year is starting to, SPY's still dropping, but you're getting back up to the highs here earlier, and the dollar's trying to go down. Once the recession hits, bond cuts, the bonds will come back. They should. Maybe after pretty much we get to a normal monetary policy, and once we actually normalize, we will be able to see the bond stock correlation normalize as well and go back to what it was at one point. ON. I saw a couple. Was Macy's up today? Oh, that was yesterday. ON's running. That one's 1.1 at the high. Roblo's in the green. Again, Microsoft's like one of the worst on the Dow alongside of Intel. I don't know where MGM reports at, but their hotels are still not working. Maybe after the bell today. If not Monday. Imagine doing the Vegas hack on the F1. No, you can't. It wouldn't work. Geo has been on a steady ride. We were talking about that one yesterday. I don't know enough about it. The prisons. Why is their logo them with the world? Like you're a prison. Your logo makes me think you're trying to imprison the whole world. Y'all couldn't, I don't know, why didn't you put the O behind bars or something? You know what I'm saying? Why didn't they just put like bars in the O? Like, well, you see this logo, right? Am I tripping? And then we're coming down a little bit. That's Geo. I think all the ARM shares are sold. There's definitely some that are that have been traded back and forth, but for the most part, the volume does seem legit. Now it's just about pricing. So again, the demand was higher demand than, even it's going to keep continuing on from IPO, prices going up. So pretty much I'm waiting for demand to slow down and price to drop to see where it kind of rests when demand is lower now. But so far, 2 out of 3 of the criteria was there. Again, we're still in the IPO shares that are running, and that's it. But this is a very orderly, calm IPO. Let's see it. I told my buddy Vegas is down last night. It's the first time he heard of it. Yeah, I thought it was resolved, but then I've been trying to get stuff and I couldn't. Calling the markets bluff. You took this buy short, good baby, good. It's still interesting now. Again, the dollar. Ironically enough, this is just like the market kind of catching up to the dollar, but it's still pretty wonky. And this expiration day, I'm sure it has a lot still riding on it. KRE puts. Remember, Schwab today gave a third quarter update. They did awful. They have, usually it's 72 hours. So let me see. Where is it? Okay, they have one more. I thought it was 3 days. I was wrong. 4 days. So this is from SEC.gov. SEC adopts rules on cybersecurity. Securities Exchange Commission today adopted rules regarding registrants to disclose material cybersecurity incidents that experience and to disclose on an annual basis material information regarding their risk management strategy and governance. Whether a company loses a factory in a fire or millions of files in a cybersecurity incident, it may be material to investors, said Gary Gensler. Currently, many public companies provide cybersecurity disclosures. I think companies and investors alike, however, would benefit if the disclosures were made more consistent, comparable, and decision-useful way. Though through helping to ensure the companies disclose material, the new rule will require registrants to disclose the new item 10.05 Form 8K, any cybersecurity incident that they determine to be material, and to describe the material aspect of the incident's nature, scope, and timing, as well as the material impact or reasonably likely material impact on the registrant. Item 1.04 Form 8K will generally be due 4 business days after a register determines that a cybersecurity incident is material. Okay, so they have 4 days from yesterday. They didn't announce it was material till yesterday, and then it happened 2 days ago. So they might have till Wednesday or Thursday, business days. Yeah, so I thought it was 3. I don't know why people picked 4. 3 is a usual number. But yeah, it's 4 days. Caesars, pretty much once they say it's material, they have 4 days to file. So you have to you have an undisclosed time to determine when it's material, but once you say it's material, which MGM already has, then you have a 4 business day clock starting from there. It's like 3 or 4 days old, but they didn't say it was material until about like yesterday even, or 2 days ago. So it's actually been happening for a minute. SPDN. SPY's at a new low, man. We're still melting. It's just melting down. 44.71. So at least it's not 43, but man, oh man. Zero year-to-date chart looks gross. Oh. Yeah, man, the REITs, again, they held up so well before. It's like people were like, yeah, commercial real estate, nah, they're fine. And then all of a sudden, once rates start going up, they all got hit. And it's just so much time has gone on. That's what you got to realize. Like, real estate, people have been worried since the beginning of the year. And, like, people have been talking maturities, and now it's like, oh, shit. At the beginning of the year, if you had maturities in, like, 25 and 26, that was a couple years out, but like that's kind of the point. Another year has passed. So all of these REITs, all of these guys with debt now, if you thought you were going to be 1 year closer to refinancing, as we were about to enter into October, you might have just realized you're 1 year further from refinancing, which is kind of crazy. So that's why I think, again, that's why I say for all of the REITs now, everybody is, any one of these headlines, they're going to go crazy. I think commercial real estate has risk, but it's not going to be I don't think it's going to be as bad as what people think it will be, but it's not going to be like China, but it's going to be bad or it's not good. There's going to be some people who will pay for it very, very bad. But at the same time, I think there's going to be a good opportunity at the same respect. I own Airbnb, yeah. NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara first launched to the space station in a Soyuz rocket out of Russia. Can you explain mortgage refinancing in kids' terms? You borrow 5 Skittles from your friend when the Skittles are expensive. And then you borrow Skittles from your other friend when they're cheaper, and you pay back the old Skittles with the new Skittles, and now you just pay for the new Skittles, which are cheaper. Did that work? Like, you get it? You like, yo, the Skittles are like $10. Let me buy them. And then you buy them at $10. And then there's somebody else who had the Skittles for $1. So you owe 5 Skittles at $10. So then you go borrow 5 Skittles at $1 to pay back the 5 Skittles at $10. And now you only owe 5 Skittles at $1 when you first started out owning 5 Skittles at $10. So you refinance. You did the financing again. You did the same exact thing to pay back the old loan to get a better loan. Yeah, I would say it kind of works. I don't know. As far as Skittles and refinancing, I don't know if it's been done before, but there it is. So you're like, I don't eat Skittles anymore. Did you see the packaging? I understand. I get it. It's okay. I'm just for the analogy's sake. 44.69. Is that fraud? Skittle fraud? I'm not familiar with Skittle fraud. I don't know how it works. Taste the rainbow. Tesla. Yeah, just imagine if money was something you buy and sell with interest rates. It is. So, hey, man, Tesla's coming down to SPY all day. It's reversing yesterday. Remember yesterday, dollar and bonds, but bonds are still bad today. But even then, the dollar's still kind of climbing, though. You're actually back up now to the elevated level of yesterday. So that's it. I think the market needs to come down a lot more for the dollar to chill out, but dollar's fighting. Saudi plans to raise $11 billion in 2023's biggest EMEA loan. how the maturities will affect BlackRock and Blackstone. They're probably going to give the money. That's it. That's my theory. My theory, and it just makes a lot of business sense. But eventually, I think BlackRock, whoever needs the most maturities, they're going to provide the funding. But it doesn't. Not everybody is going to get BlackRock, first child treatment. But it's pretty much some of the prized possessions of BlackRock and real estate assets. If whoever holds it has issues, they will get. Yeah, they're going to bail them out, bro. Not by bail them out, I just mean they're going to let them refinance. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Usually, the point is you have to understand right now, the rates are too high. No one's going to refinance you. So why is somebody going to give you a loan cheaper right now? It doesn't make sense. So I think BlackRock will probably take up more equity from these companies and then allow them to refinance pretty much. So even though the rate's going to be higher, they're going to give them a lower rate by just pretty much packaging up their equity in return. That's my take. That's my belief down the line with commercial real estate or any of these companies with big maturities that need to be met. Walgreens. I'll see by the end of the month. Again, once we get our deposit, you'll be able to find it. Bro, SPY's just dumping right now, bro. You're going lower and lower. It's very calm. I don't know if I should turn on VWAP. I don't know if that is even VWAP. My E-Trade is messed up. But again, you're slowly moving down. Bonds are doing their thing. But, without yesterday or the last couple days cushion, this is starting to get pretty bad. So again, remember, yesterday you had the gap up. You've now filled yesterday's gap. We still need to fill this gap up here too, but now you have came back to yesterday's level. All of yesterday's been wiped out. I think even on the NQ too. It's getting ugly. Indeed. It's like ugly, but not really. But then really, this is 30 points from the open. And then a gap down of an extra like 10. So we've seen days like this. Again, they're just all of these 1% days or so. You're just unwinding it the day after. And then we don't get 1% unless we dropped 1% the day before. And then you run up and then you'll go a little bit more and then you'll unwind it. But again, the last couple of days, there's been a lot of factors to juggle. And even then, next week, and like we're talking about the expiration today, I'm sure by the end of the day, we're going to see something. And we may be surprised at what we're looking at right now. If I could use TOS if I leave Schwab, because that would just be for my long term. I would keep a trading account at TD Ameritrade or Schwab or whoever they want to call themselves. Quad witching. Yep. Quad or I thought it was triple. Don't quad witchings not exist anymore? They changed something. I might. I was thinking about it more yesterday, and I'm just in a weird. I want to look more into the forms. So really, I need to contact them, and I'm going to ask them. So I need to verify what's up with the forms. If it's easy, I'm down to stay. But at the same time, if it's going to require a lot of stuff for multiple accounts, it may just, again, I would probably be more comfortable with E-Trade, but as long as it doesn't trade too much. F350. So I have like an artist profile under Josh. I could release it, but it's going to take like 2 weeks. I was going to release it yesterday, but then if you release it anywhere else, it becomes a problem. There's a lot, man. There's a lot. It is still quad. That's good. Because I thought there was. I think they got rid of one. I don't know if it was single stocks or not. Who's to blame for this pathetic market? Europe. That's the thing. I mean, I think the last 2 days, or today and yesterday, were kind of funny. Just in general, like, we really want to move off of our own data, but like it seems like the rest of the world is kind of holding us hostage. Yeah, the euro's up even a quarter today. Guess was call heavy. It's been straight. It's like 40, 50 points. Again, we're at 4463. Watch 4457. If we can't hold the low of again, this level was bulletproof, but here on the expiration day, we're going to see, because at 4450, if you can't really hold this, then I think that's where the craziness happens. But this is all kind of crazy right now. Again, you're moving a little bit more active here, so keep this in mind. It's still all the currencies. Euro's up a quarter. Pound 0.11. Australia 0.01. JPY up a quarter. Yeah, so the dollar makes sense why it's strong there, or getting a little weaker, but it's still like holding up good. So you literally have euro and yen both getting weaker right now, but you're not getting, the dollar's only off by 0.1%. Yeah, 44.50. I think this could be, especially with the dollar now too. It's going to get interesting. Honestly, we might have an interesting Friday on our hands. U.S. envoy says Mexico energy dispute merits a formal trade panel. Your portfolio consists of 97% silver, 3% gold. Not a recommendation. I'm in party mode. You crazy, bro. You crazy. Why am I using the new charts? I'm not. This is TD. My E-Trade is like still broken. Anytime I refresh anything, it just gives me like a 5-minute candle delay. So it's like it's still the active price, but I don't see what's actually happening. It just gets rid of. So there's still some data, but it's just annoying. On the October theory, what's the October theory? I just think progress in terms of inflation, I don't know how that's going to play out, but October, we got to watch out. I mean, if we get around Powell and the rest of the world these next couple weeks, fine. The crazy part is that if we are able to do that, it's going to create I'm worried, or this is where I'd want to position for if the end of the year plays out like the beginning of the year. The bull trend. No, well, remember, it was just yesterday. Wasn't it just yesterday we were looking like it was, the NASDAQ looked like it was about to break out. Again, this is just day after expiration. SPY with another candle. Again, into the low. I don't know if my E-Trade's tripping out, but you're getting volume. But remember, you were like right up here now. You were getting closer to the top end. And then now after here, I mean, you're like back to the looking down from the August gulag. That candle's not going to be real. My E-Trade, again, is just whack. So here's the intraday chart. That looks more normal without the first crazy chart. 44.60 again. You went 44.74 to 44.60 in about 10 minutes. You've dropped 15 points. I don't know. You guys don't really feel it. It's just like these candles are big, but then these like 1 minute at a time, it's starting to add up. Again, NASDAQ's down 1.3. SPY is down 1% right now. Right down. Welcome to expiration. Today's volume is very high. Again, even by the first hour, we were looking at like 20 million, I think. Yeah, right now you're at 35 million with 30 minutes till Euro close. No, the volume is definitely sizey. I mean, it'll probably be higher than yesterday, maybe today, or maybe even bigger. It'll be a big volume day. It already is. VIX is on the moon. 6%. Let's see. But no, VIX is dramatically. Again, last time the SPY was even coming down here, like the August levels, VIX was at like 16, 17. So even the VIX is clobbered on all of this. So even if we go down right now, you won't even go down with volatility, if that makes sense. So the VIX is smashed comparative. The volume, I don't know. That one candle, I wouldn't fall for it, but just look at the daily volume. Is this the longest the yield curve has been inverted? I don't think the longest, but it's definitely a long amount of time. It's getting up there. But I think at other instances, you've gone a little longer than this. Again, at least in the 70s and other times. But I think for the modern era, for 2000 and beyond, this is the longest the yield curve, or it's approaching there. Everything that should have happened last 2 days is going to happen. Well, we'll see. Maybe if the dollar, but in a weird way, I think I could even push that logic into next week. So even if, depending on what the bonds and dollar does today, maybe we end up looking back by Monday, and then it's kind of just 1 day lag. But next week does have a lot of big things. Happy birthday, Mr. Answers. It's not my birthday, but thank you. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you. Stop. Happy birthday to anybody else, too. We had a couple. Sarush's birthday. I'm surprised. No more September birthdays. Alone in my F-350. The video 442. Um, 4462. Again, one more. I guess it's 10 more points for the next level, but legitimately, 15 minutes, bro. We've already moved 15 points. So it doesn't. I don't know what it looks like to you. I think you can kind of feel it, but it's just gradual. But all of this is compounding into a literal 1%, 1.3% downside move in the first hour and a half. I'm the 28th. Got some early B-Day money. Let's go, baby. Let's go. You turned 26 on Monday. Oh, man. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to all the birthdays out there. It's not my birthday, but that's good, man. You get another year of the long term. Another year of the long term. Happy birthday answers. It's not my birthday, but honestly, wish a birthday to the people who have the birthdays. You know what I'm saying? What do you think of CYBN and Numi? Are they weed-related plays? Otherwise, that's my first thought. It's not 1.3. You have to take into account the SPY X Divi. Oh, you're right, actually. But I was saying 1.3 on the NASDAQ, but honestly, very good point about the SPY X dividend. I think that's actually a very great point. The automakers were down in the morning, and then we got scammed, bro. They were down like one and some change, and then they did their thing. They just bounced. So they're coming down now, actually. So they were down really, really bad, or I guess 1.7 to 2, and then they popped up, and now they're starting to sell off. But for the most part, Tesla should be up, and they were, but then they sold off 2 in the morning. Very, very weird morning day. Are you serious? So a friend of mine who plays video games on PC said he lubes his keyboard. Is it me, or is that something weird that PC gamers do? I've never heard that in my life, bro. honestly, in most instances, unless it's a door with WD-40, if you ever approach me telling me you lube anything, I'm not really like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, all right, man. But that's not, nah, do your thing, bro. Do your thing. There's not too many things that like that you're gonna use that for. So nah, man. Yeah, that was a Twitch comment. The next comment, he said, how many of your lives changed after trading? That's a pretty good question. I think it depends. I think everybody's life changes after trading. It's either really good, really bad, depending on if you join a cult and get exposed to other things. I feel like you have different life changes, but just depends. Just depends. That's a good question. I think everybody. I don't know. Here's change for the worst. So I'm saying, I mean, a change is a change. I don't think they said good or bad. I waste more time at work. I've learned so much. It got worse, but then really good. It wakes you up to the world. Trading taught me money ain't real. Changed after long term and 10%. Opened my eyes to how money works. Mikey. Mikey's one of our 2K players. Look at Jamar and Mikey right next to each other. Look at you guys. I love you guys. God bless you. LT. I was into casino until I got into stocks. I was mad no one else taught me about the money multiplier. More patience with my life and everything. My life remained the same, just now part of the cult. Do I think the sell-off's done? No, I think, I like the data in the morning, but dollar and bonds are negative, so it's a trip. I think we're going to get more. I think the real move is going to happen at the last hour. We're going to do something in the next hour here, but then it's just going to chill until the final hour. But I think this is just expiration day and getting in our way. Numi Psychology, CYBN is Adelia Therapeutics. I would have to look into them. So any medical plays, I usually just play them off of their drugs, or if they have any like approvals and, consistent or a solidified competitive advantage. Be like, I don't trade long-term, didn't change anything yet, but I'm trying to have patience. What do you do for preparing next week? How do you wind down? I go have fun on the weekend. I go hang out with my family. I take my girlfriend out. I play some 2K. I read my Bible. I watch some movies. I go do any other real estate work if it's not too stressful. And that's it, usually. And then I'm ready to go. And then by Sunday, I'm looking up the market and everything else and ready. And then usually by Sunday night, I'm excited to see what's going to happen on Monday. It's crazy. Another 10 towards the 350. Help my man get the 350. The donation's not the problem, man. I'm still trying to convince the girlfriend I need a F350. Let's see. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Let's slow down. What time, man? It's 8:12. Bro, it's moving super slow. And then ARM, NVIDIA's down. I think, again, everything I believe is 50-50. I'll give you a breakdown now. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh, I could get Mexico numbers. That's crazy. Oh, I can't get Europe. Wait, I can. Oh, no way. I didn't know this. I have all the names for even, what's it called? Europe. So even ASML is the worst in Europe right now. Sorry, I got distracted. Lurking Bear, baby. God bless you. What's up, man? Y'all showing mad love today, man. Let's go. Oh, nah. I hope you know I love you all, man. For real. Loving the vibes lately, bro. It's been great. It's been great, even without the donos, man. So please, let me do something for y'all, man. Let me do something for y'all. Let me get you some info or something. I don't know, unless you want to watch me play 2K or something. I got you, bro. But God bless you, man. Even then, like I said, bro, a lot of people even been positive too. Again, I've seen people, who have chosen to be negative, and just it's been cool to watch you chill out, man. And I'm glad that we've got to see some some more eye to eye with a lot of things. So it's beautiful. Like I'm saying, everyone, you guys are being nicer to each other. Again, a little mad about politics here and there, but no, it's beautiful, man. That's it. So I appreciate you, man. Keep it up. We could talk about a lot too, and that's why I'm saying, even play-wise, there is opportunities, but just keep in mind, all of these events, the big dog is going to be next week, but, in this marketplace, it's a lot of craziness. This is just always crazy, so I think we're going to have a lot of opportunities, but, I got to avoid the bad ones. But God bless you. Is bashing JB negative in the chat? I think it's just simple. There's some jokes about anybody and everything that are like funny, but then there's sometimes people just I don't think they're saying the joke to be funny. I called someone out on that and they didn't. I was right. They said a joke, but and they brought up another group of people, but I was like, dude, I don't think you're trying to make fun of it. I think you're trying to say something. You know what I'm saying? So just, like I'm saying, as long as it's just try not to be hateful. I hope it's funny. Again, I'm not really I'm just really good at the Biden voice. I think it's funny when I have something actually really funny to show you. I have a bunch of George W. Bush clips today that I would love to share with you. You know what I'm saying? It's funny stuff, especially just certain things, but it's never I don't wish harm upon people. And at the same time too, it's just certain lines. So like I'm saying, just try to keep it in a realm, be funny, have fun with it. But there is a realm where you start to veer into real darkness. You know what I'm saying? Just I don't like the dark comments, versus hopefully there's a difference between humor and just, even if it's dark humor, I don't even think. It's just sometimes it's just dark, bro. It's dark. Now watch this draft. Shame on you. Nah. I was shameful for myself before you told me. And the shame led me to the Lord, my Savior. So amen. That's why. It started with me. But no, that's why. Your brother will never tell you. He will remind you if it's a brother who sharpens you. Like iron sharpening iron. Amen. Amen. Here's a little love. Appreciate the vibe. Bro, Mikey, I'm supposed to be getting you some VC. And Battleboard too, baby. Oh, it's a Friday. Let's go, baby. Now, you guys are just even getting the horn. No warning. I'm sorry. It's too much hype. It's too much hype. Bond's kind of moving up. SPY a little bit off of the bottom. We'll see how long this lasts. Intel coming up. That's one of the Dow worst performers. Still 1.3 on the NASI, 0.92 on the SPY. Yalla. Is the merch reward gone forever? Oh, I don't know. We'll bring it back. Oh, I'll talk about it in a little bit, but Father Edgar, baby! Horna! Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Father Edgar, how many sons? How many sons have Father Edgar? Do you guys hear it? I am one of them. So are you. So let's just praise the Lord. Father Edgar, how many sons? How many sons had Father Edgar? I am one of them, and so are you. So let's just dump the stocks. Rate hike, rate cut. Edgar is the man. God bless all the Chad. Let's go. Are you kidding me, Edgar? Edgar, I have a question for you. Oh, Dan too, baby. God bless you. Oh, Dan. Oh my gosh, Dan. Stop, Chad. Stop, Chad. I'm gonna leave in like 40 minutes for like 10 minutes, but don't be showing me this love when I'm about to abandon you for 10 minutes. Okay? It's making me feel more guilty. You know, Horna. I love you, Dan. God bless you. Wow. Hey, Edgar, but I got a question for Edgar, and thank you all, man, for real. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Maybe we do something. Oh, PXL, baby. Blessing the Chad. Wow. Edgar, what's your name on Twitch? Do you have a Twitch, Edgar? By chance, do you have a Twitch? No, I don't. Oh, this is a very. Oh, damn it! Are you serious? It was really you? Oh my God, Twitch! It was really him. Holy shit! It was really him. Wow, God bless you. God bless you, bro. Man, PXL. Thank you, LV. Even the members popping up. God bless all of you. Dan, Edgar, Business, Battleborn, Mikey, Lurking Bear. Thank you all. I hope you guys are having a wonderful Friday. Let's make it. We still got to finish up Friday, so we still got time to make it a good one. Amen. Let's just praise the Lord. Josh playing detective. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure because I was shocked. I didn't know the blessings of Father Edgar followed us wherever we went. And that's it. And I said I was honored, in the name of Edgar or not. But I was just like, wow, it really was him. It's crazy. LV Chunk and Holla, let's go. Let's make some gains. We can, but I mean, again, I don't like forcing things. And literally every play, even if I've seen it be a good play or I like it, the market is not in my... It reminds me of 2K. If you watched me play 2K yesterday, I was really good at every other 2K play. You've seen it hit, but like at one point, when those shots don't start hitting, I'm like, bro, I need to pass the ball. I don't need to shoot it right now. You gotta get something on there. So the market is not... This is not a fun market, and that's what I mean by that. In the sense that legitimately, it does nothing, and then if you do grab something, you could get taken out 4 or 5%. So. That's why I keep getting suckered back into it. But that's where I'm also, at the same time, slow it down. We got to slow it down. I'm going to slow the game down. But that's it. And then, again, that's why I was even talking. Like, the Netflix one annoys me because I'm going to cut out that one. If I do cut it, it's because I wanted to average bigger on my rollover. But now I'm like, look at that. One little day trade. It's the same thing, but that's what you get for the speculation. So, I mean, that's at least how I feel towards it, but I definitely slow the game down because this isn't just, it's an interesting market, to say the least. It's fun if you drank the Kool-Aid. Oh, no, it's fun if you have a long term. The long term is up. Still to this day, the long term is great. It's still year to date from January till today. It's made a sizable return back, but it's like the trade, you're better off doing nothing. Again, unfortunately, if it makes me feel like a schmuck because interest rates are 5%. Now, thankfully, I put a lot of money into interest rates at the beginning of the year, but it's like, dude, you gotta really look at it just in the sense that right now you buy long term and sit. That did everything you wanted, right? You bought cash, let it sit. You were sitting there. That's it. Like you got everything you wanted. So. I feel, and I want to look for my macro plays, but at the same time, until this thing starts picking up and moving, we're kind of at the mercy of whatever the market maker wants. But it's just slow. It's like slow and fast at the same time. And if the direction doesn't move, we're just getting chopped around, and then you're getting charged. But there has been a couple of big movers here and there. That's why I was saying, like, you'll get them, but also at the same time, like, you might have to pay for them on the ones you miss, unfortunately. So it's not as clear cut. But a day like today, I'm still feeling a big move by the end of the day. But right now, it's just going straight down regardless of the data. So we'll see. Maybe a news event will be the play of the day, or otherwise, maybe something does change and give us a good idea coming into Monday. But I'm really thinking after expiration, it does its thing. You're Turkish and I talk fast. My bad. I feel like I talk slow when I'm tired in the morning. Like again, this morning was a struggle there. You could have heard it, and I was like slower. But usually, like I feel like if I talk slower, I just don't even talk in the same way. I don't know how to do it, man. I need to slow it down. I can't without like sounding like I'm really, really slowing it down. I just brah, brah. Stop ignoring you. I don't think I saw anything from you, brother. Commas, bro, and pauses. Yeah, but like, I mean, I can if you would like. 5 to 7 second rule, I think. Was that 35 minutes till you're. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The Turkish coffee, the shay. Shy. Oh, now you're saying that they might want to push. Let me see. So hold on. It might be 9:30 now. Let me double check. That's good. What do you look up for the stock market? Oh, who do I look up to from the stock market besides Warren Buffett and Robert K? I mean, I don't know if I look up to those. I like Warren Buffett a lot. Benjamin Graham is another one that I love the man. Again, I've learned a lot from Intelligent Investor. I do like Kramer. I don't know if back in the day he did a lot, but I have one you're not going to like, George Soros. Yeah, I do. I think George Soros. I like him as a human being, not at all. But as far as what he's done financially and like his knowledge of the world and money, I would say Soros. I know you're going to call me all sorts of things, but I mean, again, breaking the pound in 1993, that could go. That is something I've always been fascinated by. I like Ray Dalio as well too. An evil mastermind POS. Again, I respect his knowledge. Like I said, you ask me who I look up to, right? If I was like, oh, I want to be like that, like, right? It's like, I don't want to be like him as a person. I choose other people for that. But like, as far as what he knows about how money works, I want to know what he knows. You know what I'm saying? I want to, that's something I look up to. But like I'm saying, as far as that, there's not too many people again, finance is just really the OGs. Bernie Madoff. But that's the thing. Bernie Madoff was just a scammer. Bernie Madoff didn't know anything. That's where, again, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, George Soros has a knowledge and an education of certain things. He knows how certain things operate, literal fixed exchanges and the breaking of it. It's not like he just came up with an idea, talked to people, and gave them 15% back, George Soros is, he has an interesting story himself, but it's just like what he did with, like, he broke central banks he was doing plays on finance and currency when the monetary system was being developed. It's wild. So I agree. Yeah, like I've told you guys the other day, you don't have to like someone to learn from them. Again, the universal truth is that George Soros knows money. Whether you like him or hate him, that's that's up to you, dog. That's up to you. RBT sounds familiar. Next 20 minutes. It might. Well, hold on. I need to send an email that they're trying to push to 9:30 now. Again, this is why I was late in the morning this morning. I was just doing calls and they're just it's different time zones and it's fucked. So I sent an email. Stone it. George Soros was the OG Ken Griffin. He wasn't even doing the market makers, man. It's wild. All right. PayPal above 65? Really? No shit. That's kind of good, no? Yeah, PayPal actually came right back up. That's like, wait a minute. Am I tripping? That's higher. Oh, no. I went to 75, then it dropped on earnings. But yeah, no, they're doing pretty good. I'll accept it. High tickers kind of move in, but then low ticker is also getting some activity. There's a lot of things moving around. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. You look up to me? Wow, thank you. That's what I'm saying. I mean, the people I just told you, I have not done anything as great as them. So I hope I can motivate you to buy real estate early, buy stocks early and hold them and become an owner, but there's a reason why I picked those guys on my list, cuz that's where I'm aiming for and I've learned from them. But at the same time, man, I've always told people, how many of you remember this? People have asked, they're like, who's your role model? Like, who do you look up to? Honestly, bro, don't look up to anybody. Look up to yourself. I encourage all of you to really unlock and understand the power that you possess as an individual. And literally, like, that's what you should be looking up to, like, for real. Because I told you, man, people are all going to fall short, and you're going to learn from people. And I'm not saying not to take advantage of the other people that God has put on this earth, so that we could enrich each other. But at the same time, make sure you always, you got to put yourself up on your own little pedestal to make sure it's like, that's what it is. Yeah, even like people close to you too, looking up to your dad. That's a good one as well too. Anything. I mean, there's certain things, but make sure you put yourself in that category and put yourself in your own list and make sure you can motivate yourself as well too. Because that's what it always is. Because like I told I like Allen Iver. I have really weird role models in life. But like I said, I've just, it's always been different. I've just always picked something else. And I've kind of always wanted to do things my own way. And I think a lot of you guys are like that too. And I want you to run it. 833. SPY's barely moving again. A, Watt, Matt, and Bio on the high, but low ticker is just pumping on the way down. LYV, Suave, and then Vinda. Yeah, a little bit of both. Ford, I don't know, bro. The Ford stuff and GM, they both went up after the bad news, and then Tesla gapped and sold. Ford is running actually a little bit more now into the high. All right. When capitulation? I don't know. We'll see. A is on the high. I think maybe after Powell. Whoa, A is running. Agilent. Like really, really running. Bro, A is up 1.6. Still popping. Literally ticker A. That's it. Nothing else. That looks like $2, but it's about 2%. Fat pop. That's big. 2% in one candle is not small. I'm checking news on it. I'm not finding anything. Yeah, you're still going again. 2.2 now. Check the options. I saw someone say snake the chain. Look, I'm looking for news, but go through that right now. Agilent, September 12th. They had a resolution last week. Again, it's a biotech. I think they don't even have any... what is this? Not disclosed material, biosciences. Resolution Bio develops and commercializes next generation sequence-based oncology. You snaked it? Good. If you hit that, that could have been nice. That's what I'm saying. That's a fat pop. That's not small. So, like, when you get, like, remember, everyone's like, big pop, but, like, that's in the middle between, like, buyout rumor and not. But 2.5% in one candle ain't no joke. The flat candles are broken, yeah. So, like, when it goes flat, it's broken. Everything else is legit. Again, Agile, let me check if they have an event. There has to be an event then at this point because there's nothing else. Agilent. No, they don't have anything. No event, no conference. They had earnings not too long ago. That's crazy. So Agilent's running. I got a stream alert out. I don't have any news on it, but we got it here like halfway through, but it took a fat candle on that last one. You snake, that's what I was saying. Good. If there was enough time and nobody knows what's happening with it. So if there's no headline behind it or anything, and it's 4% now. Now it's starting to look like they're selling a unit or takeover. Again, this is just my opinion. But once you start moving that big, that quick, there's something meaningful happening. Green, thanks for the call out, cha-ching. I hope so, man. That's why I wish I was able to give you more info on it, because especially if we know what's happening. But wait, because that means if it's moving now, chances are you guys you snake the chain. Good. That's what I'm saying. Usually, if I'm not looking for the news right away, that's the time to snake the chain. So, either we got to switch off back and forth, but that one worked. Just in general, though, that one, it's going to make another move, though. Just wait for it. Because now if it's moving like that with no news, we're going to find out what it was in 5 to 20 minutes and then go from there. puts might be trapped there. So there you go. That was a play. I mean, I didn't play it, but for those of you looking for plays, like I said, they show up when they show up. But that was just news pop. I said look for the snake because it might have been there. Because, again, we got it very early, but I don't even know it's happening yet. So, GG, if you got it. If not, I mean, I think these are going to be the type of moves we're going to get today. It's just going to be random poppers. I don't see anybody lined up for an event today. So, we'll just go from there. That's crazy. Red Day down only 0.31 on what? Bro, Agilent is still 5% now. That has to be a buyout. Let me check this, bro. Oh, that's not the 12th. So they agreed to sell Resolution Biosciences. This was yesterday. But I don't know if there's any more details. It could be related. Again, like I said, they're moving like they're selling something. So there was a report yesterday on it, but other than that, I think that's the best clue we could have. Like, otherwise, they just moved TMOs as sympathy. And then Spies just chilling at the bottom. Let's see. We're chilling. All right. First candle down on Agilent. I don't have anything on it. I'm dry. Only thing reaching, they said they're going to sell something yesterday, but that's it. Snake in the chain, baby. Let's go. It could have been 2,000%. That's good, man. If you got it, you got it. That's all. Like I'm saying, man, that's how it is, bro. That's how it is. If you hear it, I'm glad. Again, because I remember last time we had news like this in the last couple days, someone said snake the chain, and we looked, but it was like a little too late. But that's why my first thought was just look, just in case. I'll go check the news. I'm not trying to gamble on them, but you know, if we get it that quick and see. But that one was just a very outsized move. That 2.5% candle hooks you up. Today's my 6th birthday with the cult. Long-term in real estate changed my life. I need to thank you for paving the way. Bro, thank you for all of the years, all of the smiles, the watch list. You know, I'm not talking about me. You, Mav, I made a watch list. You, Matt, had the watch list. We watched him grow. We watched him get married. We watched him take over Canadian real estate. Oh, and I love you, bro. God bless you. That's crazy. 6, baby. Amen. Amen. You, Matt, watch this. Goated, bro. Goated. My boy, you mad? Woo! You missed calling out Euro close. Oh yeah, huh? Is that where we bounced? So like we said, if we start moving up here, we spend an hour up, chill out. Maybe the real final move happens towards the end of the day. Oh my man, I mean 2 hours. It's kind of moving by quick. Agilent and Exact Sciences agree to terms of sale for resolution. That's from yesterday. So I have that headline from 3 days ago. That headline hit 3 days ago. Okay. All right. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. So don't worry. I don't think I have to leave till 9:30. We're pushing everything back there. They needed a schedule. So I will come back after this. BRB.
Into this introduction with Dyson hairdryers. That apparently is the most important feature here. Walk-in closets, bathrooms lined with honey onyx marble. It's an impressive, impressive hotel. It's the first of many what people are calling ultra-luxury hotels that are going to be arriving in London over the next few years. And Clement Kwok, Hong Kong and Shanghai Hotels CEO, joins us now. The company, of course, behind this hotel. Welcome to Bloomberg.
Good afternoon.
This has been a long time in the planning. Talk me through what impact being in London is going to have and why we are now suddenly seeing London attracting so many, of which you are the first, of these ultra high-end hotels.
Well, thank you. First of all, I should explain that our company focuses on being a long-term owner-operator of hotels. We focus on a small number of cities around the world, which are basically the most important cities. We're in places like Tokyo, New York, Shanghai, Hong Kong, Paris. So, of course, London has been a logical extension of our group for a long time. We've actually been looking for a hotel in London for 35 years, but we're very fussy about finding the right location. And eventually, we signed a deal with Grosvenor in 2013 for this incredible location, which is right on Hyde Park Corner. So, this is not part of a wave, as it were. It's part of a long-term strategy where we want to own and operate some of the most special hotels in the world. And we don't do so many. There are only 12 Peninsula hotels around the world, but we're focused to try and make them exceptional.
So, Clement, it just feels that the UK in particular, it's losing a lot of its allure as sort of the finance capital. We've seen a lot of listing of UK companies actually come to New York. It's also being hit with growth issues, Brexit issues, and inflation issues. So I'm curious as to why now the UK makes a good place.
Yeah. Well, I believe there's always a place for super luxury. If you have an outstanding product, there will be an audience for it. And I have to say, we've only been open for 3 days, but we're seeing that, a real buzz in the lobby and the restaurants, people coming to the rooms and so on. And London...
You think I'm going to miss it?
You
think I'm going to miss it? Are you kidding me? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, it's here. It's here. Oh my goodness. Horn. Peach Nation, happy Friday. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry, give me a second there. Hold on, I'll be right back still. Oh my goodness. Oh, the Peach is beautiful, glorious.
Have a super luxury hotel like this, you will find competition. And so rather than focus on the competition, I'd like to focus on our own strengths. As I said, we own and operate. We're investing for 100 years. We put a lot of investment, a lot of time and effort into designs and details and so on of the hotel. Love to show you around if you can come around and look at what we've done. And, we have to have the courage of our own product.
Well, to that point then, give me some insight. Okay, for 3 days it opened, that's great, and you're definitely seeing that demand and the buzz. Generally, in terms of demand, 2023 was just a stellar year for travel, that revenge travel that people thought was going to end earlier. What's your visibility into that for the next 6 months?
we believe that in terms of global travel, there is a long way to go in terms of recovery. There have been pockets of recovery here and there. But as I said, we do believe that luxury will continue to be in demand. And, remember, we're investing for 100 years. If you invest for 100 years, there are going to be ups and downs. If you don't have the staying power to go through those ups and downs, you will not be in the business of long-term investing. So I think the most important is to have a great location, to create a really outstanding product that you maintain and improve and maintain that quality, and hopefully over time you can be very sustainable.
Sustainable is an interesting word. Has travel changed, though, before and after the pandemic? Has luxury travel changed before and after the pandemic?
Well, there have been changes in terms of demand in different areas.
But what people want and how people perceive the product?
To me, the fundamentals of what people want have not changed.
Right.
It is things like space, attention to detail, personalization, relationships with, between the hotel and the customers, and, just the whole service that you can provide. Now, of course, how you execute those services can change over time. For instance, it has become more digital. You do marketing in a certain way. You have devices. By the way, we're very advanced in technology in our hotels. So in the hotel room, you can control everything from the technology that we have in the hotel rooms. So these are all, if you like, how you execute that luxury. But the fundamentals, I believe, remain the same. It's the relationship that matters most.
Clement, before we let you go, where are you going to go next? Where's the next spot?
Well, we've opened also in Istanbul earlier this year. It's a fantastic location right on the Bosphorus and actually overlooking the old town as well. That's 3 historic buildings and a new one.
Well.
That's a special place too. So please come and have a look at that too. Beyond that, we haven't decided where to go next.
Okay, Clement, thanks so much.
San Diego.
For the walk, Hong Kong.
I want to go. That sounds fun. All right, Chad. All righty. You said, I don't know if he has 100 years left. Damn, bro. And then Agilent, again, bro. GG, if you guys, BioMarin, I feel like some other people are going up. Again, Exact Sciences, it's related to that deal. But that was like the first big action here. Again, that's a 6% move. You got it at 1%, man. That was the beauty. Redfin, more real estate dying. I mean, I have been seeing price cuts. I don't know. I've been seeing some real estate price cuts. Zillow's even down. Again, all real estate is just destroyed here today. Again, even the bonds, they're taking the pain. Yeah, Mr. P. Oh, I caught the peach, man. It was beautiful. Yeah, I didn't miss my free throws yesterday in 2K. I did awful, though. I was awful, man. I needed to step it up. I'm about to meet with this seller. I sent you the property yesterday. Wait, I didn't see it, man. I was just swamped with shit. Did you send it to Trading for Journey? Wait, I see Nikki Bowen. Let me run this real quick. Well, let's go, man. Get it. I mean, tell her, obviously, see what it's worth and make sure you're able to help her. But if I could get you an offer in, I will. Oh, how much does she want? It seems nice. What the hell? I don't like it. 2K, it's on the Twitch. I need to pin the Twitch link. But that's the best way to hit it. They didn't give a number yet. Okay, well, let me know. Because if it's on the list, pretty much you could tell her you have a buyer if she wants it quick. But if it is in that area, especially even if it has a view, she'll get top dollar. So if she wants to sell it fast, you tell her you have a buyer. But, if she's down to wait the 30, 45 days, I think it'll probably sell for like high 8s. Yeah, the area is very nice. I think we're going to play 2K after hours today. I don't know if you planned for it, but I did. We go have our Bible study, but I'm just saying though, we are gonna play some. About my home for sale in Isle. Is that you? Oh, was that you? I forgot. I wanted to mention that one. I was going to tell Cole Real Estate. Yeah, there's an interesting deal. That's you? I didn't know that. Oh, man, nice. I didn't know you were a 3-year badge holder. That's awesome. So good. I had no idea who was messaging me, but somebody messaged me and they were like, I got this house. I don't know how I even saw it. It was on my Instagram. I was just on there and I saw it and I was like, bro, it was a beautiful house. And I was just like, he was like, I want to sell it. And I was like, listen, man, if your mortgage is at 3%, I was like, don't sell it to me. Because I was like, you just rent it. See if you can. But then he gave me a great idea because it was his idea. He said it's a VA loan. And pretty much there's a fellow Chad who has a house, a custom house in Texas on a 3.75% mortgage. And he wants to sell it. I told him not to, but he still wants to sell it. He tried to sell it to me. I said, don't even sell it to me. But here's his genius idea. It is a VA loan, so it is fully transferable to another veteran. So if there's any veterans out there who want to buy a house from a Chad at a fair price, because even if you buy it from him at market value, you could take his interest rate, which is half of what the current rate is right now. So that means even if you bought the house as, I think it's like 6 or 7, it's like your mortgage rate's going to be as if it was a $400,000 house. Don't they need the cash? They don't know. They assume the mortgage. You just need to qualify. So if you qualify for a VA loan, you could do it. Well, listen, I mean, you got to realize like this is some real Chad shit right here. Because like I said, I didn't know. He reached out to me from another account. I thought it was just a random individual. And I said, don't sell me this house. You should keep it. And they said, I'm a veteran. And they were like, well, okay. He said, if you have any Chads who are veterans, I would love to make a deal. So I said that would actually make a lot of sense. I still think he should keep it and rent it out, but he's down to do it. And like it's saying, if you're a veteran and you qualify and you're trying to get a house in this area, there's another Chad who could hook you up on the mortgage right now. So I think it's a cool offer. If it's in Isle, Texas, AZLE, I'd probably just butchered the name. That's a new startup trying to facilitate assumable loans. It could be, but like I'm saying, I'm not trying to make money on this. Nobody is. If anything, the cult real estate agents or whoever we refer to close the transactions, they'll get whatever payment and they'll probably be paid low if it's all in-house. You know what I'm saying? So it just really, honestly, shout out to Ryan, bro. He's really offering somebody a great deal. He wants to sell his house. He wants to take the money out of it. And if you qualify for a VA loan, I mean, you could take over, which is great. So it's a cool opportunity, man. Just like I'm saying, you know, a lot of love and helping out in the Chad could lead to that. So thank you, Ryan. No, yeah, it's a good one. So email me. I'll put everybody in touch if you want. I mean, that's literally what I do. So tradingfraternity@gmail.com. If you're a veteran and you're it's in AZLE, Texas. Azle, Texas. Azle. Azel or Azel? Azel. I've heard of Azel. I just don't know how to read. And it's a house. It's beautiful. I'm telling you. My first reaction was don't sell it. Whether I knew the man had a 3-year badge or not, I wouldn't have sold it. But again, he has a plan. He's already, you know, he's a Chad. He's ran through it. And again, it makes a lot of sense for him to get top dollar, and then he could get top dollar, and whoever assumes that mortgage, they're going to walk away with a house dramatically cheaper just on the monthly payment, which is crazy. Let's see. Netflix still dumping. If you have another current VA, you can't though. I'd be interested, but if you can't, I don't know. You can get more than one VA loan. They have restrictions, but honestly, at this time though, I think a veteran who hasn't bought a house yet should buy this. Because like I'm saying, it's just a good deal. There's just no way around. Even if you buy it at market value, unless you want to wait 2-3 years, there's nowhere else you're going to get a 3% mortgage right now. So, but if you already got a crib, I feel you. But I would look into it if you're interested. But I do think this is ripe for a first-time home buyer, veteran Chad. And John, email me, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I'll put everything in order or get you guys all working. No, he's selling it for the price it's worth. He's going to sell the house for whatever it comps at compared to the neighbors. So I don't buy houses like that because I want to buy it cheaper. That's why I told him I'm not your buyer, especially if you want to take advantage of the profit that you have and you need to sell it at a higher price. I'm not it. But what he's saying is that he could sell the house at the current price, but he could give somebody the low mortgage. So the deal is on the mortgage. And that's why it's just like, if you really wanted to live there, get in there. Again, 0 down payment with a VA loan too. You would just assume the loan. And it's it's like 2.7 or 3.7. It's something very low. Yeah, so the new buyer would assume the loan if they're a veteran, because he's a veteran and you could transfer it to a veteran. And then that way, this house is it's 3.25%. It's crazy. I'm telling you, it's God bless his soul if he's willing to do it. Like, I'll show you. So where is it? Yeah, the down payment stuff, that again with the equity, it gets a little different, but right off the top, there's something you could do with this. I'm just telling you, it's that more, especially like in normal ones, the VA is a lot better, but like they don't like it when you transfer mortgages, especially with the rates now. But that in and of itself is it's pure value sitting there. If you're impatient, I mean, if you want to wait, it depends. But all I'm trying to show you is like, where are we at right now? So let's just say the house is $650,000, right? The payment would be at 7.2% interest, $5,600 a month. You lower that thing to 3.2, you're down to $4,000 a month. So you're saving $1,600 a month in monthly payments, almost 50% higher. So that means it's even easier to qualify for it, anything. But again, there is some of the caveat with everything else, with the equity and all that. But it's wicked to think about. That's at the value. Obviously, he has a different value, and then there is equity. So there's more things to work out. But it's definitely, I rarely find people willing to do that. That's all. Most it's either the bank or the seller. They're not willing to do that. Either the bank doesn't want to do it because they're like, fuck you, why are we going to give you that? And they're difficult, or the seller usually doesn't want to wait. You know, the seller usually wants their money. Why are they going to wait for you to do a mortgage transfer and do more work? They just want their cash and go home. So, yeah, email me, I give to you. Let me see the levels after I go pee. Yeah, sure. I forgot. The E-Trade, I'm kind of getting used to it now. Not working good, but this one's pretty good. We get a view. I think we're just going to do Friday. Again, I would think every Friday played out like this. Let's see. Remember last Friday, nothing. This one we actually moved big. Remember last Friday, again, we started off low. We dropped, held. Last Friday, big moves, then you just ramped up. So maybe something like this or something like this, these last 2 Fridays, or 2 Fridays before the last one. We're going to get some Barbie. I will, bro. I was looking at that. Hell yeah. Let's go, man. I'm very excited. And thank you again, bro. We'll see what we could turn into this. And if not, like I said, if you rent the house still, I'm still team rent, bro. I'm still team rent, but definitely I hope we could find something cool with this. I wouldn't be doing anything. Neither would our mortgage. That's it. All we're doing is just putting people. The only activity that would be required would be the real estate agents. That's it. And I'm not. I don't have any. We have the cool real estate agents in Texas, but I'm not a Texas person. So that's it. We're just connecting everybody, Literally, even just like the Bitcoin shit or anything else, I'm just putting people in. Don't forget about me, you know, and that's it. It's just, you know, I love. But then again, I think it's for the greater good. I just genuinely think it's for a good purpose. APLS. My goodness. Can we get levels? I just had them up there. But pretty much the low level that I'm worried about, 44.54. I think if we break here, we could really flush. We kind of got a break there, but 44.73 to the upside, 44.80, and then 44.93, then 4400, and even 44.98 where we opened today. My goodness. Love the Chad. Indeed. The hotel. Are you guys talking about that Bloomberg thing? That was a little earlier ago. What was it? Was it the Mandarin Oriental? Mm. 2 years to at my company. They don't even care. Well, listen, man. When you reach 2 years on your badge, I'm gonna go crazy on the horn. That's the best I could offer you. But get a long term too, and I love you. It's okay. It's okay, baby. I appreciate you, man. It's cool. Business. You got the long term. You added O2, so you're not scared of the commercial real estate. That's good. If you've never gotten it before, and I think the talk we had yesterday, you know, it's either you buy when the tide turns and it becomes more expensive, or you buy now when the risk is still apparent. And that's just kind of the juggling we got to do. PTCT, didn't they have something? And then Agilent's going down. PTCT, I don't know if they were part of a deal or they were the one that failed today. There was Iova as well. I think they're the one that did good. Sava's on the high. Sava's starting to pop again. SPY right below VWAP or decently below it. Still trying to melt up from that bottom move. And then Agilent up over 5, largest percent mover since November 2022. Dollar cost into O. Yeah, we have a lot of reach though, and then thankfully our O price was really low. So we're like barely down on O now because we bought it so cheap. But then at the same time, you know, we have JP Morgan, we have O, and then we have MPW. So that's a lot of financial related assets. I think my O price is like 55 or 56. So that's why it's like we just started going negative on it. We gave up the gains from when it ran up. You did get out of MPW. That's good though. Again, I don't like selling for the long term, but at least you reduced your re-exposure risk. But then again, it did violate one of the rules for the long term. But like I'm saying, I'm just more just know what you're buying, know what you're holding and what you're into, because if you are weighted heavily in one area, just know that risk. For me, usually I balance it out. Oh yeah, and IRM, I forgot. So we work it out. I'm on negative on MPW, Pfizer, and Walgreens. Me too. But the thing is, and this is why I bought Pfizer the other day. I started thinking a little further ahead. You know, in the sense, because like I was waiting on a lot of stuff too, and I like it, but with the dividend ones, they're going to go down. They're going to move again, even with the real estate. You don't want to overexpose yourself. But the way I'm looking at it is just, I'll take I'd rather sacrifice bond yield and go buy equity now and take a little bit of the pain now. Because on the back end, we're just starting the clock on the dividend. And I do think on the back end, though, as long as none of these companies fail, like MPW, that's the one where everyone's still like, okay, what's going to happen next? But like I said, I'm not really worried about Pfizer on a five-year scale. Again, Walgreens, if they fuck up for another 5 years, then I'll be worried. But I'm just looking at it as we're pretty much front loading now to get the gains on the back end in terms of dividend and compounding. Under planning go, probably grab Walgreens. I mean, yield is higher on Walgreens, and then Walgreens still dropped. I'm telling you, that was doing like 10% a week down. It was actually nuts. Would you recommend Berkshire? Yeah, they're decent. They're just high, but I mean, it's a decent exposure. And one thing about Berkshire, I like how it moves on volatile days. They kind of hold up a lot better. What Subto was that? I had to get rid of Walgreens, no support until like 5 from here. See, I don't. That's where I'm viewing it on the long scale, but it is crazy how it has played out for that. Vici's good. I think Vici's up there. I've been looking at that one for a while. I never got into it, but again, you do have to watch out for like I said, the total exposure of what you're holding. Remember, these are all REITs, so if you want that exposure, make sure you don't already have too much. But that's really the play. Square, I like PayPal, but I think Square, PayPal, pretty much the same boat. We're working our. This is not bad. It's just the only problem with this is you're one red candle away from feeling like you're calming down after an hour, but in reality, we're one red candle away from flushing the 45.50. But then again, if it melts up like this for another hour, you're going to neutralize the day before you know it, and then it'll be only a couple hours remaining. So we are approaching the second or third hour here. Why is Chewy? I think off their earnings. It's crazy. I had to explain. My girlfriend didn't know what Chewy was. I was trying to it's funny because I never really thought about it until it was so weird trying to explain it to her. She was like, "What do you mean?" She was like, "What's Chewy?" She's like, "Isn't it some GameStop stuff?" I'm like, "No, that's the GameStop guy. He made it." I'm like, it's pet food. And they deliver pet food. And she was like, "Animals use the website?" I'm like, "No." It's we were going over this, but then I was thinking, I was like, you know what? It's kind of crazy. All it is just like online pet food. Like it's kind of crazy. It's not like it's anything too I was trying to explain it to her, but I couldn't explain it to why it is what it is, because all it is just pet food delivery. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, man, this is crazy. What the hell was that? So I was like, man, that's crazy. Chewy. But yeah, just pet food delivery. So they do a lot of sales. I think they do 500 million, but then their margin is only 2 or 3%. Oh, they make prescriptions easy. Nice. It's for litter on the cat, occasional toy. You get a medicine. It's not just pet food. it's not horrendous margins. It is a bad margin, but it's a volume industry. So again, they're selling like $500 million of pet food a month.
Canceled.
You know, that's a lot of money, but they're only skimming off like 2% of that every time. Pet meds. Oh, wasn't there like the Med Express place or Pharma RX? And then didn't that place get bought out or get in trouble? Are we ready, J-Pal? Kind of. I mean, you know, after the ECB, we got to think about a couple things, but, you know, we'll see. The ECB didn't surprise. I don't know if Powell will. You know, the crazy part, the crazy part about all of it is going to be that Powell is like, I mean, did any of this stuff change it? Did any of this, what's gone on, is he really going to try to follow along? But if he does raise rates, that's the only thing where we like get shit on. So that's it really coming into next week, but we should be ready. The real question though is Powell going to just toe the line again? U.S. President Biden on UAW says he's been in touch with both parties. Biden, is he? Let's see. Oh, there it is. The bank was interested. I don't see Biden live. I see press conference at 10 a.m. Bonds creeping again. Oh, he delivers remarks, yeah. It's so weird. I guess YouTube don't even like pump out the YouTube of the White House.
As we transition to a clean energy future, which we're in the process of doing. I believe that transition should be fair and a win-win, for auto workers and
Feel you.
auto
I've been like that
companies.
too today.
But I also believe the contract agreement must lead to a vibrant, made-in-America future that promotes good, strong middle-class jobs that workers can raise a family on. Where the UAW remains at the heart of our auto economy, and where the big three companies continue to lead in innovation, excellence, quality, and leadership. Last night, after negotiations broke down, the UAW announced a targeted strike at a few big three auto plants. Let's be clear. No one wants a strike. Say it again. No one wants a strike. But I respect workers' right to use their options under the collective bargaining system. And I understand the workers' frustration. Over generations, auto workers sacrificed so much to keep the industry alive and strong, especially through the economic crisis and the pandemic. Workers deserve a fair share of the benefits they helped create for an enterprise. I do appreciate that the parties have been working round the clock. And when I first called them at the very first day of the negotiations, I said, please stay at the table as long as you can to try to work this out. And they've been around the clock, and the companies have made some significant offers. But I believe they should go further to ensure record corporate profits mean record contracts for the UAW. Let me say that again. Record corporate profits, which they have, should be shared by record contracts for the UAW. And just as we're building an economy of the future, we need labor agreements for the future. It's my hope that the parties can return to the negotiation table to forge a win-win agreement. To continue our active engagement, I'm dispatching 2 members of my team to Detroit, Acting Labor Secretary Julie Hsu and White House Senior Advisor Gene Sperling, both of offer their full support for the parties in reaching a contract. The bottom line is that auto workers help create America's middle class. They deserve a contract that sustains them in the middle class. So thank you very much. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Mr. President, at what point would you get directly involved in the negotiations? Should Hunter get a pardon, Mr. President?
Well, damn. I thought I was gonna have time to take a poop. I guess not. That's it. No, that's it. I thought, and I was getting ready. I was like, this is it, man. This is the moment. But no, I feel you. It's honestly historical, though. It's crazy to think about. This is the first time ever in history that 3 of them have all done that at the same time. So it's crazy. It's crazy. That last question, he didn't. I don't know. It wasn't bothersome enough. He would have clapped back. You could get him to turn around. We've watched enough. He'll ignore it. He'll give you the smile, and then if you say one thing, you say, what the fuck what did you say to me, huh? Listen, you punk. It's fine. We're gonna figure this out. Yeah, that's it. Will you share that? Oh, yeah, I have. It sucks. You need to see it. But then I think for when I do head out for a little bit, what I am going to give you guys are going to watch the George W. Bush, Al Gore debate. Always a fun time. Always a fun time. I'm going to give you the second presidential debate. I have to step out for honestly, 20 minutes is not going to take long. I have to get on a call. That's it. I'm honestly I'm the formal introduction. That's all. I even told them, I was like, you don't need me, man. But they're very, very formal old buyers. And they're like, no. They don't really talk like that, but I'll be gone for 10 minutes, 10, 20 minutes, and I'll be right back. So don't worry. I miss you. It's okay. I'll be here in spirit. I'm actually still going to be at my desk, so I'm just going to be muted. So I will be here. I mean, you might even watch the mouse move a little bit. Might show you some stuff. Again, the wire's still active. But it's kind of good. I'm glad this is happening on a Friday that's a little slow. The shares will end up rising for which company? I mean, today it could go both ways. If you've looked at any of the other Fridays, it has gotten very, very wild. So it's either big gap down and then melt up, big gap up, melt down, and then three Fridays in the last 6 have just been neutral. Absolutely just closing right where we opened up at. The White House notice to the news outlets? No, what happened? The low's done. It kind of is, huh? There's our first red candle. But like I said, if this one turns big, you're very, very quickly can go from stabilization to down. Again, we dropped 15 points in 10 minutes, and you went up 7 points in an hour and a half almost. Oh, my goodness. Let's see. Ding, ding. Am I going away to get your Christmas present? Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's good. It's good. About 67. Kevin McCarthy, we heard that. I didn't hear about the news outlet thing. What was that? Recharging for a move down to 44.50. We don't know yet. It's hard to tell, but if we do go back below this level, I do think it gets nightmarish. Spy Zero Day, you're here from YouTube. Can you play 2K? Mm-hmm. I don't know. That's not cool though. I need to stop talking about 2K because some of y'all are unfair about 2K. That's it. I'm like a little off schedule today. I'm literally up. I mean, again, I have emails. I could show it to you, bro. I'm up to I'm making calls at like 3 a.m. and they're like, you playing too much 2K. I'm like, man, that's cold, bro. That's cold. That's okay. At least make fun of my free throws. That's cold. Max Payne is 44.50. Is it? I haven't heard Max Payne in a minute, but I feel like that makes sense. Because then all that really out of the money puts get washed, and then all of the calls would have got nuts. The comment about the free, that was funny though. He came out of nowhere with it. I think he went 4 for 6. Really? I thought I only shot 2 free throws yesterday. I thought I went 2 for 2. I just sucked yesterday. Good luck. Thank you, man. I hope I have cool updates. Again, that's why I wanted once I hash this out, I can't wait to tell you guys the story. I want to see what happens from all of this. Again, I got a Chad helping me, so shout out to the Chad, bro. For real. I even called the Chad yesterday. I was letting him know. I was like, listen, man, there's some crazy parts to this, but I was like, it's a good story at the end of the day. I mean, you get to encounter some interesting people, but we will see. So I hope so, man. I hope so. God willing, finger to the sky. The Qs, I mean, just the market, right? They all look the same. Did NASDAQ fill that gap? Remember the other day we were looking at it? Yeah, I think that's it. I think it did that point. Let me check on the NQ. What happened to NVIDIA? Chips. So I was even looking at Europe stocks, and even ASML in Europe got murdered. So broadly speaking, I think chips from all around, especially after ARM IPO, they were a little weaker here this morning. So I do think there's something there. Other than that, I think Qualcomm may have been the only one that was good, and then they even gave it back up. Yeah, they hit 116 and then came down, or 115. And then Intel is one of the worst on the Dow. Is that XLV or is that wait, hold on. That Pfizer. Pfizer's starting to move up a little bit. Hold on, check news on Pfizer. It's kind of just starting to ramp early with nothing else happening. SoFi running big pop. 34.22. Yeah, Pfizer's moving. I don't have anything on Pfizer, though. September 14th, Analam Pharma tumbles after FDA dashes hopes of rivaling Pfizer. KRE, they were weak from the beginning. The TSM factory delay, yeah, that was the big China news this morning. I forgot. It hit all of those chip makers. I think that's exactly what it was. Yeah, that was the big thing. I kept even saying it this morning. There was something else, but that one slipped through the cracks. But that was a big deal. Crazy slow. Well, the volume's very high. The volume is way above average today, and even by the end of the day, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of crazier stuff. So we will see. I'm still in ARM on the IPO shares, yeah. And then we're waiting to see if we're going to flip it again. Does options selling and buying count towards volume? Not on the stock, but it counts towards options volume. So like if you look at an option chain, the volume, this is the volume. So like Airbnb has 4.4 million in volume today, but that's off of the shares. People trading, that means 4.4 million shares traded, buy and sell, buy and sell. And then this is showing you the volume for the option. So they're separate volumes. They do not contribute to each other. All right. So, Chad, give me a second now. I'm going to step out here for a second. You're going to give me about like 10, 20 minutes. I'll check in if anything happens earlier or later. And in the meantime, I'm presenting you a PBS video. And it is the second presidential debate of 2000 with George W. Bush and Al Gore. So I hope you enjoy this. I will be right back, and God bless you. Wait, why isn't this playing?
Secure.
Oh, there it is.
Strong relations in Europe is in our nation's interest. I've thought a lot about what it means to be the president. I also understand that an administration is not one person, but an administration is dedicated citizens who are called by the president to serve the country, to serve a cause greater than self. And so I've thought about an administration of people who represent all America, but people who understand my compassionate and conservative philosophy. I haven't started naming names except for one person, and that's Mr. Richard Cheney, who I thought did a great job the other night. He's a vice presidential nominee who represents, who I think people got to see why I picked him. He's a man of solid judgment, and he's going to be a person to stand by my side. One of the things I've done in Texas is I've been able to put together a good team of people. I've been able to set clear goals. The goals ought to be an education system that leaves no child behind, Medicare for our seniors, a Social Security system that's safe and secure, foreign policy that's in our nation's interest, and a strong military. And then bring people together to achieve those goals. That's what a chief executive officer does. So I've thought long and hard about the honor of being the president of the United States.
Vice President Gore?
Yes, Jim, I've thought a lot about that particular question, and I see our greatest national strength coming from what we stand for in the world. I see it as a question of values. It is a great tribute to our founders that 224 years later, this nation is now looked to by the peoples on every other continent and the peoples from every part of this earth as a kind of model for what their future could be. And I don't think that's just the kind of exaggeration that we take pride in as Americans. It's really true. Even the ones that sometimes shake their fists at us, as soon as they have a change that allows the people to speak freely, they're wanting to develop some kind of blueprint that will help them be like us more. Freedom free markets, political freedom. So I think first and foremost, our power ought to be wielded in ways that form a more perfect union. The power of example is America's greatest power in the world. And that means, for example, standing up for human rights. It means addressing the problems of injustice and inequity along lines of race and ethnicity here at home. Because in all these other places around the world where they're having these terrible problems, when they feel hope, it is often because they see in us a reflection of their potential. So we've got to enforce our civil rights laws. We've got to deal with things like racial profiling. And we have to keep our military strong. We have the strongest military, and I'll do whatever is necessary if I'm president to make sure that it stays that way. But our real power comes, I think, from our values.
Should the people of the world look at the United States, Governor, and say, should they fear us? Should they welcome our involvement? Should they see us as a friend, everybody in the world? How would you project us around the world as president?
Well, I think they ought to look at us as a country that understands freedom, where it doesn't matter who you are or how you're raised or where you're from, that you can succeed. I don't think they ought to look at us with envy. It really depends upon how our nation conducts itself in foreign policy. If we're an arrogant nation, they'll resent us. If we're a humble nation but strong, they'll welcome us. And our nation stands alone right now in the world in terms of power, and that's why we've got to be humble, and yet project strength in a way that promotes freedom. So I don't think they ought to look at us in any way other than what we are. We're a freedom-loving nation, and if we're an arrogant nation, they'll view us that way. But if we're a humble nation, they'll respect us.
A humble nation?
I agree with that. I think that one of the problems that we have faced in the world is that we are so much more powerful than any single nation has been in relationship to the rest of the world than at any time in history that I know about anyway, that there is some resentment of U.S. power. So I think that the idea of humility is an important one. But I think that we also have to have a sense of mission in the world. And we have to protect our capacity to push forward what America's all about. That means not only military strength and our values, it also means keeping our economy strong. You know, in the last 2 decades ago, it was routine for leaders of foreign countries to come over here and say, you guys have got to do something about these horrendous deficits because it's causing tremendous problems for the rest of the world. And we were lectured to all the time. The fact that we have the strongest economy in history today is not good enough. We need to do more. But the fact that it is so strong enables us to project the power for good that America can represent.
Does that give us, does our wealth, our good economy, our power bring with it special obligations to the rest of the world?
Yes, it does. Take, for example, third world debt. I think we ought to be forgiving third world debt under certain conditions. I think, for example, if we're convinced that a third world country that's got a lot of debt would reform itself, that the money wouldn't go into the hands of a few but would go to help people, then I think it makes sense for us to use our wealth in that way. Or to trade debt for valuable rainforest lands. Makes eminent sense. Yes, we do have an obligation in the world, but we can't be all things to all people. We can help build coalitions, but we can't put our troops all around the world. We can lend money, but we've got to do it wisely. We shouldn't be lending money to corrupt officials. So we got to be guarded in our generosity.
Well, let's go through some of the specifics now. New question. Vice President Gore, the governor mentioned the Middle East. Here we're talking at this stage of the game about diplomatic power that we have. What do you think the United States should do right now to resolve that conflict over there?
The first priority has to be on ending the violence, dampening down the tensions that have risen there. We need to call upon Syria to release the 3 Israeli soldiers who have been captured. We need to insist that Arafat send out instructions to halt some of the provocative acts of violence that have been going on. I think that we also have to keep a weather eye toward Saddam Hussein, because he's taking advantage of this situation to once again make threats, and he needs to understand that he's not only dealing with Israel, he's dealing with us if he is making the kind of threats that he's talking about there. The use of diplomacy in this situation has already, well, it goes hour by hour and day by day now. It's a very tense situation there. But in the last 24 hours, there has been some subsiding of the violence there. It's too much to hope that this is going to continue, but I do hope that it will continue. Our country has been very active with regular conversations with the leaders there, and we just have to take it day to day right now. But one thing I would say where diplomacy is concerned, Israel should feel absolutely secure about one thing. Our bonds with Israel are larger than agreements or disagreements on some details of diplomatic initiatives. They are historic, they are strong, and they are enduring. And our ability to serve as an honest broker is something that we need to shepherd.
Governor?
Well, I think during the campaign, particularly now during this difficult period, we ought to be speaking with one voice, and I appreciate the way the administration has worked hard to calm the tensions. Like the Vice President, I call on Chairman Arafat to have his people pull back to make the peace. I think credibility is going to be very important in the future in the Middle East. I want everybody to know, should I be the president, Israel is going to be our friend. I'm going to stand by Israel. Secondly, that I think it's important to reach out to moderate Arab nations like Jordan and Egypt, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. It's important to be friends with people when you don't eat each other, so that when you do, there's a strong bond of friendship. And that's going to be particularly important in dealing not only with situations such as now occurring in Israel, but with Saddam Hussein. The coalition against Saddam has fallen apart, or it's unraveling, let's put it that way. The sanctions are being violated. We don't know whether he's developing weapons of mass destruction. He better not be, or there's going to be a consequence should I be the president. But it's important to have credibility, and credibility is formed by being strong with your friends and resolute in your determination. It's one of the reasons why I think it's important for this nation to develop an anti-ballistic missile system that we can share with our allies in the Middle East if need be, to keep the peace, to be able to say to the Saddam Husseins of the world, or the Iranians, don't dare threaten our friends. It's also important to keep a strong ties in the Middle East, with credible ties, because of the energy crisis we're now in. After all, a lot of the energy is produced from the Middle East. And so I appreciate what the administration is doing. I hope to get a sense of, should I be fortunate enough to be the president, how my administration will react to the Middle East.
So you don't believe, Vice President Gore, that we should take sides in this, resolve this right now? A lot of people pushing, hey, the United States should declare itself and not be so neutral in this particular situation.
Well, we stand with Israel, but we have maintained the ability to serve as an honest broker. And one of the reasons that's important is that Israel cannot have direct dialogue with some of the people on the other side of conflicts, especially during times of tension, unless that dialogue comes through us. And if we throw away that ability to serve as an honest broker, then we will have thrown away a strategic asset that's important not only to us, but also to Israel.
You agree with that, Governor?
I do. I do think this, though. I think that when it comes to timetables, it can't be a United States timetable as to how discussions take place. It's got to be a timetable that all parties can agree to, other than, like the Palestinians or the Israelis. Secondly, any lasting peace is going to have to be a peace that's good for both sides. And therefore, the term honest broker makes sense. Whether this current administration has worked hard to keep the parties at the table, I will try to do the same thing. But it won't be on my timetable. It'll be on a timetable that people are comfortable with in the Middle East.
People watching here tonight very interested in Middle East policy, and they're so interested that they want to base their vote on differences between the two of you as president, how you would handle Middle East policy. Is there any difference?
I haven't heard a big difference in the last few exchanges.
Well, I think it's hard to tell. I think that, I would hope to be able to convince people I could handle the Iraqi situation better. I mean, we don't know.
Saddam Hussein, you mean?
Yes. And
you could get him out of there?
I'd like to, of course, and I presume this administration would as well, but we don't know. There's no inspectors now in Iraq. The coalition that was in place isn't as strong as it used to be. He is a danger. We don't want him fishing in troubled waters in the Middle East. And it's going to be it's going to be important to rebuild that coalition to keep the pressure on him.
You feel that is a failure of the Clinton administration?
I do.
Vice President?
Well, when I got to be a part of the current administration, it was right after I was one of the few members of my political party to support former President Bush in the Persian Gulf War resolution. And at the end of that war, for whatever reasons, it was not finished in a way that removed Saddam Hussein from power. I know there are all kinds of circumstances and explanations, but the fact is that that's the situation that was left when I got there, and we have maintained the sanctions. Now I want to go further. I want to give robust support to the groups that are trying to overthrow Saddam Hussein, and I know there are allegations that they're too weak to do it, but that's what they said about the forces that were opposing Milosevic in Serbia. And you know, the policy of enforcing sanctions against Serbia has just resulted in a spectacular victory for democracy just in the past week. And it seems to me that having taken so long to see the sanctions work there, building upon the policy of containment that was successful over a much longer period of time against the former Soviet Union in the communist bloc, seems a little early to declare that we should give up on the sanctions. I know the governor's not necessarily saying that, but all of these flights that have come in, all of them have been in accordance with the sanctions regime, I'm told, except for 3 where they notified, and they're trying to break out of the box. There's no question about it. I don't think they should be allowed to.
Did he correct you? Did he state your position correctly? You're not calling for eliminating the sanctions, are you?
No, of course not. Absolutely not. I want him to be tougher.
Right. Let's go on to Milosevic and Yugoslavia, and it falls into the area of our military power. Governor, new question. Should the fall of Milosevic be seen as a triumph for U.S. military intervention?
I think it's a triumph. I thought that the president made the right decision in joining NATO and bombing Serbia. I supported them when they did so. I called upon the Congress not to hamstring the administration in terms of forcing troop withdrawals on a timetable that wasn't in necessarily our best interest or fit our nation's strategy. And so I think it's good public policy. I think it worked, and I'm pleased I made the decision I made. I'm pleased the president made the decision he made, because freedom took hold in that part of the world, and there's a lot of work left to be done, however.
But you think it would not have happened? Do you think that Milosevic would not have fallen if the United States and NATO had not intervened militarily? Is this a legitimate use of our military power?
Yes, I think it is, absolutely. I don't think he would have fallen had we not used force. And I know there's some in my party that disagreed with that sentiment, but I supported the president. I thought he made the right decision to do so. I didn't think he necessarily made the right decision to take land troops off the table right before we committed ourselves offensively, but nevertheless, it worked. The administration deserves credit for having made it work. It is important for NATO to have it work. It's important for NATO to be strong and confident to help keep the peace in Europe. And one of the reasons I felt so strongly that the United States needed to participate was because of our relations with NATO. Mm-hmm. And NATO is going to be an important part of keeping the peace in the future.
NATO.
Now, there's more work to do.
None of our borders is closed.
It remains to be seen whether or not there's going to be a political settlement.
There's going to be a political segment side. Anyways, watch this drive now. Boom, baby. I'm back. Just like that. Just like that. Boom. Bada boom, bada bing. Yeah. Get ready. Chattadonia. Oddity. Oddity, maybe we do. Oddity, I might need to bring you out for like a month, maybe. I don't know. Oddity, where do you work right now? What do you do? Maybe we do have you might need to make the Colt Terminal, honestly. Let's see. I think you got the skills, bro. So I'm down with it. But Chad, we're back. I'm back. Was it too long? I forgot to even check how much time it was playing for. I think that was pretty quick. That was pretty cool. I'm excited. So it was good. I'm sorry for leaving you. I was missing you the whole time, bro. I had the Chad right next to me. I told you I even switched the tickers a little bit. Yeah, that was quick. No, yeah, it's good. That's how I know it was a good meeting. It was quick. Again, everybody got to meet each other. We said that, and then it ends with proof of funds. It's a good meeting. That's all we need. And then if proof of funds legit, bro, that's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. My 2K username, I don't know. It says Stock Market Live, but I can't even find myself when I go to add it. That's it. But I'm down. If I turn it up, people found me. You have to be a real Chad. Instacart now plans to price IPO Monday, trade Tuesday. You didn't realize you need the other type of Xbox? What? So you bought the game and then you can't play with us? No way. No way. That's a scam, bro. And that's how you know we getting old. I heard him, you can't use a Nintendo? It's a bullshit. What do you mean? I bought the cartridge. I can't play it online with the people with Hunter? That's stupid. What do you mean? It's a Nintendo 64 for 64 years. Yeah. What the hell? Yeah. You're gonna upgrade to Super Nintendo? That is the kind of how is Super Nintendo the earlier? I don't. But yeah, Chad, I don't think I missed anything there. You're getting Blinken. You're gonna have a press secretary conference again. Let me see. Uniforge says stands in solidarity. I'm going to go over everything I missed here with UAW members as they exercise fundamental right. Polish Deputy Agriculture Minister Kowalski says from midnight, this is all old news, by the way, will impose its own ban on imports from Ukrainian agricultural products, just as they did in April. French Foreign Ministry sourced to Reuters. Burkina Faso accusations about subversive activities far-fetched. Blinken, Secretary of State Blinken says he has no knowledge the status of China defense minister. That was crazy news too. Pretty much a Chinese defense minister, aka, got disappeared. EU Commission does not extend import. I think I was here. Yeah, you didn't miss shit. I don't think. Let me see. Habibi, I think you're good, man. Hold on. Can I hook up two mouses? Where's Oddity? Is that possible? Even Tim, my tech people, can I set up a computer with two mice? I'm not trying to get the adjunctions correctly right now. No, because I was trying to read through this, but then I needed to refresh something else. But then I'm like, what the hell? I only have one mouse, so I can't scroll with one and then look at the other one. Yeah, so I left at like 12:30. Exactly. That was 20 minutes. Then not even. S&P assigned citizens, futures, Cocoa settlements, Adobe. This is just opinion. Sheila Johnson. Press release. Biden impeachment inquiry. Nope. It gets nothing, man. Planet Fitness CEO successor will have to target franchise development. How the call go? It's good. So I even hit up your bro afterwards because, like I said, it ended with proof of funds. Like I say, and I think everybody got to meet, see what's up. It's still, everybody has their reservations and excitement, but at the same time, and before any process, just let's get proof of funds, and then if that's clear, I hope it's good enough, and then everyone goes to step 2. It sounded good. Screenshot, no, like real proof of fund, like real. I advise. That's what. That's pretty. I didn't say anything except that. That was my take into the meeting. I did my introduction. I sat, but at the end, it seemed like to move the process forward. Everybody would be good with that. He's good. Yeah, ask him. Let him know. But I'm gonna follow up with him in a little bit. I'll even text him too. But I'm excited. It's exciting, but like I think proof of funds. That's it. You proof the fund, we have good fun. We have good game. Otherwise, no proof of fund, then everybody just to make a talk. They make a talk. They say hello. All right, yeah. I don't know, man. We're still, sadly, even, I guess I was only gone for 20 minutes. It's crazy how 20 minutes goes by when you're not like just sitting in front of it on the 1 minute. But at the same time, unfortunately, it hasn't really, we're up by 2 more points. We're doing a point every 10 minutes. And like I was saying earlier, that's what sucks on these days because it's like you spent 10 minutes dropping 15 or 17 points. Even more if you really want to even go back, like realistically, 44.80, that's 20 points from 7:23 to 8:01 in 30 minutes or so. So that right there says a lot, but because now it's like you're still 2 candles from not even going red, but just breaking down to the lows. It's actually solid red. Russell red, NASI, Dow 0.5, SPY 0.8. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh, and then coin fox. So coin, if this one, again, if this thing doesn't work, I can, what's it called? If this falls through, I mean, I'm down. Like I said, they're ready to go. But I'll find out more after today. I mean, we'll see. But I hope it's done at this point, though. That's crazy. Well, we had the cult of crypto, all the way down to the cult of love. It's beautiful. We have everything. You got crypto, real estate, all of it. But no, like, so that's it. We're moving forward with this. But again, like I said, this all came to me. Like I'm saying, I'm just here for my commission. But like I said, the last couple of days, I've got to just verify some more of it. The way I looked at it, it's worth a 10-minute call. But it seems like if it's over now, then that's it. But at the same time, if this is handled and this goes through, then we'll be good to go. But we'll see. I'll keep you guys updated. And then, like I said, it's a way cooler story afterwards. It gets even crazier. But now I'm still like, I think we'll see. We'll see, and then we'll deal with the slow markets. And then we'll deal, honestly, I don't know. It's Friday, it's slow. I'm surprised nobody has asked me yet. You missed a lot, crazy day. Kind of, though. I mean, a lot happened, and there's a lot of market movement. I mean, there's a lot of subtle headlines that came out. Again, even like the China people or the China defense minister, like low-key disappearing. But for the most part, a mix of like the currency moves, the data, because we had good data today. The consumer sentiment, inflation expectations were great, but didn't go up. What is it? Well, so nobody asked me to. No one asked for a debate. Pretty shocked. It's like, damn, son. Yeah, man, no debate. Connect 4. I love that game, actually. I'm a big fan of that. Well, the debates were good. They were good. Oh, long-term reviews. I'm kind of down. Somebody said they wanted that this Friday. Did they not? I remember that request coming in earlier. Zoom blackjack. You creative as hell. Dude, I didn't even know, bro. It's kind of crazy. Because, like, it's one thing to get into, like, casino gambling. But, like, remember, I think it was Charlie who said, he was like, I got into betting on Madden sim games. Right when you said that, bro, I saw, like, 2 videos of people betting on, like fake video games. It's blowing my mind. And, like, people still do it to this day. So it's like, wow, that's why you're like Zoom blackjack. I'm like, dude, no, man, that's not even like, this is getting crazy. Gamblers gonna gamble. But that's like wild, bro. It's like a thing, though. Like, people really are about that. Oh, that was Wild Style. Was it Wild Style? I thought it was Charlie. I was, yeah, bro, but that's a thing. No, they still do it. They have, like, new platforms now. I was like, man, this is insane. I was like, that's another level of gambling. I have not, like, I get it. Like, you like the game, but I'm like, to simulate a Madden game? And they did it with, like, they do it with 2K. They do it with everything. I'm like, all right, I guess so. Prop bets too. That's crazy. First to score in a Madden game? That's wild. The Monopoly. I don't know if we're going to be able to pull Monopoly off. I think if we could pull off Monopoly, it'll be hella challenging. I have to pull out a real Tesla board. And then I would have to, did I say Tesla board? I meant a Monopoly board. I don't know why I said Tesla board. I think it's because I looked at Tesla. Tesla. I'd have to get a Monopoly board and then put it on Zoom. And then I would have to move and roll the dice for everybody. Otherwise, I don't know if we could all coordinate, because it's hard to even get everybody on 2K, bro. So to get everybody to download like a $5 app or something, or $3.99, like, that'd be crazy. Robin Hood said updated price range 28 through 30. I don't know, though. I think it's a trap. It's a trap. So I don't know. I think the fair amount of skepticism coming into ARM, is that fair to say? I think yesterday we had a funny discussion. Like I said, a lot of discussion back and forth. It's going to do this. It's going to do that. Every IPO did this. And again, it's only day number 2, but I don't know. I don't know how Instacart will be, because that move, that was too smooth. Does that make sense? I'm so suspicious of how smooth ARM was. They gave everybody shares. It didn't come out at a high price. It traded down for 5 minutes and then it went up. Didn't come down. It traded the whole flow. Like, it's very smooth. I mean, even today, it's 1% the day after. So that being said, I don't know if Instacart is going to provide that same level of stability. And I think they're already raising into the price. And, like, I don't know. It's just, we had a lot of reservations towards ARM. And then now we see this, it worked out good. But then it's like, does that mean the next one's going to play out like that? Usually, if the first one goes good, you could carry over the hype. But like I've said from the get-go of ARM, it all just depends on greedy Wall Street. If they're trying to get participation or not. But if they get too greedy, it turns into Coinbase. Do you have those IPO convos timestamp? Oh, really? That's good to know. I'm sure we might get some videos out of that. Good work, baby. Yeah, because I think it's good to see, like, at the beginning of the IPO, how did everybody feel? Everybody was very, strongly felt certain ways about it. But at the same time, it's just how it played out was just so stable. I don't think anybody expected it. Yeah, Pfizer really did hit him with the juke, huh? And SPY's even coming down too, though. Like we were saying, you're just a couple of candles away from turning this right back into a a bad day. Or again, even getting worse, actually, not even just being bad. So again, this was that other earlier low. If you don't break here, it's fine. I mean, it hasn't set a lower low since then, but we will find out. That's starting to drop a little bit. U.S. Baker Hughes rig count 515 versus 513 previous. General Motors Mexico says plant in Mexico will continue operating as normal amid U.S. strike. He took off. But apply for the IPO if you want it. Again, Instacart, if you get it at IPO, I think you're going to be better. Oh, yeah, what happened to the weed stocks? Again, that was an interesting one. See, they came down. Are they only up by 2 now? So that's literally 6% off top. Maybe, though. It's still kind of early, huh? It's 10? Oil, you should be paying attention. Yeah, 100%. It's not even paying attention to it, but, like, you don't have to give it something outside of, like, normal attention. Encino Pop, I don't know, with my laggy charts. PayPal gave it all up. SPY's dropping, though. You're breaking below that level now, so watch out. I mean, it's either going to get ugly or just bounce again right off the 44.60 and then waste another hour. But then again, breaking this into 11 o'clock, I mean, I feel like 11 o'clock lately, things kind of get a little movement. But really after that, just coming into power hour, you'll see everything. But oil, again, SPY's still dropping right now. A couple names on the high, Encino, Mobileye, TZA, that's with bonds. I see PayPal on the low ticker now. What the hell? But what I wanted to show you was oil. So I'm going to keep this up. Let's see. That's the beauty about it. Now I could switch between these. This is honestly kind of the beautiful part about all this. 44.62. Because then you can still see relative to the levels. Yeah, dollar still hasn't moved. But yeah, PayPal did give it up. That's crazy. They were up like 2. But let me throw up oil. So the thing about oil is, I've said this so many times this week, oil shouldn't be here. So if you asked Wall Street, I mean, a lot of things. If you asked Wall Street if NVIDIA would be here at the beginning of the year, nobody would have said that, but obviously it's different. It's different when that gets bullish, right? But with the commodity and oil, it wasn't supposed to go up here. And a lot of people are shocked by that. And it's just like literally over the last couple months, I think the video was called War with OPEC. I don't know if you remember it. This was in the last 3 months. We were talking about certain things and starting up again, but literally you've been watching oil just ramp up since then. And now the supply cuts and then stuff with the war and all that. So oil, it's dangerous. I mean, simply, if oil goes above $92, in my opinion, this was a level. Does this mean anything? No. If you watched how we played oil, then this means something to you. But 92, I believe if it goes above that, then that's not a good sign. If it could get above 92 and hold it, then oil starts to wreck just like the dollar would. So, but oil, it's not like, again, it's not going to move you every day. It's not going to do stuff, but randomly, I mean, it's already in a position where it's ready to break things. Literally like, what's it called? Just like the yen and the yuan. UAW proposal, 40% increase to hourly over 4 years, reduced 4-day, 32-hour work week, faster path to top pay, shift back to defined benefit pension, cost of living, 5 weeks of vacation, more paid holidays, and extended parental leave. Ford's like, best we could do is a Ford Lightning. What the fuck? That makes no... Sorry. And then Jim Farley's like, I hate you. 350. I don't drive an EV. That gas tank's still on empty. And I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I missed my exit. Seriously, I mean it. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. I drive and got my girl, my friend stretching, swimming in my ear like a bird. Yeah. All right, man, back to the low of the day. Get ready. Again, something's still running. It's still expiration day. But if it sells off all day, I mean, only a couple more options from here, but just watch out by the end of the day. I mean, it feels like a more faster paced Friday. Still feels boring, but then you still have about 3 hours to just jump around. Jump around. JP Morgan gold trader gets 6 months in spoofing case. Axla. And I think I saw your email. If the stock's going to reverse split, nowadays you might get lucky because people buy it up, but usually reverse split's going to be a bad sign. So I might want to book a loss before that. You never liked Biden, but I make him likable when he's cursing. Well, look at that. That's good. I'm glad to hear. The video of the tanks in China being transported. What year? I've seen that video a lot, like over the years. So I don't know if there's a new one. It might be an old one, but I've seen it at one point in my life. I didn't know if there's a new one. Let's see. Yeah, this is old. I think I saw this in like 2015 maybe, or even like 2020. No community, no. I'm pretty sure it is. I don't know, but I have a very good visual of this. I think it's an old video. Hold on. Elevator down. Yeah, it's a new low. I mean, that's why we were talking about it, but it's still kind of slow how it's like moving. But this right here is where it's at. Because now after this, even if we start moving slower, every time you just get an outsized candle, it's just, that's it all day, straight down. But it's not, it's again now from the last hour or two, moved down 12 points, but most of it really occurring just in the final minute or two. CPI sell-off delayed. I think even waiting for this expiration too to expire. Waymo is owned by Alphabet. Yeah, that sounds about right. What happened? Nothing. We were just selling off again. Even when I left and came back, I looked through all the news. There was nothing. You heard a couple of things. You had Baker Hughes rig count like right around here, I believe, but I don't know if that was causing it. Oil was already going up. Eventually, air brakes run out of pressure. Yeah, so now you hit a new low. You did not. You could have just bounced off of here, went up. You went another 3 points lower. You have not broken the next level. So 44.54, we'll see. Dollar is not moving. It's still barely down on the day. Again, the euro is up and a couple of other ones. And then, where is it? Bonds, 10 years trying to catch a bid, so that's at least decent. But again, 2 days in a row of that selling off and the dollar is still high. But remember, I don't know if the expiration just leads to a straight sell-off at the end of the day, but I do believe there will be one stupid pop. But be careful chasing it. I'm not going to try to chase it, I'll tell you right now, because you don't know how much lower it will go before that stupid pop arises. So it's not really a guarantee. But again, with these Fridays, the volume's already high. I mean, we can move a lot, and there's still like 3 hours. But for now, the first start of the downtrend, that's it's been 3 hours in a row now. I mean, pretty much right since we woke up, all you did was sell off, even with the gap down. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Simple explanation of covered calls. You own the shares and you agree to sell them at the price of the option contract. So you'll get the money that the option contract would have costed to buy, and then you agree to sell your shares at the strike price. Yeah, and preferably you want to sell a covered call higher than where you purchase. Again, the strike price higher, but that's the easy example. Oh, there he is. The man, the myth, the legend, Brian, Mr. Han. Oh, my goodness. And on Friday, I was going to say happy birthday, but it's just happy Friday. Harda. So I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, man, you still in the UVXY? I ask you every time. Are you going to get back into them? You living good? Where should we mail your platinum skull for your first country? Is that a thing? I feel like that would be a thing. I don't know. Oh, that's pretty funny. And then, even then, we're dropping now. There's a couple of things happening, but, really bonds, the macro front, I think everything's kind of frozen with Europe, but equities, we are doing our $3.5 trillion expiration dance. So again, we are near the lows. You just hit a low you're about to hit another low right now as I'm talking. So 1.4 on the NASDAQ, 1.0 on the SPY, 0.7 down on the Dow, and then 1.3 on the Russell. And then Dow Jones, 26 names red, 4 names green. It wasn't like that earlier. So again, before I think I even left too, or maybe like an hour before, NASDAQ 100, 10 green, 91 red. It was like that. And then 98 green on the SPY, 404. So I think right here, it was 200 up, 200 down. And then now we are looking at 400 down, 98 green. And then you're hitting another new low, so we're going down. Again, next level, 45.50. I think that's all we got to watch out for here. 45.53. You go below there, even like 45.50. But anything flushes below there, it might pick up a little more. But just watch the shot clock by then. 444. Mm. $44.55. I just put out a stream alert. I'm saying that what I just told you here again, below $44.53, below $44.50. If we do go a little lower from there and it does flush, it just starts to get real ugly. But then you have to just watch out just for the expiration if that's going to stop it. But it's a constant downtrend. Tesla's holding up the market. Wait till end of the what time? It's actually 10:19. We'll see. I mean, maybe by 11, but you're gonna get more motion if this could pick up. So 44.54. It's not even slowing down here. If that starts to speed up, like I'm telling you from those earlier processes, this is nothing. I'm glad I took a meeting during this, but this is fucking wild because now it's this right here. You do nothing, and then it starts to flush. That's where it starts to get really, really ugly. Has there been an expiration that we weren't read? Yeah, there's been a lot. You guys don't remember at the beginning of this year, these expirations were ending bright green, melting up. Come on now. Don't be. I remember. I had a short on it. It literally every Friday, you would just literally just melt up. Again, that happened a lot this year. Again, not too long ago. That was just a couple months ago. Every Friday, even the big ones, you would end up green. So even on the downside, we've had our fair share of both kind of outcomes. So it's just right now, until you find the point where it wants to make the pop. And then again, after today, I'm sure we're going to get a lot more movement too, and then see what happens. Because remember, a lot of options expire. It's one thing about the movement, but the days after expiration, now the market could start to get unlocked. But the market looks like it's getting its knees taken out. Again, like I was telling you yesterday, it looked like it was about to run up. That little gap up here, but like this little flip-flop is so hideous. But then again, you're still within the range. So if it spaces out, if it drops immediately, this trend looks awful. But if it stays here for another week, then there you go. Or below the 50. And this was on good inflation data too. So again, we didn't play the data, but it was good. This is actually wicked for now. No relief at all. It's getting, but bonds, dollar, again, the crazy part, you guys see this, right? It just, the dollar's not moving today. It's barely, this is just now that whole idea of yesterday. I think this is just the market catching up to the dollar after, oh shit. Oh, I thought I messed up the chart. It looks so much uglier like this. So like looking over the last couple days now, we said dollar up. Market should have been down. Market was here. the day before, dollar gaps up, market gapped up, and then now dollar's still up. This is it. But that could all change. And like we're saying, days after expiration. But today you're breaking the level right now too. So 44.53. You now went 4 points below. Next level is 44.27, and then 4,400 flat. Again, you were up at 45.12 yesterday, 45.11. We haven't had a 5%. You haven't even had a 1.5% SPY day. You realize, I think it's been either it's like 1 to 6 months. I'm blanking on it right now. But I believe 1 to 6 months since you've seen I think, or a quarter at least, since you've watched the SPY close down 1.5%. So and I think it's the longest streak since like 2011. Is it since March? Since May? It's something like, it's at least a quarter, I'd say. And then you're still going lower, Chad. Again, you're 1 point off of the low, but 44.50 now. Again, you broke the first level. This is like your solid support level, but I mean, it doesn't look like it's just killing it. Yeah, you're going back to school to study meganomics? What the fuck's that? Was it about sharks? Anyway, SPY's dying right now. It's really bad. But not really, because it says like late and early, and then the expiration comes in. We're going to see what he does. All right, 4452. None of this is like, none of it looks pretty. That's again, every candle, they're very small until they're not. But if you start getting the small ones, if you do get a V-shaped bounce, that could get but you do not want this again. That's what I'm saying. So it's like if it just starts dribbling down and then slowly goes up, you kind of want like a snapback, but you're not really hitting that. Or if the dollar could make a move by the end of the day and kind of point to it. But for now, I mean, I think we're still in the same position as the last hour or so. There's still stuff on the high ticker. Again, now it's starting to turn more volatility indexes. Again, now most indexes, it's a more majority is red. So we'll see. Hungary imposes national import ban on 24 Ukrainian agricultural products, including grains, vegetables, meat, and honey. What? They're pulling it. They're doing it again. But Hungary is. Yeah, look at wheat. Wheat's already up. I think that was around the headline. I think when I came back from the meeting, we had something, but wheat's moved up a lot. Still above 6. Or was that Poland earlier, and then this one is now Hungary? What about corn? See? Does anybody have something to say? Hungary, import ban on products for food. Poland, import ban on imports of food. Does anybody want to talk about anything? Your message is that one came through. Would you like to bring up a concept? There's something that you should talk about right now. This is your moment to talk about it. You have a window. You have a window. No, they don't know what I'm talking about. It's going to blow your mind when I tell you. Oh, man. Oh, man. No one's going to get it. I promise you. This is going to highlight my point. It's crazy. You don't want to talk about anything right now that you love talking about. So again, Poland and Hungary just banned certain food imports. Is there a concept you would like to discuss that will change the world? So this is, oh, thank you. There it is. I had to give you clues. Nobody wants to talk about the BRICS. That right there is your most thing towards the BRICS than anything. Countries working together to stop food and banning imports of food and not. That is more relatable to your BRICS and the power of the BRICS than anything. Ironically, nobody wanted to talk about it. Remember, that is the point. It's based off of resources. So if they are going and agreeing now that they're going to stop importing food from other nations, they're going to get it from Russia, Brazil, India, that's more towards it than anything anyone's ever told me about anything lately. So, fun fact. Qatar will ground A380 fleet once Boeing delivers 737. That's good. Boeing's still down. Boeing's still a clapping. And SPY's going lower, man. They're still going lower. Another one. Another 447 now. 440, 44, 47, 72. You're still going low. Again, watch 44.40 flat, and then we'll see 45 or 44.25. But that's it, man. This just changed the shape so much of it all. Wild. So realistically now, 44.30. If you break this, you start to turn September right back into a seasonal downtrend, more or less. So again, maybe after this expiration, everybody just starts to vomit. Let's see. YouTube clapping you. When you say YouTube, it comes through, but I didn't see the other ones. Why they do you like that, bro? Bears fiending. The last two are dudes. It's starting to look like that, honestly. But at the same time, I think that 44.30 will do it. Then they're going to make you wait a little bit coming into Pow Pow. And then Myrna's coming up on the high. They've been all over. Myrna's up 2%. Damn. So that one's still going. ARM hasn't moved. Broadcom's now on the low. SPY's still trying to hold up. But if the candles are small and you don't get, again, that snapback, ain't none of this going to be pretty. Do I wear snapbacks? Nah. I did when I was in college a little bit more. But I'm just balding. That's the only thing I wear on my head. Like I said. It's great. Bro, I did even then, I think I missed 2 weeks of my vitamins. I was taking other vitamins, bro. But then, like, dude, I still be rocking the off top bald, you know? It'd still be out there. Not senior year of high school, too. No, I don't think so. First little pop. Oh, yeah, that's actually really, that's exactly what I was looking for now, but just hopefully it doesn't reject at the level, or if it does this little dance right below this line, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do the same thing, bro. It's crazy. Oh, you need the philo bounce? Maybe, actually. It's 10:30? You can do the philo bounce. I'm kind of down. I'm kind of down. It's been dancing. It's flushing. Yeah, no dance. It danced for a little bit, then flush. It is kind of a nice dance. First you dance and then you flush, and then you dance and then you flush, and then you dance and then you flush. Oh no, okay. The bonds haven't inverted. I think they're either moving a couple days ahead or a couple days behind. I think same thing with the dollar. Again, this was what Europe messed this up on the bonds and the currencies the last 2 days. So now the equities are just the free range equities kind of running. And then even thinking into Powell too, there's also people kind of positioning and degrossing there. And today is a big rollover day. So even as you come into Powell, you got to really decide what you want to be doing. How you doing? What time? Everything. I mean, there's some contracts every like 30 minutes, every hour of the day, contracts virtually become worthless, right? So they expire at the end of the day, but as we move throughout, even this move right now just wiped out a lot of value. You know, we were talking 3 trillion in the morning, 4 hours later, literally 50 points later, you're looking at maybe half of that value just disappeared, maybe more, maybe 75% of it. So it obviously could fluctuate, and we'll see how that bounces towards the upside. But you make one move up, one move down, or even just chill anywhere in the middle here in the next 3 hours or 2 hours, then most of that, unless all contracts will expire, then people will have to put on new risk if that's what they want. Why you switched the bottom left from TLT to IEF? Because we started approaching the yield curve sensitivity. Pretty much as the yield curve started to invert, looking at IEF, it counts the 7 to 10 year versus the 30-year plus. I used to just look at the 30-year and extrapolate it, but that was before the yield curve was actually like inverted. And then Graham brought it up, and it was a great addition, and that's why it follows a lot more, especially once when the yield curve's inverted, and when we try to compare it to what the market's doing some days. Obviously today it's in its own little world, but the 10-year, you've seen nice correlation between the 10-year and the NASDAQ at other times. You see stocks popping up after closing. Are people taking profits? If it's after hours, it's usually just it's algos. So it's not even like there's a word for it. It's not like damn it, what is it? It's like it's not standardized or something. It's like there's a real technical definition of after hours, but there's no like quote. It's not a market that's giving you the best price. A lot of it's just algos, and if certain things happen. No, there's a different word. It's like literally of what they'll define so like there's like a quotable trade and an unquotable trade. Like essentially when the market is open, by default, you are operating under the essence that you are getting quoted the best price. You understand? Like you are being quoted the best price for what you have. But in this case, it's not like when it's after hours, right when it turns 4 p.m., you no longer have that commitment. It's no longer like there's a word to it. I'll have to find it for you. But there's a very specific word for it, and it's just one word difference that changes all of that. But a lot of it, that's why you got to be careful. Back in the day, you have to be a lot more careful. It's not the national best bid. It's related to that, but it's just like unquoted or it's like unmarketed. I think that's what it is. It might be an unmarketed transaction. That might be it. I have to double check. But the idea is it's not like there's no advertisement to get you the best price. There's no other quotes. It's just like, or unsolicited. I think that's what it is. It's unsolicited. It's an unsolicited one versus, somebody saying, hey, this is the best price. I could get you the best price. Look at this. That's what it is during the hours. So it's unsolicited offer. When you're buying after hours, you're the one just saying, I want this. But no, it's not like anybody made you want it. Does that make sense? So like that is the definition, a solicited and unsolicited order. I'm pretty sure someone could verify this, but the general idea is that you are after hours. You're just saying, I want it after hours. So it's nobody came to you saying anything. That's a choice you're making. So a lot of times if you're going to after hours, there's usually an outside reason because prices could very well change by the beginning of the day. Well, we got above the level. I mean, this is decent, but like I said, you just get above here and dance and then hold it for a little bit and then do the dance and fail again. It's Qatar Air sees supply woes easing for Boeing and Airbus in 2 years. Good. Where is a Boeing? What caused the drop? A couple things, but I think it's kind of a delayed reaction over the last couple days. Again, dollar and bonds were still up, but the UAW auto strike did not bring good vibes this morning. That was really big news. But then, China came in with some good stuff. It wasn't enough to hold over, but then the currencies, again, more strength or weakness out of the euro affecting the dollar and then even the yen. Wasn't today the Lehman anniversary? I think give or take, getting close to there. Market is weird. How do you get preferred shares versus common? You could buy if the company offers to buy them, you can, or if you have common shares, depending on the bylaws of the company, you might be able to convert them. So usually you can if you own like X amount of like every 1,000 common stock. Well, you could exchange for 1 preferred share or 10 preferred shares or something like that. Otherwise, if you don't, there's not an option. Like some of the banks, you could buy preferred and unpreferred if you enter in the ticker, but it just depends. But usually you could convert common to preferred. Spot pop, yeah, a little bit at the high here. They're going green. Again, Myrna's still up there. PayPal, that was a wild one, top to bottom. Yeah, Spotify's going green now. They're popping a little bit there, like high 156 to 157 and change. I think we just bounced off 2 standard deviations market for the day. That would seem about right. I mean, again, it's 50 points top to bottom. It's one thing to be down 1%, but even from there, we just gapped down and didn't look up. So it's just been one move down. But 2 standard deviations, that means we're probably pricing in 0.5%. I mean, it is. We moved I mean, to give you perspective, and that's why, too, to understand part of today, though, is just like we are coming off of events, but I think on the CPI, we moved 0.25% or like 0.1%. So then right now, today on this Friday expiration with really not that much, maybe the UAW, but you moved 1% on a non-CPI day. So I think we were pricing in 0.8 for CPI, and today you moved more than that all in one direction. Texas Monitor says new grid product raised power costs by $8 billion. White House Sullivan. Press secretary. Oh, this is good news on what element? Or what are you talking about? I mean, the good news today was inflation. The expectations on consumer sentiment. It was preliminary. So, like we said, you're going to get another number in a couple weeks that'll be verified, but it's pretty wild. We had good thing, and they sold it. Inflation expectations dropped by like 0.3. Cookbooks, don't worry. What are we talking about? NVIDIA? Kamala Harris visiting here today at NC AT&T. You did it, y'all. We did it. Have you seen? I wish I could do a Kamala impression. I saw somebody do a Kamala impression, and I was dying. I was like yeah. I don't know how to do it. I wish I could. All right. And then I'm going to go to the bathroom. I will give you your boy. It's your boy, Mr. Jake Sullivan. It's your boy. It's press secretary. Don't get too mad, Chad. Don't get too mad. It's your boy. No, seriously. Can you? Okay.
In what had been the most violent and catastrophic.
Why is everything so quiet today?
A couple of years ago, and it has been a paramount priority of the Biden administration to de-escalate and ultimately end that war. And we commend the government of Oman for what they have done to help facilitate this.
Yeah, good job,
we are working
King
closely
Salman.
with the Yemeni
Yemenis,
the
or
Yemeni
Yemenis.
parties and the United Nations.
What does that
and
mean?
As far as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is concerned, we commend their leadership as well, because this is a big step forward for them. And we believe that they are trying to work to help bring about an end to this conflict. That would be good for everyone. It would be good for Saudi. It would be good for the rest of the countries in the region. It would certainly be good for the Yemeni people, and it would be good for the cause of peace and stability across the Middle East.
On the first anniversary of Mahsa Amini's death, you also issued a statement reiterating everything that you have done in the last year, whether it's kicking Iran out of the UN Human Rights Council in New York or putting 70 other officials on the sanction list. But we haven't seen anything to coincide with this 1 year anniversary. Do you think that anything the administration might have announced will complicate the prisoners deal, or do you see it separately, and why you didn't issue anything new?
In fact, we are issuing today additional sanctions, more than 24 additional entities and individuals involved in repression in Iran, and we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to sanction Iranian behavior, whether it is flouting basic norms of human rights contained in the Universal Declaration, or it's relative to the work that Iran is doing to provide weapons to Russia to kill Ukrainian civilians, and we'll have more designations on that in the coming days. So we believe that we are capable, on the one hand, of taking the necessary steps to bring American citizens home who belong here at home, who have been wrongfully detained, and also to hold Iran accountable for actions that they take that are contrary to international law and to the basic norms and principles that even Iran has signed up to at the United Nations.
On Ukraine, Ukrainians had hoped to come to New York after severing the land bridge in Crimea. What message does President Biden hope to send about calls in the developing world to negotiate settlement? Sense of openness or no interest in that? And then on the Security Council, will President Biden and President Zelensky attend?
So with respect to calls for peace or negotiations, President Biden has been clear and will continue to be clear. The United States supports peace in Ukraine, but we support a just peace in Ukraine, and a just peace has to be based on the principles of territorial integrity and sovereignty. And incidentally, many of those countries that you're referring to in Africa and Southeast Asia and Latin America have actually reinforced the idea that they're not just generically calling for peace, they are calling for peace based on the very same principles that the United States supports: sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the proposition that you cannot simply rip off another country's territory by force. And you can't attack civilian infrastructure and try to destroy grain or energy capabilities that are sustaining human life and the economy of Ukraine. So we actually believe that we have, over the course of the past several months, built a strong engagement and dialogue with the Global South on what ultimately a just peace looks like. It does not seem that Russia is particularly serious about that at the moment. And so our job, from our perspective, is to provide Ukraine with the tools it needs to be in the best possible position on the battlefield so that it can be in the best possible position at the negotiating table. And the last thing that I would say, and we say this not just at podiums, but to our partners in the Global South, nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. Nobody is going to negotiate Ukraine's future without Ukraine being the judge of their own decisions, not us or anyone else imposing outcomes upon them. Yeah.
Thank you, Security Council.
just to follow
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the Security Council question?
Will President Biden and President Zelensky attend?
We don't currently have plans for the president to be there, but I can't rule it out. But at the moment, I don't have anything to announce on that.
Thank you, Jim. Those two questions, Jake. You mentioned the Global South, and I think there's a lot of concern from the Global South that Ukraine is taking up a lot of oxygen at this and previous UNGA. And so how would the president balance the needs of the Global South countries, particularly, on debt reduction and climate change and so on, and rally support for Ukraine at the same time? And also just to follow up on your point about making the General Assembly making the UN a more representative and democratic and effective body. Where are we in terms of the president's support to reform the Security Council?
The president, in his UN General Assembly speech last year, actually laid out his view that we need to add additional both permanent and non-permanent members to the UN Security Council, and that we need a wider geographic representation on the Security Council. He will reinforce and reiterate that commitment this year as well. And then with respect to the question of how, on the one hand, we continue to support Ukraine full-throatedly, and on the other hand, we also make sure we're addressing the needs of the global south, developing countries, I'd say two things. First, these are connected.
Full-throatedly?
Because the war, Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, has caused ripple effects that impact.
I just need to go to the bathroom. It's good. I listened for a little bit. This is Jake Sullivan. Some of you guys like Jake. I don't know. Maybe if you guys wanted to hear Biden yesterday. But we'll see. Chad, it's Friday. Now it's 10:53. It's almost 11. The market got a little bit bounced from the top, but man, this was better than this one. But if it do the dance and then flush, man, the dance, and then he flush. That's it, man. I like Jake. He hits the gym hard. That's good. That's good. He said that. He said full-throatedly, right? I've never heard that. Well, that's cool if that's what you're into. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm 3 hours behind? What do you mean? I don't think I am. Oh, in America or California, yeah. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock where I'm at. Very, very early. Yeah, you got East Coast. That's good. You're getting into your weekend sooner. I see. I'm going to have more. I don't know if it's sunny outside. It feels like a nice day. Time zone-wise. Yeah. And then even then, thinking of plays for next week, if some of you got your mind for that, think your rollovers, but the question is, are you going to move before Powell or not? And that is what we are all going to be talking about. Own an apartment complex. Yeah, not like a big one, not like a skyscraper building, but like 5, 10, 15, 25 unit buildings. Yeah. But not I don't think I've had one building with more than 100 units in it. That's like the Monopoly piece. Nah. But yeah, they're good. You could get them too. It's just not that crazy. Again, a lot of places in other parts, not California, you could really grab a lot of units, but it's a lot of maintenance too. Again, this is what brings up the whole commercial real estate thing. That's why I'm hesitating. So, but here's the thing. There's also good tax benefits. When you deal with that many units and that much repairs, that's always a great tax benefit if you think about that. But at the same time, maybe start with a smaller one, like a 5-unit or even 10 or 6. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be like a crazy one, but just start with multiple tenants. They value different though. You guys understand the difference between this is the age-old difference between residential real estate and commercial. So even though you could have a property that is residential, but it has 7 units on it, 10 units on it, one of these little baby apartments, that doesn't get valued the same way as a real estate that you live in or in a different, depending on the area. But essentially, you comp out those houses based on rent versus what the houses are selling for. So hopefully you get what I'm saying. But the more units, pretty much once you go above 4, it's not even just 4, but in general, you start getting into that type of property. But it's usually multiple units. The more units, the more likely you're going to value that company based off of rent and business viability rather than a property that somebody would live in and get a loan on and pay their mortgage on. So that's the difference with it. So you got to when you're approaching it, that's why taxes come up and a lot of things, but then that property is really only worth what it could rent to. So even when factoring in your repairs and does it make sense, will you get loans for it, all of that, the more units, you have to present it as a business rather than presenting it as a single family property. So I hope that could help you. I don't know. If you're thinking like that, maybe that could give you a better idea. So if you're looking at 5-10 units, just start looking at rents in this. If you can't get the rent without repairing it, how much? What are the implications? Maintenance? How does it play out as a business? And run the numbers there and look at it there, and now comp it out by checking rents, not necessarily by checking values of other properties that are around it. White House Sullivan. I'm getting headlines. I guess they're talking. I don't know. I'll give him a second or two. Then hold on.
The G20. The communique reads a lot differently than the communique that came out the prior year at the G20 in Bali, Indonesia. It is more neutral. It's tepid versus the prior communique that was released. What is the reaction that you've received from your Ukrainian counterpart to that statement that came out at the G20?
I have not received any kind of formal or really informal reaction from Ukraine with respect to the G20 communique. What they're focused on, what Ukraine is focused on, is the process that began in Copenhagen, continued in Jeddah, which is an opportunity for Ukraine itself to be able to engage with the countries of the global south and find a way forward towards a common understanding of the principles upon which the just peace should be based. And actually, the conversations in both Copenhagen and Jeddah bear a strong resemblance to the propositions that are laid down in that communique. First, the paramount centrality of territorial integrity and sovereignty. Second, the statement that it is totally unacceptable for any country to use force to violate the territorial integrity of another country. Third, that attacking grain infrastructure or civilian infrastructure should be totally off limits. And fourth, the threat or use of nuclear weapons in a conflict like this should be inadmissible. Those four things, which all showed up in the G20 communique, all are powerful, and I would argue, in a way, not neutral statements in this context, because those are all four things that really say to Russia,
be on guard if we start to drop here. I'll interrupt, but again, his statements are hitting. I saw he was talking about Venezuela too, but and then I was just thinking the Poland stuff if they're going to talk about that.
So mainly, what they wanted to talk to me about in the aftermath.
But watch out, if we break back below and it does it with ease, we might just start dancing. But if it flushes,
what is the attitude of
it's no good.
South countries about a just peace, and then how do we take and build upon the engagements that Ukraine has had in that process and move forward from there, consistent also with the principles that are laid out in Ukraine's own peace formula. So that's how we've had the conversation so far. I think we're very much aligned on how we think about a constructive, effective engagement with global South countries. And when I say we, I mean Kyiv and Washington. And so we'll continue to work down that line accordingly.
One other one here at home with this push to get additional Ukraine funding. You would acknowledge this year, heading into the UN General Assembly, the dynamic is different. Last year, Democrats controlled both the House and Senate at this time. Now Republicans control the House. The dynamic being different, does that make your job, the administration's job, that much more difficult to move forward with trying to get the aid that you think is necessary for Ukraine?
Last week, I had the chance to sit with the leadership, Democratic and Republican, in the Senate, the leadership and the chairs and rankings of the major national security committees. Yesterday, I had the chance to sit with the Democratic and Republican leadership in the House and the chairs and ranking members of the key committees. And I've got to say, in those conversations, I felt the basic vibe, so to speak, the idea that the United States needs to come together on a bipartisan basis to support Ukraine felt as strong as it did a year ago on both sides of the aisle. But of course, I acknowledge that there's a difference between this Congress and the last Congress, and we'll have to contend with that as we go through the discussions that will continue in the days ahead on how to get Ukraine the resources it needs.
Yeah. On the C5+1 summit at the UN, are there specific asks or deliverables that the administration is seeking from this bloc? And secondly, should that be viewed as a signal to China that this summit is happening?
Look, this summit is not against any country. It is for a positive agenda that we want to work through with these countries. And so on your question of deliverables, we do expect to have a joint statement at the end of it that will lay out in key areas concrete things that we intend to work on and do together. And the United States will bring to the table some resources to be able to do that effectively. Yeah.
Jake, I apologize if I missed it, but is the president not participating in Wednesday's climate summit? And if not, who will be dispatched from the U.S.? And then more largely, I know the Secretary General said he wants folks to come with something ambitious and new. Will the U.S. have something ambitious and new to offer at that summit?
So currently, the president is not scheduled to participate in the UN Climate Summit on Wednesday. I will have to come back to you on who the U.S. representative is going to end up being, and I'll let that person speak to what the United States brings to that summit. Yeah.
Thanks, Jay. Yesterday we saw a report on China that the defense minister has been the subject of an investigation. We also saw the U.S. ambassador to Japan quoting...
Yeah, this is a good question. Listen, this was that China guy getting disappeared.
Saying that this minister hasn't been seen for 3 weeks. Do you have any information on that? Anything you can tell us?
I don't have anything for you today on that. Yeah.
Given the complex issues you've been talking about that the
I do.
president is dealing with,
I got some if you want me to answer that. I got something.
Close advisor. I want to ask you about how you would describe to us the impact on a personal level that the president is going through with the indictment of his son, and does it have anything that you can see that affects his ability to prepare or his focus on these issues as he's going into a consequential week?
You don't have to take it from me. You heard directly from the president that he's focused on delivering for the American people. That's true in terms of what he's trying to get done here at home, and it's definitely true in terms of what he's trying to deliver in the way of security at the UN General Assembly in supporting Ukraine and moving forward. So that's what he's focused on. That's where his mindset is. I had the opportunity to participate in the president's daily briefing today, and he was dialed in on the key issues that we're confronting and will continue to be as we head into the New York week next week. Last question. Yeah.
Back on MBS, did the president have an opportunity to speak to the Saudi Crown Prince in New Delhi specifically about oil production over the next year?
The president had a brief exchange with the Crown Prince. He didn't have a formal meeting, and I did not get into details on that topic or other topics. What he was really focused on in that meeting was the announcement of this economic corridor. But of course, we are in regular contact at senior levels with Saudi Arabia about ensuring a stable and affordable supply of energy to global markets, and we'll continue that conversation in the days ahead. So,
is going to be there, or any U.S. official is going to meet with him?
I don't have an announcement for you today, but stay tuned in case there is a U.S. official who ends up seeing the Chinese vice president. Yeah.
On food security, just finally, the UN leadership is expecting to have talks on reviving the Black Sea grain deal. Does the White House have any optimism on the likelihood of that happening?
I think I said earlier I'm never optimistic about anything, which remains true in this context as well. But no. Look,
I'd love to hang out with this guy.
Thank you. Although,
look, he smiles. He looks so like,
Irish people,
are you psycho? Because he looks so nice. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he's just really smart, probably. Yeah, because he looked nice when that smile was very genuine. He looked really nice. He's like, I don't get optimistic about anything.
Answers on this just keep shifting. And what they all sort of betray.
Honestly, he probably partied back in the day. I feel like I would have invited Jake to a party. I feel like Jake has a party trick. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Jake would be like, watch this, and he could like spin on his head and something while like reciting the Constitution out of like one of those like beer funnels. I don't know what it's called anymore. I'm old. What do they call that little beer funnel? What's it called? I forgot what they called it. I'm old. Is it keg stand? No, yeah, maybe Jake the keg stand.
Okay, a couple of things before we take additional questions.
Thank you, Jay King.
The president, his senior staff, and officials across the
federal government. Yeah. That's what it's called. A beer bong. Yeah, how did I forget that?
Late last night, the president immediately
approved Maine's
beer bong.
It's a funnel, the one with the funnel, Habibi.
For the impacts of Hurricane Lee. Additionally, FEMA Administrator Criswell has been in contact with governors
that's oil changed with the beer.
Maine, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. And FEMA has staged resources across New England to provide rapid federal assistance if needed. Now, we encourage all of those in the path of this large and dangerous storm to remain alert, listen to local officials, and prepare for the impact. Visit ready.gov for tips on how to prepare. The president and his entire administration stand ready to support communities which may be impacted. As you all know, today is the first day of Hispanic Heritage Month. It is a time to honor the history and contributions of the Hispanic community to our nation. Next Thursday, September 21st, President Biden will attend the 46th Congressional Hispanic Caucus Institute Gala, and Vice President Harris will participate in a moderated conversation with young Latinos during the CHCI Leadership Conference. The First Lady will celebrate the start of Hispanic Heritage Month in Atlanta, Georgia, today at an event honoring trailblazing Latino leaders hosted by the Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And later today, Second Gentleman Douglas Emhoff and Small Business Administrator Isabella Casillas Guzman will also be visiting Latino small-owned businesses in Washington, D.C. to highlight how Bidenomics is delivering for Latinos. Stay tuned, as we will have more to come throughout the month about how the president's agenda is delivering for the Latino community. And finally,
if she said that like an announcer, it would have been more exciting.
Around the world,
stay tuned to find out what happens with the Latino community as a result of Bidenomics.
Are extending their
At sundown, the President and First Lady are extending their warmest and happiest wishes.
Over 2,000 rabbis across the country, wishing them a happy new year. To every Jewish,
these are the announcements at the beginning of church before
America,
worship.
Israel,
if you're not familiar,
celebrating this evening and observing the high
and then you get no word. I don't know. I grew up there, and then that's why I'm crazy.
That's it. Go ahead, Omar.
Thanks. Why did the president think it was important to dispatch acting Labor Secretary Sue and Gene Sperling now? The targeted strike is about a half day old now. Does this early action suggest that the president is worried about the situation quickly spiraling and impacting the broader economy?
So a couple of things. Let me just lay out a couple of things that the president said, and let me just start by saying...
You're slowly slipping out here, too.
Right? No one wants a strike. But the president respects workers, as you heard from him. He respects workers' rights to use their options under the collective bargaining system and understands their frustration. The president believes the UAW, the Big Three contract must lead to a vibrant auto future made in America that promotes good, strong middle-class jobs that a worker can raise a family on, and where the UAW remains at the heart of our economy. So the president appreciates...
It might do the dance, but again, if it does slip here,
it gets 24/7, and that companies have made their significant offers, but he believes that they must go further to ensure that record corporate profits mean a record contract for the UAW. And so the negotiating parties are continuing their work. That's what we've heard from them. The UAW has made clear their desire to continue negotiations with the company on Saturday morning. That is tomorrow, as you all know. And as the president mentioned to your question about Julie Sue and the acting secretary and Gene Sperling, as you know, they have been active in this from very early on, very early days of the negotiating process. They've made themselves available for conversations, and so we have mentioned that multiple times. Gene Sperling has certainly played as a coordinator role from the White House. So look, they are not. I want to say one last thing is that negotiations are up to the parties to work out. That's why there is a collective bargaining system. They're not going to intervene or mediate. They are here to help in any way that is needed. Again, we have engaged with these parties from almost the beginning. It is want to make sure that we continue to be clear that we're here. The president's team stands to assist, but certainly we are glad to hear that tomorrow that they're going to continue to have the conversation.
So it shouldn't be seen as a reflection of the president being overly concerned about the situation. This is just they've been involved.
They've been involved, and we have said this before. We have talked about the president's engagement, how he has talked to the Big Three, how he's reached out to UAW. We have been engaging with them for some time now, and so look, this is something that we are going to leave to the parties to continue to have these negotiations, to continue to have these conversations, and I think think it's important to do that. This is part of the collective bargaining
Order
system.
submitted.
This is what we believe has worked, right? We have seen it worked in the past, and we're going to encourage all the parties to continue to have this conversation.
Second one, would the president pardon or commute his son if he's convicted?
So I've answered this question before. It was asked of me not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago, and I was very clear, and I said no. Go ahead, Mary.
Thanks. The president said today record profits for the automakers should mean record contracts for the UAW. Does that mean that he supports a 40% raise in these new contracts?
I'm not going to get into the specifics. I mean, the president has always said that there should be, that he believes in fair wages and fair benefits for workers. That is nothing new, right? He believes in making sure that workers are able to raise their family, right? To be able to have what they need to do that in a way that is very fair. And so that's nothing new. The president has said that. Look, what we're going to continue to say is the president is going to urge the parties back to the table to hammer out a win-win agreement. That's what the president wants to see. We appreciate the parties continuing to do that on a 24/7 basis, and the president believes that the companies must go further, as you just mentioned, to ensure that record profits mean a record contract. And it's simple as that. He wants. I'm not going to get into the specifics. What the president made himself very clear. We have always been really clear. He respects workers' rights to use their options for collective bargaining. That's what we're seeing. The collective bargaining system works. We've seen that happen multiple times in the last 2 years under this president, and he understands their frustration, but he's going to continue to encourage to have that conversation, continuing to negotiate.
And can you tell us if the president has talked to his son since these charges came down yesterday?
Yeah, there's nothing new here. As I've been asked that question many times, I'm not going to get into private conversations that the president has with his family. I'm just not going to speak to it.
Will those conversations, though, have to change given the high scrutiny of these charges?
I'm just not going to get into private conversations that the president has with his family.
How damaging do you expect the strike to be to the U.S. economy?
So I'm not going to certainly not get into hypotheticals from here. Look, we are going to continue to monitor. That is something that we do here to see what is going to be happening here.
The market is low.
Closely monitoring the situation, but no decision.
I'm here to tell you to do push-ups while you're listening to this.
Path forward.
Because I started stretching and I didn't tell you.
We're going to encourage.
So I thought I would remind you.
And
I'm doing very cool resistance stretches.
We're happy to see that
with the door.
Negotiation is continuing
so
to
please
happen,
move your body. Feel free. Okay, maybe we'll have something else. Remember, it's Friday, baby. Okay, so I'm just saying. I know I use this time to move around, and you're gonna wait till this drops. Okay. Push up, just a little. Move around a little bit. That's all. I'm telling you, the chat they sent me that workout, bro. Thank you. It works.
Look, Jean and Julie,
yeah, ride it by.
The acting secretary of labor, and also Jean Sperling, who has played coordinator throughout this process, is going to do what they've been doing, engaging, offering assistance if they need it. And so we're going to continue to stay engaged. We're going to continue to monitor. This is nothing new. They've been engaging for some time now. But of course, this is up to the parties to come up with a win-win, we believe, agreement so that we can move forward. Okay, Kayla.
Thank you, Corinne. The president's remarks today were seen as a pretty firm endorsement of the workers' position. Previously, the White House had avoided taking sides, encouraging both parties to stay at the table. What changed?
I don't think anything's changed. I mean, the president has always been a pro-union president. I mean, you have heard us say that he is seen as the most pro-union president that we've had thus far. And so, the president respects workers' rights. He does. He respects their rights to collective bargaining. We believe it is something that is important that they have the right to choose to use. And he understands their frustration. He believes that workers should be able to ask and to get fair pay and fair benefits. And that's nothing new. That is nothing new. So again, you heard directly from this president, the negotiating parties are continuing to work. That's what is really important here, and they've made clear. UAW has made clear that they're going to continue these conversations on Saturday morning, and that's what we're going to see. We are offering, Senior Advisor Jean Sperling and Acting Labor Secretary Julie Su. They're going to go to Detroit, but ultimately these negotiations are up to the parties to work out, and we understand that. But we are offering any assistance that we can provide.
But to say that the negotiations are up to the parties to work out, and also have the president say the companies have not gone far enough, it appears that the president is taking the side of the workers.
I don't think so. I mean, look, the president respects workers' rights. There's a collective bargaining system happening, and he understands their frustrations. He understands the frustrations of the workers. Absolutely. Again, this is nothing new. We have said they should be able to ask and receive fair pay and fair wages. Fair benefits. And so that's what we want to see. Those conversations, those negotiations are continuing to move forward. We appreciate for what they've been doing for the past 24/7, the past 27 period of time, right? And, we want to see them continuing to work this out, and that's what they're doing.
Can you speak to some of the difficult intersections here for the president? He obviously supports electric vehicles and development of that. He clearly supports labor, as you've discussed. Michigan is important, and that, of course, is a big part of where the big three reside. So these sort of different points of pressure on the president when he is trying to send a message.
Microsoft and chips are dumping right now, and PayPal. A lot of tech is falling off.
When you're talking about
so SPY hasn't hit a new low yet. I don't know about the NASDAQ. It might be, but NVIDIA, a lot of others, low tickers getting very active. NASDAQ's about to break down.
Collective bargaining with unions, right? We saw that.
So 44.50 again. You're below the level. Another 7 points. This one's slower, but you gave up your little vertical, and you still got 40 minutes till power hour.
That lie in front of us that needs to be worked out. But again, the president has been very clear. This is why collective bargaining, we believe, is important here. This is why we appreciate all the sides staying at the table and continuing to have this conversation, because what the president and what I've just said, we believe that they can hammer out a win-win agreement. We think that could happen. And so I don't think there's anything unique about this. We have seen this before, but we continue to encourage to move forward in a way where they're at the table, they're hammering this out, they're doing it in good faith, and they come forward and in a place where it's a win-win agreement for everyone. And so that's what the president's going to continue to do. Again, we've seen it with the West Coast ports, we've seen it with the Teamsters and UPS, we've seen it with the railroads, right? We've seen it with the rails, so we've seen this before. So again, all of them are interesting circumstances. The president's going to continue to speak for workers' rights and also continue to say, let's continue to have those conversations. Collective bargaining is really important. Okay.
Thanks, Corinne. You've spoken about past outreach that the president has done to President Fain and to the big three leaders and Gene Sperling and Acting Secretary Shu's involvement. But now that the strike is underway, can you just clarify, do you anticipate the president reaching out personally again to the UAW and to the big three leaders?
So I don't have anything to read out at this time. You heard directly from the president and how he wants to see a win-win agreement for folks to continue to stay at the table. Just don't have anything to read out as far as a call or conversations that the president's going to have.
And can you confirm the report that the Biden administration is considering options to provide aid to auto suppliers who are impacted by the strike, including potentially Labor Department grants and small business loans?
So look, we're monitoring the situation. I just don't have any announcements or decisions to make or anything to confirm at this time.
Thanks, Corinne. Is the White House planning to have a news conference next Thursday when President Zelensky visits the White House?
So you just heard from the National Security Advisor. He just announced the visit from President Zelensky. We're going to hammer out what that day looks like, what the logistics are going to be. I just don't have anything at this time.
And a second question for you. The president is reportedly going to be having a democracy speech in the next couple of weeks. What can you tell us about that? What's the message he hopes to deliver, and why now?
I'm not going to get ahead of any announcement of a presidential speech. Once we have something to announce, certainly we will share that. Just not going to get ahead of it this time.
On Sue and Sperling's deployment to Detroit, can you clarify the timing of that? Did the president ask them after the deadline? Are they there yet? And when you say they've been active in the conversations, what has the help that they've provided look like? And then I have a COVID question.
No, totally. So, look, we've been engaged with the parties on a regular basis. We have. And I've mentioned this multiple times over the past several weeks, certainly probably even more, a couple of months. And so we are making it clear that if it's helpful, right, the president's team continues to stand ready to assist. And that is what the president was laying out in having the acting secretary, Julie Su, and his senior advisor, Gene Sperling, go out to Detroit. But they have been regularly engaging for some time now. This is just a continuing engagement that we have seen. And I'm not going to get into point by point on what's been discussed, what's been put forth in front of anybody. This is a conversation that is happening amongst the folks who are certainly at the table negotiating, but I'm not going to get into specifics from here.
The president asked them to go to Detroit after the deadline.
I don't have any timeline, but what I can say is they have been engaged for some time now. Both Gene Sperling, both Julie Su, at the direction of the president for some time. And so this is a continuation of that engagement. Again, the president is urging parties to continue to have those conversations, to stay at the table, and he appreciates what they have been doing for 24/7. We're going to see, as the UAW has made clear, their desire to continue those negotiations and with the companies, and we're going to see that set tomorrow morning.
And then on COVID, what is the White House's reaction to Governor DeSantis' announcement advising against COVID boosters for people younger than 65? Is the White House concerned about this, especially considering snowbirds are going to be heading down to Florida soon? And also, will the president get boosted, or will he do that?
Yeah, I've answered the second question already, which is the president is going to get the updated booster. That is something that he is planning to do. So I answered that question a couple of days ago. Look, the fact is that we know that these vaccinations against COVID-19 remain effective. They do. And they protect people from going to the hospital or avoiding the hospital, long-term health challenges and death. And as we head to the fall and winter season, this is the best way to protect yourself from COVID. And so this has been, and let me add, this has been thoroughly reviewed, right, by scientists, by the experts, leading public health agencies, and they are safe and they are effective. And this is a message that we'll continue to push. And we know since this administration's launch of the largest vaccination program in our nation's history for COVID-19 vaccines, those vaccines has saved millions of lives. That is something that we know. So this is when you look at the vaccines that these new boosters, this is something that public experts have approved, and that's what's important. It's important that as we go into the fall and winter months, that the American public is safe, that they get updated on their vaccines, and let's not forget there's the flu vaccine as well. There's RSV. All of these things are going to protect the American people, and so we're going to continue to encourage Americans to make sure they do everything that they can as we're providing, or as we've seen these vaccines being provided now to protect themselves as we get into the winter.
Yeah, thanks, Karine. I'm going to ask you about the strike, if I could. So, is the automakers' strike and the contract impasse partly a result of the president's forced transition to electric vehicles?
No, we don't believe that to be. Look, and you've heard us say this. Jared was here just the other day. He talked about the president's policies as it relates to the future of auto industry and how it's going to rebuild America, right? Making sure that we're making things in America, right, by American workers. That has always been the president's focus. EV sales, if you look at it, hit a record high last quarter, increased by nearly 50% from the same time last year, and EV prices are down 20% year over year, being driven in part by Inflation Reduction Act credits. So again, thanks to the president, thanks to congressional Democrats, sales are going up and costs are coming down, and that's what we're seeing.
Ford says it's going to lose $4.5 billion this year on its EV division.
But look, I just laid out how important this provision, as it was part of the Inflation Reduction Act, how important it is, how sales are indeed going up, right? That's Ford, right? Sales are going up while costs are going down. Really important for bringing manufacturing jobs here, making sure we're building in America, also making sure that we're dealing with the climate crisis. This is what the president's focus is on, right? Making sure that we rebuild an industry back in America as well as bringing jobs back here too. And so that's what we're seeing. Again, sales are going up and costs are going down.
One more quick thing. I want to get your reaction. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce president released a statement saying, and I'm going to read this, the quote, the UAW strike and indeed the summer of strikes is the natural result of the Biden administration's whole of government approach to promoting unionization at all costs. For the 94% of American
I don't know if Peter's going to go on. Nvidia's dumping. I'm giving her like one or two more questions, Chad.
My reaction is this.
But
the president
we're creeping in 11:30 almost. Again, Tesla right now, Nvidia, XLY. So you just got a green candle, but it got met with a lot of red. You got UAW comments. President Fain says union does not agree when Biden says negotiations have broken down.
Or in this instance, as we're talking about unions and making sure that workers, right, come together with
ARM is even dropping.
Have these businesses and have these win-win, hopefully, agreements. And so it's important that workers' rights, right, they have their rights, are able to ask for fair pay, fair wages, and that's what we're going to continue to say. That's why we believe the collective bargaining system works, and we have seen that happen, and it's important that we move forward in that direction. Okay.
Just a couple on COVID. Will the president get that shot on camera like we've seen him do with his previous vaccination rounds?
I don't have anything to share about how that's going to look, if it's going to be in front of camera or not. What I can say for sure is the president is going to get the updated booster. I just don't have anything to announce at this time.
And the administration has said that there will be free vaccines this round for uninsured Americans. And through the Bridge program. But there are certainly concerns among experts about the rollout over the next couple of weeks being having disparities for people that have insurance getting it out to pharmacies or to the sites where people without insurance would go. And already we're seeing that there isn't availability at the Bridge sites just yet through vaccines.gov. What is the administration doing to make sure that there isn't a difference for people who don't have insurance, where they can get it, how quickly they can get it, versus those that do have insurance?
So look, this is something that, as you know,
ARM is starting to sell now, 61, actually pretty quick.
Vaccination program. We've always made sure.
So ARM just took a $1 candle almost.
Making sure that we don't leave communities behind. That has been incredibly important. In order to fight the pandemic, to fight COVID, you have to make sure that all communities are certainly getting this vaccine. So that is not going to change.
TSM getting the China treatment. Again, they had that bad news. That's why all the chips are getting whacked.
Underway, including community stakeholders and digital outreach. That's going to continue. Let's not forget the physicians and the healthcare providers. They're going to play a critical role here, as they have in other kind of campaigns that we've had around these COVID vaccines as they've been announced. And so, look, HHS is going to make sure that we're continuing to be public facing here, having events with administrators. We're going to do that. We'll have more to announce on that. And so this is a priority for this administration. We want to make sure that people are aware on how to get these vaccines, and that, again, all communities are able to have access to this. This is something that we have done throughout the past 2 years of this administration as we've tried to move forward with our vaccination program.
Places at the same time.
We're going to do everything that we can. As I mentioned, HHS has a few initiatives underway. We're going to use not just
one more. Spy's taking another red.
Sure we do continue to do what we've done
Microsoft,
before,
some of those big leaders on the downside.
Positions on the ground to get the information out there.
1.73 on the Nasdaq, 1.2 on the SPY.
As we've done.
Maybe we'll move 1.5.
Campaign around the vaccination program to make sure that all communities have access to this.
Thanks, Courage. You've seen all the public polling, people concerned about age. How does the president plan to convince the American people over the next year that 80 is not too old for someone who's running for re-election?
80 is the new 40. Didn't you hear? Look.
Nobody laughed in the same. They're like, yeah, that's not cutting it, Bidenomics.
About once a week, maybe
can't
twice
change
a week.
80.
I don't know.
You could change what Bidenomics means, but you can't change 80. Even Donald's old too, bro. I think the limit should be fucking 55. 60 tops, bro.
And every time
you qualify for a reverse mortgage, you out.
Every time he does above and beyond,
unequivocally,
doing that,
it's equal. I don't care who you are, where you're from, your background, that's it.
I think that's really
Go get you a reverse mortgage, don't pay a mortgage payment, but you ain't making up no laws no more.
That's some really important things that matters. If you think about what the president
40.
and the vice president was able to do in 2020, 80 million votes. 80 million votes, more than any other ticket in history, and they did that in 2020. And so, I get the question on age. Certainly, we all do. But what we're going to continue to talk about is the record that this president has had. It's been a historic record. It is something that's going to change the lives of Americans. You think about his economic policy. You think about the infrastructure plan. You think about, I was just talking about the Inflation Reduction Act, whether it's EV, fighting climate crisis, whether it's lowering drug costs because now Medicare is able to fight big pharma. All of these things are things
That's a lot for an 80-year-old.
Presidents before this have been trying to do for years and years and years and have not been able to
After
do that.
years, too,
And
that's
so
a lot.
That's what we're going to focus on.
saying.
We're going to focus on how can we continue to do big things and how we're going to build on the
I feel
successes
Biden
that
on
this
the whole
president
time
has
zone
had
thing now. He
in the
started,
last 2
man,
years.
I need to go to bed. That's it. That's why, like,
You think so
I got
many
thrown off
Americans
and I'm not
still
80.
say they have concerns about someone in their 80s being president?
You know, I can't speak to every American out there and their concerns. What I can speak to is what this president has done, right? I can speak to his experience. I can speak to the wisdom that he has. I can speak to his record.
We wouldn't put an
When it comes
80-year-old in
to,
any other
When it
position.
comes to how Americans, what they're saying about
I need a
your
construction
particular question
worker.
to me, that's for them to speak to.
I need a pilot.
I can just stay on
I need
our
an
message,
Uber.
the platform that
I don't know. Even I'd still be concerned if my Uber was 80.
People, we believe
What would
that
you
we're
do
doing
if your
that. You
Uber
just
was
heard
80?
The president talk about Bidenomics and how it's building a middle
Okay, that's how you know I'm getting
class,
ready to
from
end
the
this,
bottom up,
but
middle out, and how because of the economic policies that we've seen some historic growth, right? The 3.5 million jobs, unemployment under 4%. All of these things matter, and making sure that inflation is being moderated, and that's what we've seen. So all of these things are important. I get the question, but what we're going to focus on is how we're going to continue to build on this president's record, and that's what I can speak to. All right, thanks everybody. Have a great.
Oh, good timing, Corinne.
See
You too.
See some of you in New York.
Affecting your job?
Oh, Simon?
Is your breakup affecting your job?
He said, is your breakup? What? Oh my God. Simon, no. No, he did not just say that. Oh, I'm so glad I lived. No way. Did you hear that? Hold on. He just said, did he say what I think he did? Is he really bringing in dude, Simon's usually respectful. That's like a low blow. Even then, bro.
But what
I didn't say I wasn't going to repeat it back, but that's a low blow.
That we're trying to push forward, and that is delivering for the American people.
Deliver that. Hold on. Did he really just say that?
The president talk about Bidenomics and how it's building a middle
Damn,
class,
Simon.
right, from the bottom up, middle out, and how
He hit her. Nah, that's like y'all talking about my free throws, like shit. Like, nah, bro.
Unemployment.
That's just unnecessary.
All of these things.
You know what I'm saying? Simon, I'm waiting for. I can't.
Inflation is.
I gotta hear this whole 80-year-old. Why 80-year-old is good 40 now.
Forward, and that is delivering for the American people. We believe that we're doing that. You just heard the president talk about economics.
I can speed it up.
And how it's building a middle class, right, from the bottom up, middle out, and how because of the economic policies that we've seen some historic growth, right? The 3.5 million jobs, unemployment under 4%. All of these things matter, and making sure that inflation is being moderated.
This is that long?
So all of these things are important. I get the question, but what we're going to focus on is how we're going to continue to build on this president.
That's crazy. We listen to this in normal
Have a
time.
great weekend. See some of you in New York.
Affecting your job? Is your breakup affecting your job?
Yeah, is your breakup affecting your job? He had a melody to it too, bro. He was saying like a song. I could probably make that my second country song, low key. Is your breakup affecting your job? Your breakup affecting your job? Dude, that's crazy. So she has a breakup. Sorry, KJP. Honestly, KJP, like I tell everybody, the gym, you know what I'm saying? Focus on yourself. I don't care. Y'all laughing and shit. Screw y'all. The same advice, though. That's how you know it's the truth. I'm just telling you right there. I'll give her the same thing. Yeah, happy either way. The gym, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know if she should. I don't think she should quit her job, like, you know, but I feel like I think she did good. I would have not known if Simon didn't say. I think she did a great job. And that's it. You hit the gym. Call it a day. Just stay focused, you know. Don't worry. At KJP, good news. You're going to save a lot of money eating out. You're going to save a lot of money eating out. I don't know if she cares. She got that White House salary, but still, it's always a plus side. Always a plus side. Mm-hmm. Simon says. No, but for real, though, like, why did Simon do that? I don't want that. Nah, man. I'm not trying to have. That's on Friday, bro. Like, come on, Simon. She was like, have a great weekend. See you in New York. And Simon's just like, let's end this. No, that's a wild. That's not even political. That's not even like. He didn't even go after the president. He didn't go after Bidenomics, employee. Bro, do you not realize the last question that she spent like 15 minutes answering? It was legitimately, tell me why 80 is not too old to do anything. And then he didn't even choose to go off of that. He didn't try to follow it up. He didn't go for a counter argument. You know what I'm saying? That was very personal. Right, he's like, KJP. Is your breakup affecting your job? And that's it. Twice. If I heard that on any hook, I would freak out. I'd be like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Damn, Simon. Usually every other stuff, Simon, I was like, let Simon speak. You know, Simon, I was like, for real. Like, if you don't know Simon, he's a reporter from Africa. And like, he has the White House, like, press, like, access. And like, he's asked some questions before. And like, during the press conferences, like literally, like they would be talking about stuff and Simon would say like, why are you ignoring this and this thing going on? Like he would ask questions about other parts of the world. That's maybe a generous view of Simon's interruptions at the White House. I say interruptions because if you've watched, he interrupts, but this time around, that one was very not related to anything except KJP. Jeez, bro. Well, they have to let him in. I mean, it's you know, like at the end of the day, like you should be allowed there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think, you know, Simon, obviously, like I could understand his frustration, but, you know, you have to obviously like kind of play by the rules a little bit. I don't play by the rules all the time myself, so I could understand. But at the same time, that one was just, I don't like that means if that was a question in my mind, the way I interpret it, he is going to take that answer to that question and go home and write about it for the people back home. That's why I'm like, he wants to know if KJP's breakup is affecting her job. It's a good hook. I still like it. But that was funny. Definitely not what I thought was going to happen. No, that was definitely like just random, bro. Random. That was crazy. Well, that spiced it up. That was news. And again, I mean, I saw people asking it today, and I think the easy answer for today, without any confusion, I think this is just a delayed reaction of everything, and I think we're reacting to Europe still. This time around, Europe is all green still. You guys realize Europe is up 1% right now? Even where the hell is China? I know where they're... Even China, yeah, I think China's even killing it, too. Is your breakup affecting your job? I'm not going to be able to stop saying that. Yeah, Hong Kong, Asia's down. Australia did good. They did really good. Korea did good. But Europe is very, very, like, they're chill. I guess they have a gap up. It shows negative, but it just looks clean. Wait, hold on. Maybe my chart's just lagged. No. But they didn't move as much as we did. Definitely not as much. Did she reply? She didn't reply, bro. She sent a letter. She's going to make sure Simon, she hates Simon now. If you thought she didn't like Simon before, then, Is your breakup affecting your job? And then, yeah, I'm waiting still till the end of the day. 20 more minutes. We'll see if we get our final move. But then after this, I'm going to close out a couple of plays here, depending on how things move, though. But after this week, I do think we get to open up a little bit more in the markets. But then we may not even move till like Tuesday, Wednesday, though. So Monday is all going to be about anything else we have in Europe, China. China was quiet all week, even up until today. So next week, you're going to be getting ECB to start off, bond auctions in the morning on Monday, or towards the afternoon as well, too. Japan bond auctions, EU data, building permits in America, Red Book, Japan balance of trade, PPI in Great Britain, so a lot of Europe stuff. Wednesday, we get the FOMC, and then you get the Bank of England the next day. Nobody will care. And then Philly Fed on Thursday, existing home sales, Japan inflation. So Japan will be actually important afterwards. And then even retail sales in Great Britain. And then that's all Thursday. This is all next Thursday. We're looking ahead. And then PMIs on Friday. That might move some stuff. But really, Powell leading into it, not much. But a lot of overseas next week. So keep that in mind. Are your free throws affecting your job? Kind of. Car IPO as well. That's going to get thrown in there. We had a little talk about it. I don't know. I'm suspicious. Let me see. Let's ask now. I don't know. Maybe that could be a flash poll. I don't know. You guys might get interested in IPOs. Is your breakup affecting your job? Where is it? So you have a couple of questions to answer here. Well, you have a couple of choices. But my question for you is CART IPO. I feel like I didn't elaborate much, but I think you know what I'm saying. And I have CART IPO. You have either I like, I no like, or I suspicious. So you let me know. That's your flash poll. Please, part of Chad Feud. And the survey says, ding. That's a good show. Have you ever watched Family Feud? You know, you should go back and watch it. It's great. Is your breakup affecting your job? I do. It flows. If I'm telling you, we just throw a country beat to that. That's it, man. Oracle. Brent crude settles 93.90. So Brent is above the level, but you get WTI above. Oracle's starting to pop up a little bit, yeah. So you want it? Well, it's simple. I don't know. Again, after everything that happened, we'll see. Actually, 200 votes in a minute. You guys are somewhat interested. Again, iPhones for some reason just, whew. I'm telling you, iPhones is like, I don't know. One day that's going to be an issue. Like the iPhone, Android shit. Like, dude, people get hella into that shit. Like, you know, I love having a cell phone with internet. But so you guys really, really love the iPhone questions. That one was insane. That one was insane that day. COVID 2.0 looming. I don't know. I feel like, you know what this whole COVID 2.0 sound like? Because I heard it, again, we heard it a lot literally to start the month, again, with all of the Myrna and BNTX. So it was very stock related. But it kind of feels like Omicron. Do you remember that? You remember that Omicron was there? Like, it's crazy. You remember how the market reacted to Omicron and people were like freaked out for a couple weeks. And then all of us, then like before you, like what in the Omicron, like, you know what I'm saying? And then you didn't Omicron you didn't think about it. Remember about Omicron, you were like, oh shit, that Omicron. You know what I'm saying? Like that was Omicron. But then now you didn't Omicron after any Omicron, hearing about an Omicron, you know? It's crazy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Omicron, I rented Hummer. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, here, hold on. Let me go. I need to remember Jimmy. Let me see what he got here. Man, give me a second. Man, wait a minute. Yeah, American. Anyways, I need to go pee, but I can't get you a commercial. It's crazy. It's wild out here. Yeah, but no, but seriously though, I think it just how the market reacted to Omicron. You had like same stocks move for a little bit. It was hype, but like, and it was people were aware of it, but then it kind of like slowly faded out more or less. So we'll see. We will see. And you're back to 44.53. That's good. You were looking precarious there, and you got 15 minutes till power hour. So we'll see. You got every variant of COVID. This latest one clapped me with no reason to lock down or do anything different. That's crazy. Everyone, I didn't get COVID till like 2 years later, 3 years later. And that's it. That's because I went to Vegas. I was like, man, the Lord telling me. Oh, no, I didn't hear your songs, bro. You emailed me them? Again, I had a very interesting day yesterday. You didn't even get a watch list, which was surprising. I apologize. But I still went live on Twitch. It was hella confusing, bro. again, and then I was late, and then even then I got in. I thought I was even going to get on late today too, but we actually pulled it off. I was very, very good. So, I did not. I missed a lot of things. Even Nikki B sent me a crib. But email again. I don't think I see it. But yeah, I got COVID late, bro. And then I don't know what I had a month ago. That was weird. Is 2K distracting you? Not at all. That's why I said shame on some people. I'm working on something. It's a really big deal. But I'm not. 2K is actually a relief. I'm glad I got an hour in, and I'm glad I went to the gym yesterday because it was a lot of work. A lot of work. You were up till 3. I wasn't up till 3. I had to wake up at 3 just to talk to them at a reasonable time. Again, you could ask your boy, man. Again, what are the chats? The first email I sent even yesterday, I was like, can you guys get on at 4 a.m. Pacific time? That's the only problem about being in Cali, because most of them are out in New York. And then even if they're in another country, it's like, is your breakup affecting your job? Is 2K affecting your job? It's good, man. It's good. Oh, I almost turned off the Twitch. Clicked the wrong button. I can't believe Simon did that. But yeah. So we'll see. Okay, we're chilling, man. We're almost in a power hour. This could have been a lot worse. Still a 2 standard deviation day. That's crazy. Is the Twitch affecting your job? I think it's every you guys are just getting out of hand now. That's it. The chat has discovered. Dude, Simon is just, I can't believe he did that, though. That's not even your fault. I still can't believe he did that. And it's not his fault. It sounds like an amazing melody, but that's still insane. He really went out there. Let me hear F-150. You trying to sing? All right, I could give you F-150. Why not? I didn't need to go pee, but you could get like a quarter of the song. That's fine. I'm down with that. I'll be right back. Hold on.
DJ Angel on the track.
Loading on my F-350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her, why they driving in the slow lane if they ain't going slow, man? I used to say the same thing when they was slow up in the fast lane. Now a Kia tryna pass me. Think a Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got roadway. Loading on my F-350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpool is faster, hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile.
That's it. All right, you got
Greetings, traders. Robert from TopStep here. In this tutorial video, we will go over how to set up the connections for Quant Tower. First, we need to download the Quant Tower platform, so head over to topstep.com. And on the right-hand side, click on Help Center, and we search for Quant Tower in the list. We can see the connection instructions are the first article to show up. We do recommend that you go to Rhythmic Trader and download our Trader Pro so you can keep track of your commissions and fees, and it gives you another opportunity to close trades should something happen to the Quant Tower platform locking up.
My dad was right.
There are the instructions on this page right here, our connections, where we can access this area, which will show up our connections. This screen is already set up previously the way I had it, so there's going to be a few more modules on the screen by default. Just like any other platform, you can go and just choose the X to close the modules or move them out of your way to adjust for your preferences.
Yeah.
At the top, we have the DX feed, which will be by default. When we click on that, we have our connections. We're going to scroll down to TopStep. Here's TopStep, connection settings. TopStep. At the top, we have the DX feed, which will be by default. When we click on that, we have our connections. We're going to scroll down to TopStep. Here's TopStep, connection settings, and we want to make sure that these, the way I had it.
America. So, shout out to America. Shout out freedom. You know, shout out the vets, and then y'all stop messing up my cousins too, but you know, full circle, it'd be crazy. Because, like, dude, asking the questions, wild. Literally. The fence business. Yeah, but, like, I don't think he was, like, I think he was just building fences. Like, I don't know how lucrative we were talking here. But I just know it involved fences. And that was it. That was it. It's like, that's cool. I didn't know that. Is your breakup affecting your job? You'd be hustling people for camel rides at the pyramids. No, I would have ended up on a computer because, like I told you, my cousins, they got fucking the internet connection. Like, you know, like eventually,
this screen is
like
already
especially the younger generation.
Previously, the way I had it, so there's going to be a few more modules on the screen by default.
You'd have the internet.
Any other
That's
platform,
what I'm saying. The internet's another blessing as well.
Close the modules or move them out of your way.
I don't know if I would have got into the camel
to adjust for your preferences.
I don't know.
At the top, we have the DX feed, which will be by default. When we click on that, we have our connections. We're going to scroll down to TopStep.
No nobility in war, I guess.
Here's TopStep. Connection settings. And we want to make sure that these 4 check boxes are selected so we can have the proper access.
So, Chad, we're chilling. This isn't good, though.
The username and password.
We are in power hour, about to be in, like, what, 5 minutes? But
has been set up
the problem, you're doing the little dance, flutter. You don't want that if it's not there. But
star, and you will see it pop up here.
Up. Contracts have expired. You got to be rolling over.
We no longer need the DX feed, so we can shut that off. And we simply go into Connect. And notice that it's sitting up here, waiting for the connection. We can actually right-click here and remove from recent. So this is our only one. Now we don't need the connection box, so we can just close it. That should pretty much sum up what you need to do to connect it to Quant Tower. On your right-hand side, you can verify that you have the correct accounts listed in this area. If this is not showing, this box right here, adjust the toolbar panel on or off. Notice that trading is locked. Here is the padlock. If we click on this, we can see everything is lit up. Shows our bid asks. We have an area to set up our bracket orders. We have the order control here. We find our contract that we wish to trade, the instrument we wish to trade up on the top
unless everything
left,
falls through.
like this.
Josh has nothing else to do except watch the market and now continue real estate. But then, as he brings up real estate, everybody begins to notice real estate is expensive. And despite unemployment being at an all-time low, how come nobody can afford a house at 9% interest? Find out on the next episode.
I've added these tabs to show my positions.
Yeah, I'll tell you about Biden now. And it's not about any of that. All that matters, we're the UAW. We're not over. We're not done fighting yet. And what we're going to be...
I'll tell you what's happening right now. This country, it's crazy. Don't worry, I'll be back soon to hear about this. Everything's gonna be...
You want an iPhone 15?
Okay, I think the iPhone is gonna be good, and we're not worried about China. Oh yeah, you forgot to ask me about China and the guy who disappeared, but...
All of this was happening, and the market did nothing. See you on Monday.
Take the Help Center article step by step.
I don't know what just happened. I forgot to tell you the China stuff. I don't know if you heard it, but there's two things. So let me give you what happened, and then let me tell you what I think happened. All right? So can you guys follow along with that? Is that too much to ask for? One of them will be something that occurred, and one of them will be an opinion. Okay? So here's how it happened. I think it was the defense premier of China. Apparently, he cannot be located for the last 3 weeks. So they have not seen this guy in 3 weeks. And after the third week, we are just finding out about this. Again, it's not like he just disappeared and 3 weeks happened. No, it means he's been gone for 3 weeks and nobody's seen him. And now we just saw him. Well, no, we didn't see him. We just saw that people aren't seeing him. So that was today. And people are asking questions. They're wondering what it was and all of that, right? So that's what happened. Now, what I think is that, it begs the question, it has to make me think about something related to the iPhone stuff. That's all I'm thinking about. I think China got mad at him. I think that China thinks he's a snitch. What do you think? That's it. That's what I think. That's the simple way. Whatever happens after that, you could interpret it. But and what I'm saying is not too crazy. I think some people have already said it, but it's just in general, I do believe my man is, what's it called? I think he was working with the U.S., or they suspected he was working with something and they didn't like it. And now nobody's seen him in 3 years. And now we're asking why. Because again, I don't think they ban iPhones, and then this whole time their defense premier has disappeared for the last 3 weeks. So that means any announcements you had, this guy was not. Nobody still could find him in the process. Where was it? Wasn't it Vice Premier? Yeah, Lu Gozong. I think he was supposed to even visit North Korea. Oh, where is he? Timmer. Was it never seen? The 405. After is your breakup affecting your job? Oracle has been running too. I don't know if you guys saw that one. Everything else, though, you're getting movement on the high ticker, but that's it. Just the dynamics of the day. I mean, right here, most is red than not. Like we said, up here, the day wasn't that red. And then once we made this, I think it was this drop or this one here, you started to tilt the market from 50-50 to like 90-10, 90-10 red, 90% red. NASDAQ, SPY didn't hit 1.5 either, but NASDAQ's 1.6. So not too bad. Okay, so it wasn't the defense premier. It was China defense chief. So it wasn't Li Guozong.
He hasn't been.
It was Li Shangfu. So as I was saying, if it was the Li Guozong, he just got appointed and was supposed to visit North Korea. Yeah, he's under investigation related to procurement of military equipment, Reuters reported on Friday, citing a regional security official. Yeah, last seen August 29th in Beijing. Oh, the passport renewal. Can't you do like the expedited one? But usually they still make you go to the, I don't know, what is it? It's not the embassy, it's the passport office. ARM. That's still down only 1%. So stable of you, Habibi. 44.51. You're back below. Like I said earlier, I think I said around here, if we go under and it just starts like breaking the level and just treating it like it's nothing, I mean, it's both good and bad, but essentially, you know, we're ready to hit a low into the close. So it's power hour right now. 2 minutes in, 1 hour left on this Friday. I can only imagine how much notional value has been wiped out so far, at least premium. If you got your first passport when you were 16 or older, you could do it online. Really? That's gangster AF. What am I talking about? What do you mean? I'm failing to recognize what was gangster about anything I just said. I don't know about was it Li Shangfu? Or are we talking about passports? That's it, man. Power hour. Let's see the volume. Right, mess up the chart. Yeah, it's big volume though. 73 million. So I said it'll be higher than this. It should. It might even be 100 million by the close. Again, after hours, all of that. DLO on the low. Yeah, I hear, bro. Love you too. God bless you. God bless you. Have a great weekend. And I don't know if you're gonna hang out with us here. Is your breakup affecting your job? Feel free to hang out. Today's a Friday. It might turn into a 2K all-star team real quick, bro. Real quick. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You love your peeps without teeth you represent. You have dentures. Life is a difficult place to navigate. You like this place, global news, investment, etc. I'm glad you appreciate it, man. And I hope you could play 2K. Does 2K mean that you quit Halo? No. I told you guys, it's stupid. I could pick up Halo and destroy everybody without any hesitation. But that's not where my passion lies right now. You know? I don't get why people never understand that. You know, it's where the passion goes. You know, that's what I believe. That's all it is. It's really, you know, passion comes and goes. There's sometimes it remains, but that's what drives it all on, bro, and that's it. So it's just the basketball and 2K. That's where it's at right now. You know, Halo I always will love, but it's not, you know, not for now. But I'm only talking about video games. Y'all crazy if you think it's anything else. I mean, like, this means something. No, adult. Go home. It's 2K me, yeah. No, man. It's good. But I need more gamers on the Twitch. Y'all always... we have so many... I was surprised so many people on the Twitch don't game. I'm hella confused. I thought you had to have, like, a minimum level of gamingness to be an active Twitch user. You know what I'm saying? But, like, what games do you guys play? YouTube's going to get pissed off in like 10 seconds if I keep... Because YouTube takes offense to video games. Like a stock market YouTube sometimes, they like... Again, like I told you, I could be working on a giant deal and they'll be like, you fucking 2K, how dare you fucking 10 minutes when they're... Ugh, God, it destroyed your life. It's fucking crack. And then, meanwhile, hey, no, it's far away. What's in the White House anyways? GTA VR. You're going down though. Watch out. In the process, this is our video game for the day, 44.50. But that's why you guys got to realize I'm a product of video games. Some of you stock traders, you like it. You like us being here, you know, 7 hours, all that. I learned that from video games, 100%. Dope. I don't know if I could do a Homer voice. Need for Speed? Oh, I'm down. I don't have it. I'm down. Fortnite. There you go. So you guys play some. COD, Clash of Clans is my guilty pleasure. Rainbow Six. All right, you hit this low. Hold on. I'm going to get to your games if we bounce. If we don't bounce, hold on. But nothing's even moving. It's not really not crazy. Madden. You guys keep talking about Madden, and I like kind of want to play it, but nah. I don't think I played Madden ever since that kid spent that much money on it. On his little My Team. I said, I'm never, that game is haram. But 2K is okay. I just like basketball more. It's because I'm short. You have it. Somebody said it, I think, on the Twitch when we were playing, and it's really factual. Or I think it was on the YouTube, but like, you don't know, like, only short guys like basketball. We did have this discussion, and we love 2K. So I was like, yeah, that's true. Exactly. So I don't know why. This should make a lot of sense. Napoleon invaded countries. We just wanted to play basketball. Calm down. You spent $1,200 this year? Yo, bro. That's insane. Like, so far, my grand total from my VC and me buying the game, I spent $200. And I repented. You know what I'm saying? Because even then, I said, that's haram, Habibi. Haram. And that's it. I still got VC, bro. I feel like I'm a fucking billionaire in that game. That's it. I think I have enough to take me to the end. You know what I'm saying? Roblo, I don't know. Roblo, I've at least given, like, I've spent way more. What the fuck? Oh, you just blew my mind. Children. Wow. I spent way more than $200 on Roblox for my nephew. I didn't think about it. All the Christmas gifts, and I get him shit. Oh, everything, actually. From, like, the little cards all the way down. He just started getting them, but, like, I would get him all he would even have, like, Roblox toys. I spent way more than $200. Wow. I didn't think about it. But I guess that makes sense for a child, I guess. You know, it's entertaining. Give him that, but, like, you can't, I don't know, man. You spent $1,200? You spent $1K on Fortnite skins. Were you good at least? You guys are good at least, right? I hope I hope there's something. Did it, you know, there's one thing to talk about the monetary, but, like, did you get something out of it, I guess? Like, did it give you the, you know, like, did you enjoy it? At the very least, you better have enjoyed it, or you were, like, ill at the game. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, at the end, I enjoy my games when I enjoy it. I said, you made $3K, though? Yeah, okay. There you go. Some money to it. I say, you crazy. I'm not playing money to play with other people. It's called NBA 2K. Not to play some randos. I mean, you're not paying it to other people. This is just like the game is, they make games expensive now, and then they hit you with the microtransactions. You spent $250 on Roblo, yeah. Honestly, I think it's way easier to spend money on video games for kids than not. But then again, the microtransactions will get you. A microtrans, dude, it's weird. I can't believe Chads are telling me that, because I saw a video and I was like, dude, that's crazy. Like, I saw one person, it was a TikTok. My girlfriend sent it to me because she's like, this better not be you. It was like $4,000, I think. Somebody went through all of from last year and this year so far. They went in the PlayStation thing and they went through their VC transactions. And they were able to, they calculated, it was like $5,000 in like a 12-month period. I was like, that's insane. Your nephew used to spend thousands each month on a Chinese game. He had to spend to have power over your opponents. He's like, I must be powerful. Oh, man. It's interesting. I didn't think I'm telling you, I told you guys this with like real estate, but like, I remember when the videos and when it came down to like just spending just money on stuff that you enjoyed, everybody was like, travel, go travel, see the world. I'm not going to be, when I get older, you know, like just travel. That's what it was. You would see the videos of people like traveling, you know what I'm saying? That was the thing. But like, I never thought like a couple years later, I would be seeing people spend that on video games. Just like, yeah. You know, I was like, what? That's crazy. That's crazy. It's just a shift, bro. It's a shift. Clash of Clans. I never played that one. Funny concept. It really is. Human. I mean, trends, I guess, or I guess what people like, and I don't know how things get monetized. All interesting lessons. 2050, 513, 1513. 45 minutes remaining. China President Xi Jinping on meeting with Zambia President. China encourages import of products from Zambia to support Chinese firms investing in Zambia. That's 5 minutes old. Remember the days when you just bought the game once and got the whole game? Yeah. It's Halo's fault, though. Because it started with Halo. Because Halo was like that, and we played Halo forever. It was one $50 investment, and then they had DLC. They started coming out with new maps. I bought that shit, no hesitation. You know, it was hard, but we got it. You know what I'm saying, though? It started with Halo. Yeah, Halo's the one who literally... Because then you had hardcore gamers and players, like, that's it. Already put in so many hours, they were like, yeah, until the next game, give us the DLC. And then you were buying maps, and then that was it. It was $10, $15 or $20. That was a lot back then still. That was half the price of the game. But then they proved the model. Can you talk about the market? I would love to. Do you have anything for me? Like I said, I gave you some of the news. I've given updates on levels, bonds, nothing's moving. For the sake of not even confusing people, I do think this is a delayed reaction, all of this over the last couple of days, and mainly what's happening with Europe. And the pound and dollar is having this effect. And now after this expiration, I mean, we have one more chance to flush today. Otherwise, next 45 minutes, if it holds up, it's just going to be the setup in the Powell now. But if you have any questions, let me know. Let me know, man, if there's anything else. I'm vibing with the chat right now, whatever they got for me. But if you missed our talk as related to the market, if this gaming stuff, if it is not fruitful for you, my brother, just remember everything we're talking about is related to Take-Two, as well as, what's it called? You got Take-Two, Activision. There's even the game Grand Theft Auto 6 release. I'm telling you, I think even Take-Two's up a little since the 2K release. I think it was around, a couple days ago, right? So... You're crying, you lost 4K, I'm hurt, it's okay. Again, next week, you're going to have a better opportunity to get it back, I would say. No matter what. Even today, I mean, bro, even at the close, I'm not going to tell you the revenge trade, but I don't know. I've chilled even today. I'm going to close some plays. I got to roll over. And that's it. That's all I'm going to do. I'm just waiting to see where we're at close. Bro hates my music in a nice way. I didn't even get your email, dog. That's it. Unless did you send me some weird emails in the past and I blocked your email? My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. But don't put that devil on me. But that's it though. Just don't put the devil on me. Actually, don't email it to me anymore. Now that I thought about it. Because if this is how you gonna act and I haven't listened to it yet, even if I like it or not, I feel like it's going to put me in a difficult situation. You know? So I don't know, because I haven't got it yet. But at the same time, are you going to be easy on me? Because I feel like I haven't even gotten it yet, and I'm already getting hardcore with it. I don't know. I feel a lot of pressure now. You're on Black Swan Watch from September to October. September 6th. Didn't somebody else say that? Didn't someone say something on September 16th? Spotify's on the high. That's going up. The market could squeeze today, but I don't know if it's going to go green. I think best case Best case, maybe VWAP, maybe a little higher, but then again, I mean, now it's just today has been a down day. "15 years since Lehman." Today. Is it though? Yeah, the 15th anniversary of Lehman, foreshadowing the rise of Bitcoin. Yeah, wasn't it around the same time? So September, Lehman Brothers crashed, and then October, Satoshi Nakamoto released a white paper titled Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. No, there it is. But today is the 15th anniversary. Lehman is sound and what? The Fed rate hike odds, I think it's like 60 or 70. It should be or a little higher. It moved around a little bit, but I think people are talking about what could happen at this meeting. But I don't really, it's 98. No, it's, this is all then just conjecture, stupidity, maybe. I don't know, but it's not. People were talking about this thing actually being in question for Wednesday. I don't know. I think the market's weird. Anything could happen, but realistically now, where is it? Is it like November? But I think December and then June and July, just again, wherever we're at into 2024, it's this is just higher for longer. So it's a couple things, a couple points at the curve you need to be watching in terms of the Fed futures. Tesla moving up. Tesla was good, but that's another thing. A big part about today, even with Europe, all that, you do have to ask yourself, about the auto stuff. That I don't think it's good for sentiment, but I also don't think it was the craziest thing. JB Hunt's running. That thing's been running every single day. I thought the auto, it did. It was supposed to. Again, it just flip-flopped. Again, I think a lot of the movement of the expiration caused that. But Tesla was up in the morning. It was up by like 1 something. And then GM was down. And then Ford was down. And then now GM is up. And then Ford are up. I don't know, though. Wall Street sometimes, it might be offensive. But just remember when the writer's strike happened, it wasn't good for Disney. But then Disney saved a lot of money, as weird as it sounds. So that's like the issue. Like low key, when the writer's strike comes back or like they resolve it, people are going to be happy and like, oh yeah, that problem's solved. But then they're going to have to start spending money again. So maybe that's part of it. But it was a very weird flip flop on the news today. Yeah, I thought Ford was going to get mollywopped. I thought GM too. Again, they were down. Ford was down like 1.7. It's break even now though. Remember like Target and a couple of other names, they may like react like that. And then over the next couple days, given the expiration, maybe people will start going from there. Yeah, JB Hunt's killing it. Again, it's moving up. I don't think there's any news, but last couple days. And remember, they had something they announced. I think they were buying a unit. Then remember, you also had the Oracle, Microsoft headlines. They will drop once there's an agreement. Maybe. It depends what kind of agreement. But I'm sure at this pace, I mean, they're not asking for something small. But UPS did good after the agreement. Because this time, we don't know. I mean, the question is, will they save money? How much money will they save versus how much will not being able to produce hurt them? Like Toyota, they could benefit. That's kind of the logic that people were saying. I think Nikolai was up in the morning. I don't know if they're still up, but generally speaking, that is the sympathy play. Bali, XLV, Netflix. Dude, we're chilling. 1523. Labor cost is 4% of the vehicle. Yeah, I mean, the crazy part is, though, it's just like, at the end of the day, it sucks for the consumer all the time. Because you got to realize, you already had prices shoot up on vehicles, and that's without the labor going up. That's why they're complaining. So now, they're going to just use this to justify higher prices. I wonder how consumers will take it with demand, but now it's going to be two things to say, oh, well, this is why the prices are high, when in reality, I mean, the prices already went up. The wages, I think it went up, like some people were saying here. GM people got paid more and more every year, but it was certain factory workers, their pay did not, they're getting paid 40% less apparently. So it's just like, unfortunately, I just see the effect now towards the consumer no matter what. It's just companies justifying price hikes. That's it. It's when it's all said and done. So I'm not really a union guy, but I do think they could get a resolution, and I think it will end up good. But at the end of the day, I think the consumer loses no matter what outcome happens, just because this isn't, you're getting at a strike after already massive price increases. The average price of a car has just rocketed up. So it's kind of unfortunate, but we'll see. Carvana. Market on weekend, yeah. I mean, I want to like roll over, but even then, if this wasn't what I was expecting for my rollover day. Again, even the news, even some of the data, we'll see. If it doesn't have anything crazy in the last 30 minutes, I might even just push it till Monday and say, fuck it. And then AKA, I'll just let the yen expire, then buy it on Monday. But I wanted to close out other things and go in more. I think I might wait. The boiling pot. Lucid CEO is the highest paid CEO in 2022. Yeah. He deserves it. You get anybody to buy that golf cart for $200,000, bro, I would give him a job too. I would pay him a lot of money. If you could sell me $200,000 golf carts like that, I'm down. And then you just copy the style of the Lincoln Town Car. It's insane. Good for him. I tell you that the first time I wanted a Tesla, like the car when it first came out. I told like one of my auto broker guys, he helped me get a lot of cars. Like this was back in the day, and I told him, and he was like, "You want an iPad on wheels?" He got so mad at me. He passed away, so he didn't. He would have been mortified to see what would have happened. He would have been mortified. But he used to call it an iPad on wheels. He would give me shit for it. iPad on wheels. Yeah, he's the homie. He's a good guy. He was a good guy, bro. He said, I don't know, you guys could do this. He had this at his like dealership thing. They used to offer it, but you could I think people still do it. I even think like O'Gara offers it in San Diego. But like you pretty much pay for a supercar and then you literally down payment monthly and then they let you switch it out every like 6 months to a year. But you never end up owning a car. So you could do shit like that. But so literally you could pay the price of a Lambo, but then every year you're just going to get a brand new supercar. And then the dealer, he just swaps them out and then just flips them. So that they do that at a lot of luxury brokers. They call it, it's like a luxury lease program essentially. So you pretty much lease a car and then they swap you out a new car every year instead of the same car for 3 years. But then you pay an extraordinary price of owning a normal car, but that like a luxury car, but then you don't walk away with anything after X amount of years. No, it's not a lease swap. You'll see it. If you ever go to your local luxury person, you know what I'm saying? Like your high-end luxury dealer and just see what they have under like leases. They might have something like that. I think you could do deals for buybacks if you like the car, but by the time you're in it, it's a structure. It's a bad deal. It's meant for people who don't want to deal with maintenance, again, even travel. But you want a nice car, but you don't really want the full commitment, and you want something new all the time. It's really like it's just a flex. It's a flex, or if you travel a lot and it's convenient. I think there's a mileage limit. It's just all they're doing is, I mean, you got to think about it. It's like if you owned a dealership with luxury cars, you would just lease out one car a year to like high-end clients and then just flip it whenever they give it back and then give them another car. Because even if they put 2,000 miles on it, you could flip that still relatively easy and then that's it.
Order filled.
MCHP running. Microchip. Is that how you say it? Microchip. Microchip. Flags. Tell you life ain't about a check. Seen a lot of dogs. Seen a lot of pay. Dog, you would say, yeah, they got a little pop there. MCHP. And tech. You might get, again, you're breaking out of this little range. If you fail this, it's going to get ugly. But if you get above here, you might get bigger candles here into the close. I think we fall one more level. We could. I mean, it looked very ugly, but then it just once you chill here for 3 hours, it calms everyone down, but then it's just too close. You're so close from like kind of normalizing, and then you're so close from just absolute looking ugly. Big day though, man. 50 points, a little bit more at one point. Absolutely wild. Support going up is going to be like 44.74. Very big level. Again, it's the line, and this is where we broke. Tried to melt up there before, couldn't do it. But then again, right here, I mean, we could talk about there, but you have to get off of here. So again, a lot of these just little green candles instantly turn red. I think oil, everybody should be watching it. I think at above $92, I think oil starts to mimic the dollar wrecking ball. It's not going to be as strong and powerful, but to a degree, oil is very elevated, and it's moved way more than anybody expected this year. But and it's either that trend is going to die down or it just gets a lot worse. So it's definitely something to watch, and it's Powell's problem. So hopefully everybody gets that. But right now, oil again will be Jerome Powell's problem, because if you could try to control literally, he tricked y'all into thinking real estate. Like whatever he brought up with Supercore, bro. I'm telling you, the Lost in Translation, whatever he got you to believe about it, at the end of the day, he can't control oil. That's the problem. So that's why, again, other currencies are the problem. Like if you notice the factors that I'm telling you that we are watching for, it is the things that are outside of Powell's control. Right? Like the dollar, Powell could only do so much, but what's affecting the dollar? It's the euro, it's the pound, it's the yen, it's the yuan. Those are the things outside of his control in that instance. So that's the way I'm looking at all of this, because oil is outside of his control. And if that does, like I'm saying, go higher than 92 and then starts to proceed there, as far as the inflation and rates and how he would have to respond and how markets would interpret his potential response, it would be bad, because it's just out of his control. So I do think it's important, but it's just like the yen, just like the yuan, they're all at these levels. If it's creeping, watch out. But it's like eventually it will. They're boiling, so we don't know when it's just going to start whistling. Would it be more in his control if we weren't relying on it from other countries? No. And this isn't political. It's quite simply, it doesn't matter. If they kept the price stable, great. If you did that with politics, awesome. But just the point is, you can't control the price of a commodity. Your Federal Reserve, your interest rates, all you could do is respond to it. But if Powell has to respond to it, he's going to fuck up your market even more and bring you to 10% interest rates if things really get bad. So he is very limited of what he could do. His arms are tied if oil is up or down. That's why they prefer price stability, right? That's why if you could get everything else stable, hopefully the energy stuff will fall in line, and then hopefully the governments and trade can work itself out. But for the most part, it just he could only respond to what happens to oil. If it goes down and helps him, he could do whatever he likes. If it goes up and hurts him, the only thing he could do is talk about hiking rates or actually hike them. And even quantitative tightening, all he's going to do is just fuck up the bond market and destroy banks to try to stop oil. I don't think he could do that, or it wouldn't be worth it. So then it could just turn into one of those save the leg for the rest of the body scenario. Save the arm, rest of the body. Well, yeah, but that's the dynamic, because you want to respond to oil, then you got to deal with banks and bonds. So right now, Powell, best thing could happen is if oil came down and if oil just stopped moving. It doesn't matter what price it was at, but you got to realize he benefited Powell off of simply stability. Again, stability goes a long way. It's not, you see, he didn't have to respond. He didn't have to do anything. He doesn't have to get in your way. But now this goes, and there you have it. Why don't you buy into Take Two if you think GTA 6 will come out? Well, I'll probably trade it around when we start to see it, and I think the other thing's good, but they're pretty up there. So it's not like they're trading at a premium to earlier, but it's still 50% up on the year, 40%. But I could be interested in the idea. I want to see how this all plays out for them. Again, even 2K. Let's see how much they monetize it on the next earnings. spreadsheet for the 30. What do you have? But that made me want to look at the yield curve. 2-year, 10-year curve. Oh, man. Yeah, it's still at 0.71. It's weird. The curve wants to steepen, though. Yeah, so that's the interesting part. So yield curve, again, still at a year since inversion. It's crazy to think. Beginning of 2022, it was July. This is a 5-year chart. No, it's not. Only if I go back here. But yeah, either the curve steepens from here or it flattens again. Or it inverts and then people kind of freak out. $20 minutes. 22 minutes left in the day. Oh, shit. I forgot about the poll. See, man, you got to remind me with the poll. Almost 1,000 votes from young Chad Feud. Cart IPO. The top result was I suspicious, 44%. I know like 30%. And then I like 24%. Wow. You wanted a debate? Bro, you were I said it today. I said it like hours ago. Right when I got back from the meeting, I was like, how come nobody offered a debate today? I was really surprised. You roll out. Not yet. I think I might close out and not roll, depending if this ends off as a sell-off. I mean, the yen is down too. It's not going to move as much, but I wanted to close out some other stuff. Oh, Rich, I'm about to go crazy in the final 20. I know. I quit my job. I cold call for you. I mean, you won the debate, but I did not think this is where we were headed, bro. What do you mean you quit your job? You got to talk to me a little bit first, man. I'd hire you. You know, you made a good impression on the debate. I don't know. I feel like you could sell some stuff, but you'll quit today. You just told me you quit. Now I can't trust you. Man, this is getting hard, AC. Come on, bro. You just told me you quit. Now you work at Data Kelb. Wow. You work at Data Kelb. Well, I was going to say, like, maybe we see if we could get you involved before quitting. That's why I was like, I don't know if you quit. That's why I was like, let's talk about this a little bit, man. But, you know, usually if you have a plan for it, have you done anything related to real estate? Because I'm assuming you're talking real estate cold calls. But that's always something to do. But are you into cold calls? What do you do now at Datadog? You'll cold call me right now. But how about you cold call somebody random and we just listen in? Because a fake. Like, what do you want? Do you want to play house? This ain't a debate, bro. I'm not going to say it. I'm very simple about I have a no soliciting sign, sir. I'm not the person you cold call. I'd be like, sir. No, let me ask you this. I have a good question. Very, very good question. Seriously, though. Would you be interested in doing solar? Like, would you be interested in doing door-to-door solar? I'm not going to ask him to sell me the pen. That's my question. Not soap, solar. Like the sun turns into food. That's okay. Maybe a little dramatic. And we'll see. You're doing that start next week. I could def sell anything, just ambition. So you would do solar. Would you do door-to-door solar sales? Yes or no? Tell it. Give me this answer. That's all I need. Yes or no? Yes? All right. We could talk then. We could talk. We could talk. Because that's all it is. Even real estate, if you wouldn't be willing to sell door-to-door sales, don't do real estate then. At the end of the day, if you're telling me cold calls and door knock, and I don't know if you're going to get licensed or not, and you want to put your time and effort to something and want to make it worthwhile and make money more than your guaranteed salary at your job, you are going to need to be like really hustling to the point where you'd be cold calling and door knocking for real estate, and you would have to do it day after day to probably pull your first deal. But hopefully your first deal is worth $100K. You know what I'm saying, or something. 50K, something where it's a good deal in that sense. So, yeah, that's the way I view it. But send me an email with your story, what you got, man. We'll talk about it, man. We'll talk about it. But don't quit your job yet. Like I'm saying, always make a plan. Even the guys in real estate, I always say just you could start doing it, do both at the same time. And once you get the other ball rolling, then you could burn the boat. Great story to tell. I just quit. I don't know if you quit or not, bro. You told me you quit, and then you said, I am quitting, and then this. Is your breakup affecting your job? But yeah, email me. I'm down, man. We'll see. I quit today to work for you. No, you didn't. I had somebody do shit like this to me, like I think like a year ago, and like I don't think he's troll. I think he's like actually like down, but like you didn't quit for me, okay? You did not quit the job for me. It's not because this. We did not have any communication. Why? You know what I'm saying? All right, so it's good, but at the same time, I mean, I'll listen, but not if you're gonna be like, nah, man, you communicated me with that, and Josh told me to, and I know I didn't, man. Advanced gaslighting technique for real. He's like, yes, he did. Yes, he did. No, man, no. That's it, because I'm telling you, once I get confused and I can't trust you, I'm too dumb, and I run away. And that's all you do. And I'm sorry, but that's why I'm saying you gotta so I don't know. Email me, bro. You had a very good debate performance. You know what I'm saying? So like I feel you've been here for years, man. So that's why I'm like, come on, let's go. Well, let me know what's up, but you did not. You say you quit for me one more time, bro. Man. Mm-hmm. It's like that Wolf of Wall Street. I would quit today. I know, but then, yeah, exactly. But then you're like, I already quit for you. And then like, I'm confused, man. It's okay. Listen, we should just, like we said, you said you're down with the sales. We'll stop there. Just send me what's up with it, man. And we could talk. But what do you do at Datadog now? Is that what you do? Sales? Do you sell data kelbs? Is your breakup affecting your job? Which part didn't you understand? Is that he said, I quit my job. And then he said, I'm going to quit my job. And like, I'll quit my job, but I already quit my job for you. That's where I'm at right now. But if you got it better than I did, that's cool. But until I get it, like I said, I'm kind of dumb sometimes. So you're going to have to be patient with me. He took the solar gig. Yeah, that's why. Mm-hmm. I'll work for you, boss. Well, I mean, the best part, I'll just tell you, there's two types of people. You could either ask me for a job and you already know exactly what I have to offer, or you go out and do what I already said you could do, and then you come to me with step one, and now you're already making money. That's it. So you could wait till I tell you to knock doors, and you could wait. I could give you leads like it's Glengarry Ross. I'll give you 10 of them. I'll give you 50 of them if you burn them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Like, you know, it's not it. So that's all. The leads are weak. You're weak. But yeah, no leads. All right, then go knock. Like, you've been here for years, so like, go door knock right now. Come to me. So get somebody who wants to sell a house. If that's the case, you could go. You've recorded too, man. Go hit 100 doors. Go hit 500 doors. I don't know. You're telling me you're all in. I've had people tell. Nobody ever does this, bro. This is what I used to do. Ask Tyler Royke. That's what I'm saying. Why do you think I got Tyler Royke? I got guys like Trey out there, man. Why do you think I have them leading there with co-real estate? And you see what they do. They would drive with me. I don't think Trey's ever got to go with me, but I know Tyler, bro, would literally, you know how many miles in a vehicle I've spent with Tyler just driving, and then in the hot sun, we would just be door knocking. Literally, like, discovering crazy things, getting threatened by crackheads, like the most, everywhere, all around Tyler's got to see so much San Diego just door knocking. And that's what we would do. He was right there with me, you know? And it's just like, that's what I'm saying is if you could go knock out 500 doors, bro, 100 minimum, but, you know, you might be able to come with something. You go get me somebody's name, and maybe instead of emailing me your story, if you go do that right now, maybe by the end of the day, you'll be like, hey, here's a phone number and a name, and this person wants to do this. You do that, you have a job. I'll give you, you got a check and a job right there. That's what the job is. But that's what I'm saying. So I got jobs for everybody. You could wait to hear back from me, or you can go and, you know, it's the same thing. Again, it's little by little, but you have no idea, bro. Everybody's hella flaky in this, and it's easier said than done. That's all. Like, I mean, again, the amount of people we've offered to pay for real estate licenses, and they're like, yeah, and then they wouldn't even do it. It was free. I'll pay for it, all of it. You know what I'm saying? So just got to do your thing, man. Market on close is dirty on that 10-minute rig, bro. It's getting ugly. I don't even care what the MOC is, but this is, ugh. We're just into the lows. 10-minute rig, no pop and oil up. Email me with a name and somebody wants an address of someone who wants to sell. Go do it. I'm telling you. Like, again, I told you literally this. I didn't even know the guy who I responded to about his house was like a member for 3 years. He hit me up from a different account. You know what I'm saying? So I'll tell you guys what I feel about something, you know? If you found a real opportunity that everybody could make money, or you don't know how, it's like a lead, you're going to wholesale it, flip it, that's it. But you get the first part done. All of the hard part, that's it. And that is where we could actually provide that. But again, the training of it, that's why I tell people go to co-real estate. That's why I say get involved with it. They'll train you as an agent. People don't want to do it. They don't want to do certain things, and then they want it a certain way. And I'm like, come on. What are you asking, bro? I'm taking $91. Are you still holding? 8 minutes left. I hate being investing side. But that's the thing. Unless you find deals on the investor side, you have to do what an agent does. Like I said, why do you think Royke was with me? You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you don't have houses or people to buy and you don't have clients, you need supply. So unfortunately, you got to find something. So you may not like being an agent, but even on the investing side, unless you're coming with literally leads or something there, you have to do something. You know, and you will probably be doing the same thing. You're going to have to go out and talk to people. You're going to have either a house to sell or somebody who wants to buy something. So that's why the question I asked was very simple. Would you do door-to-door solar sales? Because if you're not even willing to do it for like solar, I just don't think people would be willing to. You won't be willing to do it for $100K either, because solar still pays a lot, you know. But it's like it's a certain type of work thing. Otherwise, you know, you have to either find people who want to sell houses, or you have to have a people who are going to buy houses. That's the only way that it's there. You know, again, I'm an investor, but that's why even with the Chad, anybody else, I work with wholesalers. I need houses to buy. I get people who send me them. I don't even buy them all, but that's it. Anybody who sends me a house, you give me something I can't find myself, you're getting paid. That's your supply. If you want to do any of the investing, even if you want, but now if you want to buy and just buy real estate, flip houses, guess what? You're going to need the capital. So you're either going to need capital or supply. So either or, but if you want to just invest, then go get your first. I think you could do your first flip with like 25, 50K, depending. I don't know, but maybe after inflation, maybe 50K, 75K, depending. You get your financing and then go from there. But that's on like a big flip if you're trying to buy, sell quickly, make a big bag. Otherwise, don't ever underestimate $10,000, $5,000. You could go get a 150, 200K house. Those aren't going to hit the same in terms of like quick flip profits, but same thing, just lower scale. Choose where you want to start. And now we're tweaking out here on the end. I don't know. You see the high-low ticker? So 15 seconds till final 5, 10-minute rigged at the end. I don't know, man. I want to roll. I don't think I'm going to roll over, man. Maybe I'll just cut out. Shit, I don't like small. I don't. The yen's going to expire, so I think all I have to do is buy it. No, I'm away. I don't know if it'll be capitulation. This doesn't look like capitulation, and that's it. Today's bad, but it's really on Europe. If anything, it's still there. Yeah, new guy's gonna be arriving here soon. No, I think I'm gonna hold out of the Netflix. I think I am in a bag hold. I was considering taking that or taking another one, and then because I just want to put it towards the yen, but again, maybe we'll see. But yeah, the new guy's going to come on, so just, you know what I'm saying? You got to watch out. Just be very, very careful, okay? It's going to get very loud. I don't want your ears to bleed, so when you hear earmuffs, please silence your, what's it called? Your headphones. I don't want, again, it's dangerous. So just want you to have a good experience, okay? Some things are running into the close. That's the interesting part right now. But for the most part, maybe after hours, it dumps a little bit more. But even final 5, everything has been calm, bro. This is crazy. This is crazy. You know, I could turn up the mic, too, for the new guy. So some of you be careful. You said 100 decibels. That's possible, sir. That's possible. Making my way downtown. Watching back. I didn't raise it there, but Chad, earmuffs, please. New guy's coming. Earmuffs. It's going to get loud in here. Watch out, baby. Bring it home. Oh, wrong one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time on Sunday night. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. Monday morning out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 70 degrees, partly cloudy, decent day unless you thought the rollover would bring anything else except for pain. So shout out to the Bears out there. They got to eat here. But other than that, we're a good day and we're no longer on any COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cold Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. One minute! Go, 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 go! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to bring it home. It's time to wrap it up. Finalize your plays. You only have 15 seconds, and after this week, it's pow. 3.5 trillion notional is gone. And then it's 2 weeks until the end of September and the final months, and you have 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Order canceled. Order canceled.
Ding 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 ding. Or nah, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. Let's go, baby. I need that good game right now. You made it to the bell. You just got here. I need a GG. It says something about you in sportsmanship. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. Did you learn something? Did you contribute? Do you have good sportsmanship? Do you bring good vibes? Let it known with a GG. Let's go. You the best chat in the world. I need a GG. You a baby back.
If I was to ever close out all of this bind, I can close it out. I can just go right back.